Brother Han, seeing as you're intent on sticking up for this woman, it looks like a battle is unavoidable. Fairy Hua Shi, Brother Wu Go, the three of us will take on fellow Daoist Han. There's no need to defeat him. Just keep him occupied so Qingping and one who can capture his companion. We'll split her treasures evenly, then make a replica copy of Daoist Tianding's cultivation arts for each of us. What do you think? Xiao Ming asked as he turned to Fairy Hua Shi. What? The three of us are taking him on together? When did the deranged devil of the Blood Bone sect become so cowardly? Fairy Hua Shi scoffed. You're only saying that because you don't know anything about fellow Daoist Han. Let me tell you. Xiao Ming's sentence was completed through voice transmission. Fairy Hua Shi's expression changed drastically upon hearing what he had to say, and she cast a wary glance toward Han Li before nodding in response. All right, my Dao companion and I will help you keep him occupied, but I'd advise fellow Daoist Qingping and fellow Daoist Wanhua not to get any funny ideas after you capture that woman. Otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. Daoist Qingping was ecstatic to hear this and he hurriedly replied, Rest assured Fairy Hua Shi, we definitely wouldn't do something so foolish. Mistress Wanhua was also nodding emphatically with an eager expression. Despite the fact that 5 Grand Ascension stage beings were plotting against him right before his eyes, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he transmitted his voice toward the horrified Fairy Ice Soul. At the same time he moved one of his pinkies ever so slightly behind his own back, and a virtually invisible golden thread flashed through the air. Fairy Ice Soul's expression changed slightly upon hearing Han Li's voice transmission, and the fear in her eyes abated significantly. Go! Xiao Ming yelled as a massive crimson cloud that was around an acre in area appeared around him, following which a giant nine-eyed toad emerged amid a low roar. As soon as the nine-eyed blood toad appeared, the 9 demonic eyes on its head sprang open, releasing 9 crimson pillars of light that hurtled directly past Han Li toward Fairy Ice Soul. Fairy Ice Soul hurriedly twisted to the side in an alarmed manner before instantly teleporting over 1,000 feet away. Right at this moment, Fairy Hua Shi swept her sleeves through the air to release a series of translucent palm-sized rings, of which there were over 100. These rings emitted a faint buzzing sound at her behest before shooting through the air like a torrential storm, reaching Han Li in a flash and crashing toward him from all sides. At the same time, Patriarch Wu Go opened his mouth to release a burst of golden flames, which formed a sea of flames that inundated his entire body. The sea of flames then swelled to become a fiery wave that was over 100 feet tall, and even before the wave had reached Han Li, an indescribable scorching sensation had already befallen him, as if the very space around him had been ignited. As expected of a trio of Grand Ascension stage beings, Xiao Ming and his allies were unleashing extremely fearsome attacks, and their teamwork was seamless. They had managed to force Fairy Ice Soul away from Han Li with ease, but strangely enough, Han Li was displaying no intention to go and help her. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face as he swept a hand through the air, summoning 3 small mountains that were each over 100 feet tall. The trio of mountains revolved on the spot, transforming into an extremely thick light barrier, and the countless rings struck the light barrier amid a string of dull thumps, but the barrier remained completely unmoved. As for the wave of golden flames, it was only able to make the light barrier flash slightly a few times, but was also unable to inflict any damage. A cold look flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he suddenly let loose a low roar as he transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall amid a flash of golden light. He then extended his arms out of the light barrier before him, then swung them viciously toward Fairy Hua Shi and Patriarch Wu Go. A resounding boom rang out as 2 balls of light, one azure and one black, were sent hurtling through the air before reaching Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Hua Shi in a flash, then reverted back into a pair of small mountains. Even before the mountains had struck their targets, 2 bursts of tremendous force swept through the air, causing the space near Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Hua Shi to tremor slightly. Fairy Hua Shi's expression changed slightly in the face of such a fearsome attack, and she immediately shot back in retreat while waving a hand through the air. The countless rings instantly converged to form a giant translucent ring with a diameter of around 300 to 400 feet at her behest, then descended onto the oncoming mountain before rapidly shrinking. A burst of piercing light erupted forth, and the mountain faltered slightly before drawing to a halt in midair. Meanwhile, Patriarch Wu Go made a hand seal, and the sea of golden flames nearby immediately converged toward the center to form a golden fiery giant that was over 1,000 feet tall before throwing a fearless punch at the oncoming mountain. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the giant's fist clashed with the mountain, upon which the fiery giant's entire arm exploded into golden flames. The mountain faltered slightly in midair before continuing onward, only to be greeted by the fiery giant's other fist, and the same sequence repeated itself. However, at this point, the fiery giant's other arm had already regenerated, and it immediately lashed out again. Thus, one punch after another slammed into the small mountain, causing it to tremor incessantly and preventing it from making any meaningful progress. As for the nine-eyed blood toad, it was swinging its long tongue violently through the air, creating a crimson net that was keeping a barrage of giant fist projections at bay. The fist projections were being unleashed by Han Li from afar, and thus, a fierce battle ensued between the four Grand Ascension stage beings. Mistress Wan Hua and Daoist Qing Ping were ecstatic to see this, and they exchanged a quick glance, then teleported to either side of Fairy Ice Soul before she could do anything. Mistress Wan Hua chuckled coldly as she plucked a black wooden hairpin out of her own hair, which immediately transformed into a black long sword in her grasp. A layer of scorching black flames emerged over the sword's surface, and Mistress Wan Hua slashed the sword through the air, conjuring up a black fiery python that was over 1,000 feet in length, which pounced toward Fairy Ice Soul with a ferocious roar. Meanwhile, Daoist Qing Ping swept a sleeve through the air, and an azure horsetail brush appeared in his hand before being swept toward Fairy Ice Soul from afar. Countless streaks of azure light instantly appeared, covering virtually the entire sky and encompassing Fairy Ice Soul from all directions. Fairy Ice Soul's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and she raised a hand to summon a translucent ice shield before opening her mouth to expel a ball of energy onto the shield. The shield immediately transformed into a translucent ice barrier that was giving off a glacial aura, protecting her from all sides. The azure threads struck the ice barrier like a torrential storm, but they were all kept at bay. As opposed to being disheartened to see this, Mistress Wan Hua's eyes lit up as she pointed a finger toward the black fiery WRM. The black flames on the WRM's body immediately swelled up by around twofold, and it pounced toward Fairy Ice Soul with unstoppable might. The black flames were making the surrounding temperature spike drastically, nullifying most of the glacial chi being released by the ice shield. All of a sudden, a massive bolt of lightning that was as thick as a water tank appeared out of thin air amid a resounding thunderclap before striking the black WRM's head with unerring accuracy. Countless arcs of silver lightning exploded in all directions, and the black WRM's body disintegrated into specks of black flames amid an anguished cry. "Who's there?" Mistress Wan Hua exclaimed as she hurriedly inspected her surroundings. Before she had a chance to do anything, another loud thunderclap rang out, and countless arcs of silver lightning appeared before quickly converging to form a ball. Golden light flashed within the lightning, and a massive shimmering golden creature appeared. Mistress Wan Hua hurriedly focused her gaze on the creature to find that it was an enormous crab that was about an acre in size with a pair of dazzling giant claws. Mistress Wan Hua was quite stunned to see this creature, and the fearsome aura emanating from the giant golden crab's body told her that this was a formidable opponent. Before she had a chance to consider where the giant crab had come from, it raised one of its pincers before snapping it shut. A semi-transparent giant pincer projection immediately appeared out of thin air before snapping viciously toward her alongside countless arcs of silver lightning. Mistress Wan Hua harumphed coldly as a massive black lion projection emerged behind her, and it opened its cavernous mouth to release a ball of black light toward the huge pincer. The ball of black light immediately exploded upon contact with the pincer, transforming into a series of fiery chains that instantly bound the pincer tightly. However, in the next instant, the giant pincers were rubbed together vigorously, and the silver lightning abruptly swelled up, eradicating the fiery chains before forming a ball of lightning that hurtled through the air. Mistress Wan Hua's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and he quickly made a hand seal, upon which the top of her head opened up to release a green wooden shield. At the same time, the giant black lion behind her released a pillar of black light amid a thunderous roar. The ball of lightning struck the wooden shield before being repelled, following which the pillar of black light pierced through it and eradicated it in a flash. However, instead of being elated to see this, Mistress Wanhua's expression darkened even further as she swept her sleeves through the air, releasing countless black flying needles that formed a formation filled with surging black chi. The fact that such a casual strike from the giant golden crab had been this powerful told her that she would have to focus entirely on facing this opponent, thereby preventing her from going after Fairy Ice Soul. Daoist Qingping was naturally very frustrated to see this. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly step in to foil their plans? After witnessing the fearsome attack that the golden crab had just unleashed, he also knew that he would be able to count on Mistress Wanhua anytime soon. With that in mind, he swept his horsetail brush through the air, releasing a torrent of azure threads that was around twice as dense as before toward his target. At the same time, he raised his other hand, hurling the azure mirror forward as a ball of azure light. All of a sudden, a black and white yin-yang diagram appeared on the mirror's surface, then abruptly emerged above Fairy Ice Soul. A burst of rumbling rang out as wooden sticks that were each several inches in length flew out of the diagram before swelling to several tens of feet in length, then crashed down from above amid a flurry of azure runes. Daoist Qingping had also identified that Fairy Ice Soul had only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage, so he was exerting immense pressure on her from the get-go to try and capture her as quickly as possible. In the face of the azure runes and giant logs, the ice barrier quickly began to struggle, and finally, a series of thin cracks began to appear on its surface. However, Fairy Ice Soul wasn't all that alarmed to see this. Instead, she took a deep breath before sitting down with her legs crossed, then made a hand seal. A huge snowy white turtle projection suddenly flew out of the top of her head. The turtle had countless translucent ice spikes on its shell, and its entire body was giving off a glacial aura. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth to expel one ball of white glacial chi after another, all of which vanished into the ice barrier in a flash. As a result, the struggling ice barrier immediately lit up, and the cracks that had just appeared were instantly sealed, thereby stabilizing the entire barrier again. That's the glacial Xianwu turtle. Daoist Qingping exclaimed at the sight of the ice turtle before quickly making a series of hand seals, upon which a giant Daoist priest projection appeared behind him. This Daoist robes worn by the projection had a yin-yang diagram emblazoned on its surface, and as soon as the projection appeared, countless specks of starlight converged from all directions in a frenzy, causing the projection to expand in size by over tenfold, swelling to over 1,000 feet tall. Right at this moment, Daoist Qingping made a hand seal with a solemn expression, and the giant Daoist priest projection behind him rubbed its hands together before raising them in unison, releasing a vast expanse of white lightning that surged toward the ice barrier with devastating force. Fairy Ice Soul's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she injected more of her magic power into the turtle projection above her, upon which it also expanded drastically, and the amount of glacial chi it was releasing increased by roughly twofold. With this increased influx of glacial chi, the ice barrier was able to keep all of the oncoming attacks at bay. Daoist Qingping's heart sank slightly upon seeing this, and only then did he realize that even though his opponent was slightly lacking in power, her ice attribute cultivation arts were extremely profound. If she were to continue to persist in her passive defense, it would be very difficult to take her down in a short time. Thus, he could only continue to attack the ice barrier with all his might, hoping to exhaust his opponent's magic power before capturing her. As for Mistress Wanhua and the giant golden crab, they were also locked in a fierce battle that didn't look as if it would conclude anytime soon. Meanwhile, after a series of probing clashes to feel out one another's abilities, Han Li and his opponents were finally beginning to display their true power as well. Seeing as the fist projections alone weren't enough to defeat the nine-eyed blood toad, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and the Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light before substantiating into the Provenance golden body. The three faces of the golden body were identical to Han Li's, but each wore a different expression. Han Li then let loose a long roar as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, releasing a burst of black chi that vanished into the golden body in a flash. The Provenance golden body shuddered slightly before instantly opening its 6 eyes in unison, then abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, the Provenance golden body appeared above the nine-eyed blood toad amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then conjured up a giant golden blade in each of its 6 hands. The golden blades were around 300 to 400 feet in length, and as they were slashed through the air, countless streaks of sword chi were released, forming a golden tornado that swept toward the nine-eyed blood toad down below. Even before the golden tornado had truly descended, it was releasing golden blade projections that were threatening to tear the surrounding space apart. Xiao Ming's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and he didn't dare to use his toad tongue to oppose the golden blade projections. Instead, he let loose a loud croak and countless silver runes appeared on the bulges on his back before leaving his body and quickly intertwining to form a silver net. The golden blade projections that struck the net all vanished into it in a flash, and taking advantage of this opportunity, the nine-eyed blood toad's stomach bulged before it opened its mouth again, releasing an azure ball of light that was around 10 feet in diameter with countless crimson threads on its surface. The ball of light struck the oncoming tornado in a flash, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as the golden tornado dissipated, revealing the Provenance golden body behind it. At this moment, half of the giant blades being wielded by the golden body had been destroyed, and a massive hole had been blown into its chest. However, there was no blood or flesh in the wound, and it was quickly regenerating from converging specks of golden light, while the destroyed blades in its hands were also replaced. As soon as the Provenance golden body fully recovered, it slashed its 6 golden blades downward once again. The nine-eyed blood toad didn't want to continue to fight fire with fire, and it abruptly shrank down drastically while releasing clouds of crimson mist out of its back, forming a sea of mist that inundated its entire body. The Provenance golden body displayed no intention of retreating upon seeing this, and instead, it plunged directly into the sea of mist as a gust of fierce wind. Moments later, a string of rumbling explosions rang out, indicating that a ferocious battle was taking place. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he reached out toward the crimson mist with a giant furry hand. However, in the next instant his expression suddenly changed slightly, and his head swiveled around 180 degrees, while his outstretched hand also clenched into a tight fist before shooting backward like lightning. Almost at the exact same moment, a gray shadow appeared behind him amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then reached out toward Han Li's back with an azure hand. A rank odor was emanating from the fingertips of the azure hand, and it was immediately struck by Han Li's punch. As soon as the clash took place, a burst of golden shockwaves surged through the air, and the gray shadow was sent flying, having been caught off guard. However, it then immediately unleashed some type of secret technique, allowing it to twist around before flying toward Han Li again from an incredible angle. Han Li let loose a thunderous roar as he completely turned around before unleashing countless fist projections, transforming the entire space around him into a world of fierce golden wind. However, the gray shadow seemed to be completely weightless, and even though it was being sent flying over and over again by the fist projections, it remained completely unharmed while continuing to pester Han Li from nearby. Even after unleashing several hundred punches, the gray shadow still remained completely unaffected. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. That's a very interesting cultivation art that's allowing you to nullify the majority of the force of my attacks, but let's see if it'll stand up to a sword strike. As soon as his voice trailed off, he withdrew his fists before sweeping a finger toward the gray shadow from afar, releasing an azure sword projection that sliced the gray shadow apart like lightning. However, the gray shadow didn't shed even a single drop of blood and merely vanished on the spot. Spatial fluctuations then erupted several hundred feet away, and another gray humanoid figure emerged. It turned out that the gray shadow had already escaped using a secret technique, and what had been sliced apart by the sword projection was nothing more than an afterimage. However, the features of the gray figure had been completely exposed, and it was none other than Patriarch Wu Go. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he cast his gaze toward Fairy Hua Shi, who was still opposing one of the extreme mountains with her rings. The fiery golden giant stood not far away from her, releasing countless golden fireballs out of its 2 hands to oppose the second extreme mountain. Chapter 2373. Fierce Battle. I see that you're using quite a profound clone technique. However, I'm rather curious, how much of your power could you possibly still be retaining in your current state? Han Li mused with a peculiar expression as he appraised Patriarch Wu Go with blue light flashing in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Patriarch Wu Go's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this, and he finally spoke for the first time in a voice that was extremely raspy and unused, as if it had been countless years since he had last spoken. My spirit eye ability allows me to clearly see everything in a radius of thousands of kilometers around me. Even though you're using a treasure to conceal your current condition and you're able to move like a normal person, you can't hide your necrosed muscle tissues from me. How did you end up like this? Was a restriction placed upon you, or did you willingly become like this? Patriarch Wu Go's pupils contracted even further upon hearing this, and his hands had also balled up into tight fists within his sleeves. Han Li had spoken in a voice that was clearly audible to all of the Grand Ascension stage beings nearby, and Fairy Hua Xi's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly yelled, "What are you doing, Wu Go? Stop listening to his senseless rambling and kill him." Immediately thereafter, the giant ring around the extreme mountain began to glow brightly at her behest, then transformed into a vast expanse of translucent sand that instantly enveloped the entire mountain, forming a massive translucent ball that hovered in midair in a completely still manner. She then flew over to Patriarch Wu Go as a streak of light before aiming a vicious glare at Han Li. A hint of mockery seemed to flash through Patriarch Wu Go's eyes as he turned to glance at Fairy Hua Xi. "Rest assured, his words won't be able to affect me. Sorry to disappoint you, fellow Daoist, but no one did this to me. Something went wrong while I was practicing a cultivation art, and I had no choice but to become like this in order to save my own life. Now then, that's enough chit-chat. Let's continue." As soon as his voice trailed off, he took a step forward and his body instantly split up into two, then into four. In the blink of an eye, around a dozen identical projections had been manifested all around Han Li, and even more projections were taking shape before converging toward the center. It was as if over 100 people were charging toward Han Li at once. Fairy Hua Xi's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing this, and she quickly made a grabbing motion as countless specks of light surged out of her body, then converged to form an antiquated long blade that was around 10 feet in length in her hand. The blade was slashed toward Han Li, who was immediately struck by the feeling that the space around him had tightened. An incredible weight seemed to have descended upon him, making him very sluggish and preventing him from taking evasive measures. At this point, the Patriarch Wu Go's gray clones also reached him in a flash before swinging their arms through the air, unleashing countless green claw projections that grabbed toward all of Han Li's vital regions. However, Han Li remained completely unfazed, and he let loose a low roar as purplish-golden light erupted out of his body alongside countless silver runes. A series of silver formations quickly took shape, forming a suit of silver armor that encased his entire body, repelling all of the oncoming green claw projections amid a string of crisp clangs. At the same time, the giant ape swelled to several times its original size, and a layer of purplish-golden scales appeared all over its boy, while a short golden horn emerged on its head amid a flash of black light. It then pulled its hand apart violently, and the space around Han Li immediately blurred and warped, as if he had just freed himself from something. At the same time, the giant blade in Fairy Hua Xi's grasp exploded into grains of sand amid a dull thump. A hint of astonishment appeared on her face upon seeing this, and right at this moment Han Li made a hand seal, following which bolts of thick golden lightning erupted out of his body in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the space within an acre of area around Han Li had been entirely filled by golden lightning. Close to 100 of the gray figures nearest to him were caught off guard and destroyed by the golden lightning, and only around a dozen managed to survive before hurriedly converging to revert back to Patriarch Wu Go's true body again. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal before opening his mouth to release a silver fireball with a diameter of around 10 feet. The fireball then instantly transformed into a silver fire raven that was over 100 feet in length before flapping its wings and flying toward Fairy Hua Xi. At the same time, Han Li made a grabbing motion toward Patriarch Wu Go, and a burst of enormous invisible power instantly descended upon him. Patriarch Wu Go's heart jolted slightly as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a bead that was enshrouded within green qi. The bead flew up into the air before swelling to the size of a wagon wheel in the blink of an eye, then struck the tremendous force descending upon him amid an earth-shattering boom. A green sun instantly appeared above Patriarch Wu Go, and powerful shockwaves unfurled all around him. Currently, the green bead was radiating scintillating light, and countless faint golden runes had appeared on its surface. Han Li was rather surprised that the power of his grab had been nullified by a mere bead, but he then immediately lashed out like lightning with his other hand. spatial fluctuations erupted above Patriarch Wu Go, and countless arcs of golden lightning appeared before forming a giant purplish-golden hand that struck the green bead down below amid a rumbling thunderclap. The bead was instantly enveloped by the golden lightning, and all of the runes on its surface were quickly destroyed, while the bead itself began to slowly descend while trembling incessantly. Patriarch Wu Go harumphed coldly upon seeing this before pointing a finger upward, and the bead immediately turned a golden color. At the same time, a light barrier was conjured up on its surface, and the bead managed to stabilize itself even in the face of the ferocious barrage of golden lightning. At this moment, Han Li suddenly took a stride forward, instantly covering a distance of over 1,000 feet before appearing right in front of Patriarch Wu Go, then thrust a giant fist viciously toward him. An explosive boom rang out overhead, and a burst of tremendous force that was around twice as powerful as the previous one came crashing down from above, forcing the golden bead to slowly descend once again. Patriarch Wu Go's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and it seemed that he was about to unleash some type of ability, but right at this moment, a cry for help suddenly rang out in the distance. "Get over here, Wu Go. I can't hold on much longer." Fairy Huaxi's voice was extremely shrill and urgent, and she seemed to be utterly horrified. Patriarch Wu Go's heart stirred slightly as he hurriedly cast his gaze in that direction. At this moment, Fairy Huaxi was situated within a sea of silver flames with a fire raven flying incessantly around her. She was hiding inside an extremely thick barrier of translucent sand, but the sand barrier was quickly being melted away by the scorching silver flames. These flames were far more fearsome than she had anticipated. Not only was this sand barrier unable to withstand their incredible heat, the 7 or 8 other defensive treasures she had summoned had also been melted away in mere moments. Furthermore, the silver fire raven was releasing bursts of restriction fluctuations as it flew around her, sealing the entire space nearby and preventing her from being able to get away. Now that the sand barrier was also close to failing, she had no choice but to call for help. Patriarch Wu Go hesitated slightly upon seeing this, but a decisive look then quickly appeared in his eyes. He let loose a loud roar, and his body suddenly exploded into hundreds of projections that sped away in all directions. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he lashed out with a giant hand like lightning, but was only able to eradicate less than half of the projections. The rest of the projections quickly rushed over to the sea of silver flames, then fused as one to form Patriarch Wu Go's true body again. He quickly made a hand seal, and a layer of golden flames appeared over his body before he plunged into the sea of silver flames without any hesitation. A ball of golden flames flashed through the fiery silver sea in a wraith-like manner, appearing beside Fairy Huaxi after just a few flashes. Fairy Huaxi was ecstatic to see this, and she immediately pointed a finger at the sand barrier, which opened up to grant Patriarch Wu Go entry. "Hurry, my star sand won't be able to last much longer. Only your bonded true flame can oppose these spirit flames," Fairy Huaxi urged as she stared intently at the giant fire raven attacking the sand barrier. At this moment, Han Li also began to make his way toward that direction, and that was making her very anxious. "All right, withdraw your star sand and I'll release my bonded true flame," Patriarch Wu Go replied in an expressionless manner, following which a burst of golden flames emerged to envelop his entire arm, which was suddenly thrust toward Fairy Huaxi at an incredible speed. However, Fairy Huaxi suddenly twisted away as if she had already anticipated this, then lashed out with a hand of her own, which was covered in translucent sand. The two palms clashed amid a dull thump, and both of them were forced back several steps from the force of the impact. "I knew you would try something like this. Looks like I still haven't punished you enough. I'm going to." Fairy Huaxi's voice abruptly cut off as her furious expression suddenly transitioned into one of horror, and she shuddered as a thin azure hand suddenly protruded out of the front of her chest. The hand was locked around Fairy Huaxi's nascent soul, which was struggling desperately with an agonized look on its face. Patriarch Wu Go appeared before Fairy Huaxi's nascent soul in a wraith-like manner and appraised it in silence. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted behind Fairy Huaxi's body, and a barely visible azure figure emerged. Almost at the exact same moment, the fiery golden giant that was opposing the other extreme mountain abruptly vanished on the spot. As a result, the extreme mountain was free to crash down from above, and the entire sea of golden flames was instantly snuffed out. Fairy Huaxi's nascent soul struggled for a moment longer to no avail, and it finally gave up in despair as a resentful look appeared on its face. I didn't think you'd already mastered the spirit substitution technique, but don't celebrate too early. If I'm going to die here, then I'm going to take you down with me. Don't forget that there's a bonded restriction planted in your body. Is that so? If that's what you were counting on, then I can tell you right now that I'd already dispelled your restriction several years ago. As for why I allowed you to do as you please up until now, it's all for that thing up your sleeve, Patriarch Wugo said as a peculiar look flashed through his eyes. That's impossible. Arg. The nascent soul's anguished howl was abruptly cut off as the azure figure burst into golden flames before pouncing forward to envelop both Fairy Huaxi's body and her nascent soul, instantly incinerating both into ashes. Patriarch Wugo then immediately reached forward in an expressionless manner, and an inky black formation plate flew out of the golden flames before landing in his grasp. He carefully inspected the formation plate for a short while before blowing on it, and the formation plate began to disintegrate at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, fading into a cloud of black smoke in the end. Patriarch Wugo then opened his mouth to inhale the cloud of black smoke, and a relieved look flashed through his eyes after he briefly inspected his own internal condition. After that, the golden flames reverted back into an azure humanoid figure. A dull thump rang out as the sand barrier was finally completely melted away, but the surrounding silver flames suddenly fell completely still, and even the giant fire raven was hovering in midair in a stationary manner with its wings folded away. Only then did Patriarch Wugo cast his gaze toward Han Li, who was also appraising him with a peculiar expression. I don't know what happened between you and your Dao companion, but I can roughly guess some of the details. Do you still intend to continue this battle on your own? Of course not. In my current state, Daoist Tianding's cultivation arts won't be of any use to me. On top of that, I can tell that you haven't even unleashed half of your full power yet up to this point, so it would be nothing short of suicidal for me to continue this battle. Please excuse me, I'll be taking my leave now, Patriarch Wugo replied in an indifferent manner, and the azure humanoid figure immediately fused into his body, upon which he sped away as a streak of light, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Han Li was rather surprised by Patriarch Wugo's decisive departure, but he naturally wasn't going to stop him. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering boom rang out in another direction, and Han Li turned toward that direction to find that the sea of crimson mist there had faded, revealing the Provenance golden body and the nine-eyed blood toad. The two were facing one another from over 1,000 feet away, and the Provenance golden body had become very dim and was missing a head and two arms. As for the nine-eyed blood toad, it was riddled with wounds and only 5 of its eyes remained open, while the other 4 were all bleeding profusely. It seemed that neither side had gained the upper hand over the other. As for the other 2 battles taking place, they were still as intense as ever. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, yet just as he was about to fly toward the nine-eyed blood toad, it suddenly heaved a forlorn sigh. There's no need to continue this any longer, Brother Han. The 3 of us concede and will no longer pester you and your companion. As soon as its voice trailed off, a burst of crimson mist rose up from the nine-eyed blood toad, and its injuries were quickly healed before it reverted back to its human form amid a flash of spiritual light. Han Li hesitated momentarily before also reverting back to his human form amid a flash of golden light. The other combatants had naturally already witnessed what had just happened, and despite their reluctance to do so, Daoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wan Hua could only disengage themselves from their respective battles before retreating back to Xiao Ming's side with dark expressions. Are we just going to give up, Brother Xiao? Mistress Wan Hua asked with an indignant expression. What else can we do? Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Huaxi are no longer here. The 3 of us have no chance at victory, Xiao Ming replied. Daoist Qing Ping also seemed very reluctant to give up, but he didn't say anything in the end. You've gotten the better of us, fellow Daoist Han. We'll only be embarrassing ourselves further if we continue to stay here, so we'll be taking our leave now, Xiao Ming said as he cupped his fist in a salute toward Han Li before preparing to depart with Daoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wan Hua. You think you can just come and go as you please, Brother Xiao? Han Li asked with a cold smile. At this point, the giant golden crab and Fairy Ice Soul had also flew over to Han Li's side, and Fairy Ice Soul's eyes were filled with elation. Meanwhile, the giant golden crab transformed into a young Daoist priest amid a flash of silver lightning. Xiao Ming's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. What are you trying to say, Brother Han? Why ask a question you already know the answer to, Brother Xiao? If you want to leave, then you'll have to buy your way out of here, Han Li said. Fine. Here are 3 blood crystals to compensate for our actions. Xiao Ming sighed as he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a jade box toward Han Li. Han Li drew the jade box into his grasp, then inspected its contents with his spiritual sense before giving a pleased nod. The jade box was then stowed away amid a flash of spiritual light, and Xiao Ming cupped his fist in a salute again before flying away, followed closely by Daoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wanhua. Even though they could no longer obtain Daoist Tianding's true inheritance, there was still some time until the closing of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, so if they made haste, they could still obtain some treasures from some other areas. Thank you, Brother Han. If you hadn't stood up for me, I would already be dead by now, Fairy Ice Soul said with unadulterated gratitude in her voice as she extended a deep bow toward Han Li. No need for formalities, fellow Daoist Ice Soul. Even setting aside our history with one another, I would have ensured your safety on the basis that you're a fellow human Grand Ascension stage being, Han Li said with a smile, while Daoist Xie stood beside him in silence with a wooden expression. After a short conversation, the 3 of them flew toward a certain direction. Several hours later, a light formation suddenly appeared at a certain location in the centrum amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, following which Han Li's trio emerged. After quickly inspecting their surroundings, Fairy Ice Soul said, I can sense the blood spirit's approximate location. I'll use the restriction to teleport us over to her. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and thus Fairy Ice Soul flipped a hand over to summon a formation plate. She then cast a few incantations toward the formation plate before tossing it forward, upon which it transformed into a light formation again. The 3 of them stepped into the formation before vanishing amid a faint buzzing sound. Several hours later, the Blood Soul was situated in a pavilion, drawing a series of treasures on a wooden shelf up her sleeve when her expression suddenly changed slightly, and she promptly abandoned the remaining 2 or 3 treasures on the shelf before flying out of the pavilion as a streak of light. Almost at the exact same moment, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a light formation carrying Han Li's trio emerged. You've finally been freed, the Blood Soul said as she appraised the mirror image of herself with a complex expression. Thank you for your hard work and for enlisting Brother Han's help. Otherwise, the 2 of us most likely would have never had a chance to reunite, Fairy Ice Soul said with a smile. Chapter 2375. Return, you are me and I am you. There's no need to thank me. Now that you've been free, I can return to you, the Blood Soul said, and Fairy Ice Soul nodded in response before making a hand seal, upon which the bright crimson light erupted from her body. At the same time, the Blood Soul flew toward her as a ball of crimson light before vanishing into her body in a flash. Fairy Ice Soul immediately doubled over slightly as a pained look appeared on her face, and the crimson light radiating from her body brightened as countless crimson threads shot out of her skin before disintegrating into crimson mist. Only after 15 minutes had passed did the pain on her face gradually fade, and she stood up straight again. At this moment, her appearance hadn't changed in the slightest, but her disposition had undergone a subtle transformation. I see that you're an extremely renowned figure in our human race and has had extensive interactions with this Blood Soul clone of mine. It's all thanks to you that she was able to make it all the way here, Fairy Ice Soul said with a smile. Have you already absorbed all of your clone's memories? Han Li asked. It's not that simple. I've sealed most of the memories away and have only absorbed the most important parts, Fairy Ice Soul replied with a wry smile. That's a wise decision. Now that you've recovered your clone and there's nothing else in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace that can interest us, let's leave this place. I'm sure no one could have anticipated that the palace would close early, and during the unrest, we'll be able to get away safely, Han Li said as he swept a hand through the air, and Jin Tong emerged out of thin air before vanishing up his sleeve. Almost at the exact same moment, Daoist Xie also made a hand seal before disappearing into Han Li's body as an arc of silver lightning amid a faint thunderclap. Alright, I'll begin right away, Fairy Ice Soul agreed. Thus, she opened her mouth to release a crimson jade badge, which she pointed a finger toward, and bursts of restriction fluctuations began to emanate from the badge. In the air above the Myriad Moon Mountain range, a giant formation had already been set up around the giant gate that was the entrance to the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, and there were Blood-Bone sect disciples situated all around the formation, while 2 Grand Ascension stage beings from the Blood-Bone sect were seated at its center. All of a sudden, a burst of rumbling rang out from the giant gate alongside waves of energy fluctuations. The 2 Grand Ascension stage beings immediately opened their eyes, and one of them, a thin elderly man, exclaimed, "What's going on? Is the Heavenly Cauldron Palace opening earlier than usual? According to past records, it shouldn't be closing yet." He was accompanied by a short and hideous woman who speculated, perhaps someone obtained Daoist Tianding's true inheritance to trigger this change. In any case, let's activate the formation first in case someone gets away during the chaos, the thin elderly man decided. That is indeed a necessary precaution to take, the woman agreed. Thus, the 2 of them issued an order, and the Blood-Bone sect disciples around them immediately activated their formation treasures. Rays of dazzling light rose up from the formation as it was activated, quickly intertwining to form a gigantic net that encompassed the entire sky. As soon as the net took shape, an astonishingly menacing aura surged through the area, as if there were a formidable army lying in ambush. The 2 Grand Ascension stage beings of the Blood-Bone sect were appraising the giant gate with intense unblinking eyes, and all of a sudden, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The massive gate warped and blurred before abruptly exploding, and the world's origin chi scattered in all directions while the white spatial rift was slowly sealed. Spatial fluctuations then erupted where the gate had disappeared, and 2 light formations appeared, from within which 2 groups of people emerged. One group was comprised of around 30 and 40 people, led by a brocade-robed man with a dark expression. They had only just broken through the restrictions in one of the central areas and were about to plunder the treasures in there when they were forcibly ejected out of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. This was naturally extremely frustrating and explained the displeased look on the brocade-robed man's face. As for the other group, it was comprised of the 5 Shuehe clones. A hint of surprise flashed through the elderly man's eyes at the sight of the 2 groups. The brocade-robed man's expression changed slightly at the sight of the 2 Grand Ascension stage beings and the giant net up above, and he asked in a cold voice, "Fellow Daoist Tianjiu, fellow Daoist Di Meng, I didn't expect to see you 2 here. What is the meaning of this?" "Ah, so you were in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace," Sect Master Feng. "No wonder it was closed early. You must have reaped some significant rewards in that palace, right, Brother Feng?" The short woman chuckled. The brocade-robed man's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. "Are you under the impression that I was the one who caused the palace to close early? Aside from you, I can't think of anyone else who could be capable of accomplishing this," the woman replied. The brocade-robed man was furious to hear this, but he didn't know how to respond. Right at this moment, the elderly man suddenly yelled, "Where do you think you're going? Are you not planning to say anything?" In that direction, the 5 Shuehe clones were slowly backing away toward the edge of the formation. "We have nothing to say. Are you going to keep us here along with Sect Master Feng?" One of the clones replied in a wooden manner. Instead of answering the question, the rainbow light flashed through the elderly man's eyes and he sighed, "I didn't think that the vastly renowned 5 Shuehe clones would be reduced to such a sorry state. How pitiful." The clone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that, Tianjiu?" "What do I mean? You think your blood puppet body can escape the detection of my glazed illusion eyes? Why don't you reveal your true form?" The elderly man harumphed coldly. "What? Blood puppet?" The short woman and the brocade-robed man both turned toward the 5 Shuehe clones with alarm and wariness in their eyes upon hearing this. The clone reverted back to his wooden expression and chuckled. "Hee, the resounding reputation of the glazed illusion eyes is truly warranted. I've already cultivated the blood god arts to such a degree, yet I still wasn't able to fool you." Immediately thereafter, a streak of crimson light shot out of the back of each clone's head, then converged to form a blurry crimson humanoid figure with shimmering green eyes that were giving off an indescribably ruthless aura. The elderly man took a deep breath and declared, "It is a well-established rule across the entire Blood Sky continent that all those who cultivate the blood god arts are to be killed." As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal before pointing a finger upward, and a rumbling thunderclap rang out as 6 bolts of crimson lighting appeared in the air before crashing down toward the 5 Shuehe clones and the crimson figure. At the same time, a loud buzzing sound rang out from the entire formation, and thick pillars of light erupted into the sky all around it, creating a massive cage of light, while the gigantic net up above also began to slowly descend. A burst of cackling rang out from the crimson figure's body, and he swept a sleeve upward, releasing 6 streaks of crimson light that destroyed the 6 bolts of lightning in a flash. Immediately thereafter, countless bursts of crimson mist surged out of his body, sweeping up the 5 Shui clones before speeding away toward the edge of the cage of light as a sea of crimson mist. The elderly man's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he quickly switched to a different hand seal, upon which a white sword projection that was several thousand feet in length erupted out of his body. He then fused as one with the sword projection before hurtling directly toward the sea of crimson mist, while the short woman turned to the brocade-robed man and asked, "Sect Master Feng, that man has cultivated the blood god arts. What do you plan to do?" "There's no need to goad me, Dimeng. All those who cultivate the blood god arts are sworn enemies of our blood Dao sects and must be killed. So of course I'm not just going to stand by and watch," the brocade-robed man harumphed coldly in response. He then instructed his disciples to release the treasures in their hands, which transformed into giant runes of different colors that began to fly erratically through the air. The brocade-robed man chanted an incantation, and the runes quickly converged along a set trajectory before rapidly intertwining, and within mere moments, a golden formation that seemed to be filled with countless sharp blades had taken shape above him. The short woman was quite pleased to see this, and she swept a sleeve through the air to summon several spirit beast bracelets. Around a dozen massive crimson doves flew out of the spirit beast bracelets, then also pounced toward the sea of crimson mist in the distance at the woman's behest. As for the giant pillars of light that seemed to be extremely far away, they began to slowly converge toward the center under the combined efforts of all of the Blood-Bone sect disciples, and a fierce battle ensued. "We've finally come out, but we still appear to be in the Myriad Moon Mountain range," Hanli remarked as he strode out of the light formation and inspected his surroundings. "While preparing the teleportation formation, I had already done my best to teleport us as far away as possible. Even though we're still in the Myriad Moon Mountain range, we should be on the very outskirts," Fairy Ice Soul said as she also inspected her surroundings with unbridled excitement in her eyes. Anyone who had been trapped in a certain place for so many years would be ecstatic upon being freed. Even if someone were to detect our presence here, it would be too late for them to catch us. I'll summon Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi to this place right away. Do you have any plans, fellow Daoist Ice Soul? Are you going to return to our human race?" Hanli asked. "I've only just reached the Grand Ascension stage, so I'll need some time to consolidate my cultivation base, and I have to refine the treasures I just obtained. As such, I plan to cultivate for a few years in a secluded place before returning to our human race," Fairy Ice Soul replied, clearly having already thought about this. "That's not a bad idea. However, news of the fact that you've obtained Daoist Tian Ding's inheritance will definitely spread very quickly, so you'll have to be careful," Hanli cautioned. "Rest assured, Brother Han, I may be inept compared to you, but I'm still a Grand Ascension stage being, so I'm sure I'll be able to keep myself safe even against powerful enemies as long as I don't fall into any perilous regions," Fairy Ice Soul replied with a smile. "I'm glad that you're confident in your own abilities. I'm going to stay on the Blood Sky continent for a while longer, and I may even make a trip to the Thunder continent, so it could be a very long time until we meet again. Look after yourself in the meantime," Hanli said with a smile as he extended a parting salute. Fairy Ice Soul hurriedly returned the salute, and after also wishing Hanli well, she finally took her leave before departing as a streak of light. Once she had vanished into the distance, Hanli made a grabbing motion to summon a silver talisman, which he gently waved through the air, upon which it immediately disintegrated into a plume of smoke. After that, Hanli descended onto a certain mountain and began to meditate under a huge tree, awaiting the arrival of Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi. Around half a day later, a triangular flying carriage appeared in the distant sky amid a flash of spiritual light, and its passengers were none other than Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi. Hanli reopened his eyes before rising to his feet. Shortly thereafter, news emerged from the Blood-Bone sect, stating that the blood clones formed by the 5 Shui clones had all been destroyed, and the mysterious cultivator of the blood god arts had also been killed. However, Tianjiao and Di Meng had sustained severe injuries in the battle, and only less than half of the disciples who had accompanied them managed to survive. As for Sect Master Feng, he had perished during the battle. At the same time, a rumor began to spread, detailing the fact that a female Grand Ascension stage being from a foreign continent had obtained Daoist Tian Ding's inheritance, and this naturally attracted a lot of interest. Strangely enough, there were no rumors about Han Li at all. It was as if he had never even appeared in the Myriad Moon Mountain range. A year and a half later, two Grand Ascension stage beings of the Blood Sky continent were hovering in the air above an extremely secluded valley in the Qiyun mountain range, appraising a thin young man with an astonished look in their eyes. The young man wore a set of black robes, and he had a pair of thin and long eyes that struck the beholder with a very peculiar sense of emptiness. The young man was currently holding a severed head by its hair, and beneath his feet was a flowing river of blood that stretched as far as the eyes could see. The head had a set of refined and handsome facial features, and even in death, there was still an incredulous look etched onto it. The river of blood was around 300 to 400 feet wide and extremely viscous, but wasn't giving off any bloody odor. Instead, it was releasing an aroma close to that of sandalwood, and those who inhaled scent would immediately feel more alert. A body that had been dismembered into several pieces laid at the black-robed young man's feet, and his legs were plunged into the river halfway up his shins. However, he was as steady as if he were standing on solid ground, and he was appraising the two Grand Ascension stage beings before him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Among the two Grand Ascension stage beings, an imposing purple-armored man seemed to have finally repressed the fear in his heart and roared, "What did you do to us? How did you debilitate our powers so significantly? There's no way Daoist Yen Yu would have been killed so easily had he been at full power. Do you realize that Daoist Yen Yu was an elder of the Helian Trade Guild, one of the premier powers of the entire spirit realm? You killed a core member of the Helian Trade Guild. Even with your powers, your fate is sealed. What's this trade guild supposed to be? If they want to die, then they can come and find me and I'll make them a part of this river just like you two are going to be. As for how your powers were restricted, that has nothing to do with us. The refinement of the Myriad Spirit Blood Seal has only just been completed, and it's still unable to restrain its own aura as it pleases. You've simply been unwittingly intimidated by its aura," the black-robed young man replied in a nonchalant manner. "Nonsense. What kind of treasure could restrict our powers with its aura alone? Even a profound heavenly treasure can't achieve something like this," the purple-armored man countered. "You don't know anything. Profound heavenly treasures may be powerful, but their powers depend on the realm that they were born in. How much power could a profound heavenly treasure from a small realm like this one possibly possess? Ants like you can't even begin to imagine how fearsome profound heavenly treasures born in higher realms are," the black-robed young man replied with undisguised disdain in his voice. The purple-armored man faltered slightly upon hearing this, but a thought then occurred to him and he yelled, "What insolence! I've never heard that our spirit realm is a so-called small realm. It seems like you're from another realm, but even so, do you really think you can oppose the power of an entire realm on your own and slaughter living beings as you please for a blood sacrifice?" Instead of being enraged to hear this, the black-robed young man carefully considered the purple-armored man's words before replying in a serious manner. "It would naturally be impossible for me to slaughter all of the living beings in this entire realm, but if all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings in this realm are only around the same level of power as you three, then it wouldn't be too difficult to kill all of you given some time." The purple-armored man's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Right at this moment, his companion, an elderly man with snake patterns all over his body, suddenly transformed into a giant green four-winged snake before flapping his wings vigorously and flying away as a green thread. In the blink of an eye, he was already over 10,000 feet away, and it seemed that he was on the cusp of escaping. "How foolish. Do you think a mere Grand Ascension stage being like you can escape from my Myriad Spirit Blood Seal?" The black-robed young man cast his gaze toward the fleeing snake, then uttered the word seal, and a mountainous seal projection suddenly appeared above the flying snake amid a flash of crimson light before descending in what appeared to be quite a slow manner. In the instant that the giant seal projection appeared, the flying snake was somehow completely immobilized and could only look on helplessly as the massive projection descended onto its body. As soon as the flying snake came into contact with the seal projection, it let loose a blood-curdling cry, and its body instantly disintegrated into specks of spiritual light alongside the nascent soul of the elderly man within it. These specks of spiritual light were then all absorbed into the seal projection, and as a result the rather blurry projection became a little clearer. However, in the next instant the seal projection vanished into thin air in a flash. Even though the purple-armored man had been through countless ordeals and had great mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be struck by a sense of despair upon seeing this. The black-robed young man was unfathomably powerful, and his own powers had been severely restricted, so there was no chance of victory for him. Even so, he certainly wasn't just going to give up. While the black-robed young man's gaze was still directed toward the distance, the purple-armored man let loose a thunderous roar, and a giant projection with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse appeared behind him amid a flash of azure light. As soon as the projection appeared, it opened its mouth to release countless balls of azure lightning amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps. At the same time he swept both sleeves through the air, releasing around a dozen treasures of different descriptions that exploded in unison as soon as they were released. A dozen or so massive balls of light that resembled scintillating suns emerged before crashing directly toward the black-robed young man with unstoppable might, while the purple-armored man's physical body detonated into a cloud of blood mist to reveal his nascent soul. The nascent soul took a deep breath to instantly absorb all of the blood mist into its own body, then suddenly disappeared into thin air amid a flash of crimson light. In the face of the fearsome attacks being directed toward him, a cold smile appeared on the black-robed young man's face, and he made no effort to evade as he slowly extended a palm forward instead. Chapter 2377. Re-emergence of the six-winged Frost Centipede. A burst of thunderous rumbling rang out, and a giant rainbow light barrier suddenly appeared around 100 in front of the young man. The balls of lightning and scintillating sun struck the light barrier before exploding violently, sending an enormous burst of energy erupting into the heavens, threatening to tear apart and devour everything. In the face of such a fearsome explosion, the rainbow light barrier only flashed slightly but remained completely resolute, keeping the explosive force at bay. Right at this moment the entire sky suddenly dimmed, and a semi-transparent giant hand emerged out of thin air. The hand was smooth and translucent with countless golden runes flashing over its surface, and it made a grabbing motion, upon which the entire sky tremored violently as a burst of indescribable power descended from above. Tens of thousands of feet away, the purple-armored man's nascent soul was suddenly forced to stumble out of thin air. Even though it had already fled this far, its teleportation had suddenly been disrupted by the burst of power descending from the heavens, thereby forcing it to reveal itself before the alarmed nascent soul had a chance to try and teleport away again. The massive hand in the sky swooped down upon it before gently pointing a gigantic pillar-like finger at its head. In the face of the giant finger, the nascent soul disintegrated into specks of spiritual light before it even had a chance to make a sound, and the specks of light were all absorbed by the huge finger. The black-robed young man then waved a hand through the air, and the rainbow light barrier before him crumbled away, but instead of immediately departing he turned toward a certain direction and said, "You've been watching for quite some time now. Isn't it about time you two came out?" However, he was greeted by nothing but silence. So you insist on making me force you to reveal yourselves?" the black-robed young man harumphed coldly as he pointed toward that direction in a casual-looking manner. Red light flashed in the distance, and a bolt of crimson lightning came crashing down, causing the nearby space to ripple violently. "You knew we were here all along?" a stunned voice rang out, seeming out of thin air. Immediately thereafter, a man and a woman appeared amid a flash of spiritual light. Both of them were wearing white robes, and the man had golden and silver spirit patterns etched on either side of his face, which bore a strong resemblance to Han Li. As for the woman, this was an icy beauty with skin as fair as snow. These two were none other than the six-winged Frost Centipede and the Ice Phoenix who had been forced to accompany him on his journey. They were originally on the Thunder Continent, but they had somehow made their way onto the Blood Sky Continent. "You think your pitiful concealment abilities can fool me? What a joke." Having said that, the two of you are quite interesting. Both of you possess mutated ice attribute true spirit bloodlines. That's very rare even in the true immortal realm. I'm in a good mood today so I can spare you two. From now on, you can be my spirit slaves. I just so happen to be missing a couple of servants to run my errands for me in this realm," the black-robed young man said as he appraised the duo with a hint of intrigue in his eyes. "Spirit slaves? You really are a true immortal. But that's impossible. The true immortal realm had lost contact with all other realms countless years ago. How could a true immortal arrive in this realm? The six-winged Frost Centipede exclaimed in an astonished manner. The Ice Phoenix was also quite bewildered to hear this. You think we've lost contact with all realms? We've only lost contact with this small cluster of realms. On top of that, the true immortal realm isn't actually unable to contact your realm. It's just that a heavy price would have to be expended, and it simply isn't worth it under normal circumstances, the black-robed young man harumphed coldly in response. This heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and having witnessed the power displayed by the young man to easily slay those 3 Grand Ascension stage beings, he was almost fully convinced that this man was indeed a true immortal. However, there was no way that he would ever agree to become a spirit slave for anyone. The black-robed young man could see the indecision in his eyes and he chuckled. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. If you don't agree, hee. There's no need for that, I can give you an answer right now. You're dreaming if you think I'll become your spirit slave. I wouldn't consider it even if you kowtowed to me right now. The six-winged Frost Centipede retorted with a hint of mockery in his eyes. How dare you speak to me like this? The black-robed young man could barely believe his own ears, and an astonishing baleful aura erupted out of his body before sweeping forth in all directions. The surrounding space twisted and warped violently in the face of this baleful aura, and there were even thin white spatial rifts appearing, as if this entire space were about to be torn apart. The six-winged Frost Centipede immediately slammed a fist into his own chest upon seeing this, following which a translucent bead encompassed within a ball of blue blood essence was released out of his mouth. As soon as the bead appeared, it transformed into a pair of translucent wings that instantly attached themselves to his back. At the same time, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of glacial light that swept up the Ice Phoenix, then transformed into his Frost Centipede form. However, in addition to the 3 pairs of wings on his back, there was also a 4th pair formed by the bead. He flapped his 8 wings in unison and immediately shot forth as a white thread, vanishing into thin air in a flash, leaving only the sound of an object whistling through the air in the extremely far distance. Such an astonishing movement technique came as quite a surprise even to the black-robed young man, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he scoffed. How foolish! Do you really think this movement technique will allow you to escape from me? As soon as his voice trailed off, the river of blood beneath his feet surged upward in a frenzy before being absorbed into his body down to the very last drop within the span of just a few breaths. As a result, his aura was enhanced by several-fold, yet just as he was preparing to give chase, countless purplish golden runes suddenly appeared around him before forming a shimmering golden chain that sprang toward him in a flash. His expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but for some reason he made no effort to evade. Thus, the chain wound itself around his body, and the fearsome aura that he was releasing instantly dissipated. At the same time, his face paled slightly as he threw up a mouthful of silver blood essence, and only then did the purplish golden chain disappear. He cast his gaze toward the direction that they had fled in and murmured to himself, "This may only be a small realm, but as expected, I still can't contend with the restrictive power of an entire realm. Having said that, even if I only use a small portion of my power, there's no way those two would be able to get away. There has to be an interval of several months between blood sacrifices anyway, so I might as well take this time to have some fun with those two. I hope they'll actually put up some decent resistance so they can entertain me for a while." As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a rainbow cloud appeared beneath his feet before carrying him through the air. He wasn't flying very quickly and he seemed to be very calm and relaxed. 2 days later, the 6-winged Frost Centipede and the Ice Phoenix were meditating in a crude temporary cave abode erected within the belly of a small mountain. After a long while, the 6-winged Frost Centipede finally opened his eyes before exhaling a burst of white glacial chi. The Ice Phoenix also opened her eyes upon sensing this before appraising him with a complex expression. "Have you recovered the energy you expended earlier? Even the average Grand Ascension stage being wouldn't have been able to easily unleash that movement technique. It's a good thing that you obtained that treasure that formed a 4th set of wings for you. Otherwise, there's no way we could have escaped." I didn't just sit around and twiddled my thumbs during my years in the primordial world. I encountered several significant opportunities during my journey, and there's no way I'll be willing to become a spirit slave to anyone, even a true immortal. As for the energy I expended, don't worry about that. The plain Yin star chi that I absorbed is still within my body, so I can replenish my energy in no time. However, if I can track down the plain Yin race and learn their method for communicating with the power of stars to attain a true immortal body, I'll be able to contend even with a true immortal. The six-winged Frost Centipede harumphed coldly. I guess you can only blame your bad luck. The plain Yin race had always resided on the Thunder Continent since ancient times. Who would have thought they would suddenly decide to mass migrate to the Blood Sky continent? Even so, surely it would be delusional to count on them to help you oppose a true immortal, the Ice Phoenix said in a cold voice. If this were a true immortal at the height of his powers, then there would be no hope for me at all. But a true immortal that descends into this realm will be restricted by the power of the realm. As such, he'll only be able to unleash 30% to 40% of his power at most, which would make him comparable in power to only some of the more powerful true spirit beings, and that's definitely manageable. Just give me several more centuries and... Crap, he's catching up again. The six-winged Frost Centipede suddenly exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. He immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of glacial light, which dragged the Ice Phoenix over to his side. He then opened his mouth to release that translucent bead, transforming into a giant 8-winged centipede before fleeing out of the cave abode as a white thread. A short while later, the black-robed young man appeared in the distance atop his rainbow cloud. He appeared to be moving quite slowly, but that wasn't actually the case at all, and he arrived above the mountain after just a few flashes. He glanced down expressionlessly at the mountain, and a cold smile appeared on his face before he flew away atop the rainbow cloud again, departing in the same direction that the six-winged Frost Centipede had fled toward. It seemed that this true immortal really did have a way to track the duo. Even after such a long time, he was still able to find their location with unerring accuracy. Thus the pursuit continued. Due to that movement technique being used by the six-winged Frost Centipede, there was a vast speed disparity, but no matter how much distance was opened up between them, the black-robed young man would always be able to catch up in a few days like a cat toying with a mouse. The six-winged Frost Centipede was extremely alarmed by this, but no matter how he examined the Ice Phoenix's and his own body, he couldn't find any tracking marks. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated this true immortal after all. As such, he could only continue to expend the plain Yin star chi that he had recently manifested to flee from their pursuer. 3 months later, the six-winged Frost Centipede was on the verge of collapse, but the black-robed young man suddenly disappeared and didn't reappear for several days. The six-winged Frost Centipede and Ice Phoenix were naturally ecstatic to see this, thinking that they had finally shaken off their pursuer. Thus, they hurriedly found a secluded location where the six-winged Frost Centipede was able to replenish his own energy, but half a month later, the black-robed young man appeared in the nearby area again, and the two of them could only continue their life on the run. In a secluded hall in the headquarters of the Helian Trade Guild on the Blood Sky continent, Bai Ying was seated behind a purple wooden table, appraising a jade slip that he had just received with a dark expression. Moments later, he finished reading the contents of the jade slip before setting it down, then clapped his hands together, and a blurry humanoid figure immediately appeared amid a gentle breeze. The figure extended a deep bow toward Bai Ying, who asked, "What happened? Why did it take you so long to report fellow Daoist Yen Yu's death to me?" According to our sources, Senior Yen Yu met up with 2 other Grand Ascension stage seniors before venturing into the Qiyin mountain range to investigate the disappearance of the 8 nations and 19 sex populations. However, it was only several months later that we received news that they had tracked down the suspected culprit. After that, no further news was received. Thus, we ventured into the Qiyin mountain range with the sole badges of those 3 seniors, but not long after we entered the mountain range, all 3 badges shattered in unison. Only then did we realize that the 3 of them had already fallen, but their deaths had somehow been concealed. After investigating for around another month, we finally tracked down the residual auras of the 3 seniors in a secluded location, and it seemed that a fierce battle had taken place there and that they had all perished at around the same time, but they only seemed to have a single opponent. This is an extremely important matter, so we didn't dare to report back to you until we were sure that our information was correct, the blurry figure explained. It's quite incredible that someone was able to repress the reactions of soul badges, even if it's only for a short time. At the very least, I've never heard of something like this in all my years. Fellow Daoist Yen Yu and the others were only considered to be average among Grand Ascension stage beings, but there are definitely no more than 10 known beings on the Blood Sky continent capable of killing all 3 of them at once on their own. Aside from myself, none of the other elders of the guild would have been able to accomplish this. It looks like the culprit behind the blood sacrifice is a truly fearsome being, Bai Ying said with a cold look in his eyes. If the culprit had only sacrificed the nations and sects of the Qiyun mountain range, then that would be the end of the matter. With his fearsome might, none of the other powers would be willing to seek revenge against him. However, we've just received news that he appeared again in the Great Dragon Nation around half a month ago and created another boundless river of blood by sacrificing the entire population of that nation. As a result, the Blood-Bone sect and several other major powers were forced to step in. Apparently, these powers have been interacting frequently these past few days, and they seem to be planning to assemble a devil-slaying squad of Grand Ascension stage beings to hunt down this menace. We've also received letters from the involved parties requesting for our trade guild to join them, the blurry figure explained. So the Blood-Bone sect and the other super sects are finally willing to step in. It looks like things are truly escalating. Our trade guild will stay out of this matter for now, but we can't just not do anything. I'll get Elder June to join this devil-slaying squad, but to prioritize his own safety above all else and take care not to directly oppose that menace. Our trade guild has already lost fellow Daoist Yen Yu, and that's a severe blow, Bai Ying decided. Yes, I'll notice Elder Jean Yiming right away, the blurry figure said with a respectful bow. Also, it's almost time for our match against the Infernal Realm, so begin making preparations and summoning our representatives. If it weren't for the fact that I have to stay in the guild and prepare for the upcoming match, I would be tempted to see for myself just what kind of menace has sacrificed so many living beings, Bai Ying harumphed coldly. Rest assured, Senior, I'll get everything arranged. Among our representatives, Elder Wen Xinfeng is in this area, and Master Lei has already arrived on the Blood Sky continent and is in temporary seclusion in one of our trade guild's branches. According to our sources, Senior Han seems to be traveling around the Tidefall grassland area in search of the ancient altars nearby. The only concern lies with Senior Xuexia. Ever since he entered the legendary Thousand Steps maze a year ago, he still hasn't returned. Could it be that he's been trapped in there like everyone else? The blurry figure speculated in a hesitant voice. Rest assured, Xuexia's powers aren't inferior to my own, and with his steadfast nature, there's no way he would have ventured into that maze had he not had full confidence that he would be able to escape from it. Once the agreed time arrives, I'm sure he'll show up, Bai Ying replied. In that case, I'll send out messages to Master Lei and Senior Han, then get the members of our branches to arrange their teleportation to the entrance of that small world, the figure said. All right, go ahead, Bai Ying agreed with a slight nod. Spatial fluctuations erupted in front of the wooden table once again, and the blurry figure vanished after extending a parting bow. Following his departure, Bai Ying reached out toward a pile of jade slips on the table in an absent-minded manner. However, right at this moment, a dull thump suddenly rang out from within his body, and his expression changed drastically as his outstretched hand stiffened in midair. Only after a long while did he take a deep breath before withdrawing his hand and pressing it against his own waist. A green jade box immediately flew out amid a burst of green light, then hovered in the air before him. The surface of the box was riddled with countless spirit patterns, as well as several golden talismans that were flashing with faint spiritual light. Bai Ying's expression changed slightly as he quickly made a string of hand seals before pointing a finger toward the jade box, upon which the golden talismans were removed at his behest. The lid of the box also flew up on its own, revealing a strange-looking flat round disc. The disc was as pristine white as jade with a crimson formation engraved on its surface, at the center of which was a black and white yin-yang diagram. The disc seemed to possess some type of mystical property that struck the beholder with a sense of captivation. Only after appraising the disc for a long while did Bai Ying grit his teeth before reaching into the jade box. As soon as his finger came into contact with the red formation, it immediately cracked as if it were extremely fragile, and the yin-yang diagram at its very center completely shattered at the same time. I didn't think the legends would ring true. I've been using my blood essence to refine this treasure ever since I reached the Grand Ascension stage. Who would have thought that it would actually display a premonition? Could this have something to do with the upcoming match against the Infernal Realm, Or am I about to face another tribulation designed by fate? Bai Ying murmured to himself as he stared at the round disk with a dark expression. After a long silence, Bai Ying harumphed coldly, "Humph, my life is in my own hands, not in the hands of some predetermined fate. Even if this treasure really is as accurate as the legends suggest, there's still a chance that I could survive. However, I'll definitely have to prepare some more measures in addition to the ones I've already prepared." He then released a burst of green light from the jade box, and the box itself remained unharmed, but the white formation plate within it immediately disintegrated into dust. Chapter 2379. Imminent battle above a certain giant lake in the renowned Tidefall grassland on the Blood Sky continent. Han Li and the others were flying through the air in a nondescript flying boat. Han Li was standing at the very front of the boat in an expressionless manner, while Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huasher were standing behind him with dejected expressions. A short while ago they had just tested the final ancient altar on the grassland, but were disappointed to find that it still wasn't the one they were searching for. All of a sudden, a clear buzzing sound rang out from Han Li's body. His expression changed slightly as he released a blue formation plate out of his sleeve, and around a dozen shimmering silver characters appeared on the object's surface. "Let's go to the nearby Pegasus City," Han Li immediately instructed. Patriarch Huasher was rather surprised to hear this, but he immediately obliged, controlling the flying boat to fly toward another direction. "What happened, Senior Han? Could it be that the match against the Infernal Realm is about to begin?" Zhu Guer asked. Han Li hadn't told her everything about this upcoming match, but he had revealed some inconsequential information about it to her. Thus she didn't know the exact details involved, but she did know that Han Li had to fight a certain group of powerful beings at a certain time and place. "That's right. I benefited from the Helian Trade Guild in the past, so I can't revoke my promise now," Han Li replied. "Even with so many Grand Ascension stage beings among its ranks, the Trade Guild is still requesting your assistance. It's clear that this is going to be no ordinary match. Please be careful, Senior Han," Zhu Guer said in a concerned manner. "Don't worry, with my current powers, there shouldn't be many beings in the world who can pose a threat to me. Even if I can't defeat my opponent, I'll definitely be able to at least get away safely," Han Li said with a confident smile. Both Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huasher were quite reassured by Han Li's display of confidence. Half a month later, Han Li's trio arrived at a giant city on the outskirts of the grassland. In contrast with normal cities, there were rows of thick dark green bamboo trees planted outside the city wall to form another wall of bamboo that surrounded the entire city. There were gray Pegasus statues that were over 100 meters tall situated at roughly 500-meter intervals along the city wall. And not only were they extremely lifelike, all of them were in different poses. Instead of landing at the city gate, Han Li's flying boat flew directly over the city wall before crashing into the invisible restrictions over the city, much to the astonishment of countless low-grade and mid-grade cultivators down below. However, the flying boat only descended slightly before continuing on toward the center of the city. "That's a Grand Ascension stage, Senior," many of the people down below immediately exclaimed. The astonishment on the faces of the guards on the city wall also transitioned into respectful expressions upon seeing this. There was no way that a body integration stage being would be able to allow a flying boat to completely disregard a city's flight restrictions. Only someone at or above the Grand Ascension stage would be able to accomplish this. Most cities had rules prohibiting outsiders from flying in the city, but Grand Ascension stage beings and even some powerful body integration stage beings could naturally ignore such rules. Of course, the number and caliber of powerful beings guarding a city differed from city to city. Pegasus City wasn't a huge city, but there were no Grand Ascension stage beings within its walls. There were only several body integration cultivators in the city, and the guards certainly wouldn't dare to oppose a Grand Ascension stage being. Thus, Han Li's trio quickly arrived in front of a massive building at the center of the city that bore the symbol of the Helian Trade Guild before the flying boat was stowed away. As soon as they began to descend from above, 2 rows of people immediately emerged from the building with respectful expressions. All of them extended deep bows toward Han Li, and a gray-haired elderly man who appeared to be around 60 to 70 years of age said in a respectful voice, "We pay our respects to Senior Han. We were made aware of your imminent arrival several days ago, and have already prepared the teleportation formation. Would you like to take a rest before setting off, Senior Han?" I see your trade guild is very efficient. There's no need for any rest. Prepare for teleportation right away, Han Li instructed. All right, please come with me, senior, the elderly man replied with another respectful bow. Han Li nodded in response before making his way toward the entrance of the building, followed closely by Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huasher. A short while later, Han Li arrived in a secluded underground hall, at the center of which stood a silver formation that was riddled with spirit runes. Han Li quickly inspected his surroundings and his brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "Will this formation take me directly to the small world?" "Indeed, senior. Master Bai Ying arranged for all of our trade guild's representatives to meet in the small world," the elderly man replied. "In that case, I'm sure the preparations on fellow Daoist Bai's end are complete. Begin the teleportation," Han Li instructed with a smile before stepping into the formation, as did Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huasher. The elderly man gave an affirmative response before summoning an azure jade badge, which he waved through the air to release a streak of silver light that vanished into the formation in a flash. In the next instant, the entire formation began to emit a faint buzzing sound, and Han Li's trio vanished amid a flash of silver light. Silver light flashed within a formation surrounded by lush greenery in another world, and Han Li's trio re-emerged. "You finally arrived, Brother Han. How have you been these past few years?" A voice rang out from behind the nearby trees, following which one of the trees suddenly split apart into two people. The duo was comprised of a green-robed elderly man with a smile on his wizened face, and a young brocade-robed woman who was quite elegant and refined appearance, and was holding a small silver beast in her arms. Han Li could sense a familiar aura from the elderly man and he asked, "Fellow Daoist Bai Ying?" "That's right, it's me. I hope you aren't holding any grudges over the test I implemented during our first meeting. We'll be counting on you during this match," Bai Ying said with a smile. "Of course, Brother Bai. I agreed to participate in this match, so I'll be sure to do my best," Han Li replied with a smile. Bai Ying then turned to the young woman beside him and introduced, "This is Elder Wen Xinfeng of our Trade Guild's panel of elders, and she hails from the Illusion Heart sect. Her powers rank near the top of all of our elders on the Blood Sky continent, and she's also one of our Trade Guild's representatives for this match." The Illusion Heart sect? I've heard that this is the largest sect in the northern region of the Blood Sky continent. The sect doesn't have many disciples, but all of them are top-tier beings at their respective cultivation bases, Han Li said as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Having roamed the Blood Sky continent for several years, he had become rather familiar with some of the major powers on the continent. This was a powerful being from a sect that was not inferior to the Bloodbone sect, so it was rather counterintuitive that someone like her would join the Helian Trade Guild, and that was the reason for his surprise. Wen Xinfeng seemed to have sensed Han Li's befuddlement, and she smiled as she explained, "The founding father of our sect came from our trade guild, and ever since our sect was founded, it had always been a strong ally of the trade guild, so it's only natural that I became an elder of the guild." "I see, that does make sense," Han Li said as an enlightened look appeared on his face. "Please come to my abode to take a good rest, Brother Han. There are only 2 months left until the match against the Infernal Realm, and fellow Daoist Lei and fellow Daoist Xuan should be arriving soon. If you have any needs, feel free to state them and our trade guild will do our best to fulfill those needs," Bai Ying said as he led Han Li's trio toward a small path. "I'll be sure to do so, Brother Bai," Han Li replied with a smile. Thus, the group soon emerged from the surrounding forest before arriving in front of a massive cluster of buildings akin to a stronghold. This is one of the large settlements our trade guild has set up in this world, and it's the one closest to the area controlled by those beings of the Infernal Realm. Their territory is only hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, and the match will be taking place on the border between the territories under each side's control. When the time for the match comes, the armies of both sides will also be mobilized so as a safety precaution. Bai Ying began to introduce the current circumstances while leading Han Li's group toward the stronghold. There were over 100 armored warriors stationed at the gate of the stronghold, and there were also some human-beast hybrid puppets that were roaming the city walls, which were over 1,000 feet tall and resembled sheer cliff faces. Lights of all types of different colors were flashing above the stronghold, and restriction fluctuations encompassed the entire area, making it apparent that the stronghold was very tightly guarded. With Bai Ying leading the way, the guards at the gate naturally weren't going to stop them. Instead, they quickly extended respectful bows before backing away to either side, granting the group entry to the stronghold. Around an hour later, Han Li found himself situated in a secret chamber on the top floor small stone pagoda at the center of the stronghold. He was currently seated with his legs crossed, meditating to prime himself into the best condition, while Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huasher were standing on guard duty in shifts outside. 2 months passed by in the blink of an eye, and on this day Han Li was meditating in his secret chamber when Zhu Guer's respectful voice sounded outside the secret chamber. "Senior Han, Master Bai Ying is inviting you to go and see him, and the messenger says that the match is about to commence soon." Han Li opened his eyes and replied calmly, "All right, I'll be there right away. This could be a dangerous trip, so you and Huasher can stay here for now." Immediately thereafter, he rose up as a streak of azure light and vanished through the door of the secret chamber in a flash. Around an hour later, Han Li arrived at a hall at the center of the stronghold, which was also the largest building in the entire stronghold. There he met Bai Ying, Wen Xinfeng, and a silver-armored man with a cold expression. "This is Brother Lei Yuan, the manager of our trade guild on the Thunder Continent, so his status is identical to mine on the Blood Sky Continent. Fellow Daoist Xue Xia encountered some trouble during his trip here, but he should be here tomorrow at the latest. For now we'll be going on ahead. Does anyone have any objections?" Bai Ying asked after introducing the silver-armored man to Han Li. "You're responsible for this match, so I won't intervene in any way," the silver-armored man replied in an expressionless manner. Han Li and Wen Xinfeng didn't have any objections either. Thus, after a brief discussion, the group made their way out of the hall, where orderly rows of armored warriors were already waiting for them. Furthermore, there were around a dozen giant flat flying treasures above the stronghold that resembled a series of islands, and following an order from Bai Ying, all of the armored warriors immediately rose up into these islands. "That's all the troops we're taking with us?" the silver-armored man asked as his brows furrowed slightly. "Of course not. These are only the troops we're presenting on the surface. As for all of the other troops, they've already been sent to a predetermined location half a month ago. If those ghostly beings are harboring any ulterior motives, we'll make sure they don't get away alive," Bai Ying replied. The silver-armored man nodded in response upon hearing this. Only after all of the armored warriors had entered the giant flying treasures did Han Li and the others fly into the largest of the islands. In the next instant, all of the flying treasures were activated and set off toward the distance. Half a day later, the group of flying treasures arrived above a peculiar mountain range. There seemed to be an invisible line running along the entire mountain range, with the area on one side of the line resembling a lush green paradise, while the other was filled with surging black qi and gusts of yin winds. The giant islands drew to a halt over 100 kilometers away from this imaginary line, following which groups of armored warriors began to exit the flying treasures. They immediately sprang into action, releasing all types of formation tools to begin constructing a giant super formation down below. There were also some who were hurling balls of light of different colors up into the air, and large sections of city walls, as well as buildings of different descriptions began to descend from above, forming a small stronghold in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a series of armed puppets were released from the storage bracelets of the armored puppets, and they immediately began to patrol the city walls. Meanwhile, Han Li and the others had emerged from their giant island and were appraising the imaginary divisive line from afar. "Those 5 mountains that resemble fingers will be the venue for our match. Once the match begins, each of us will go to a mountain, and once everyone is in place, the formation masters from both sides will activate the 2 protective restrictions set up in advance. Only when one side concedes or has perished will the 2 protective restrictions be deactivated," Bai Ying explained with a serious expression. "Could those ghostly beings have tampered with the restrictions in any way?" Wen Xinfeng asked. "Rest assured, both the restrictions are identical and quite simple. After they're set up, the formation masters from both sides will cross-examine the restrictions to ensure that nothing is amiss," Bai Ying explained with a smile. "If one battle concludes very early, will the victor be allowed to participate in other battles?" Han Li asked. "This wasn't discussed, but this match was set up to fight for ownership over this realm, so it should naturally be a reflection of both sides' overall power," Bai Ying replied in a meaningful voice. Even though the response was rather vague, a knowing smile appeared on Han Li's face as he replied, "I understand." There are no rules for this match. You can use whatever means available to kill or defeat your opponent. Of course, at our level, defeating an opponent of the same caliber may not be that difficult, but it would most likely be very hard to actually kill an opponent. On top of that, our opponents are going to be very powerful, and their cultivation arts and secret techniques are all very different from ones that we normally see, so do be careful, Bai cautioned. Rest assured, Brother Bai, it's not like I haven't faced these ghostly beings in the past. I've already specifically prepared several treasures that'll suppress their abilities, and I'm sure these treasures will be effective even if our opponents are more powerful than normal ghostly beings. When Xinfeng replied with a smile as she stroked the small beast in her arms. Bai Ying was ecstatic to hear this. Your abilities already have a suppressive effect on those ghostly beings. Now that you've also prepared some special treasures, I'm sure your chances of securing victory will be very high. I wouldn't be so sure of that. I've heard that the 10 monarchs of the Netherworld are the most powerful ghostly beings in the entire infernal realm. They're definitely going to present very stern opposition. When Xinfeng replied with a shake of her head. You're far too modest, Fairy One. Our opponents are no ordinary beings, but neither are we. I'm sure the outcome of the match will be in our favor. You can all go and rest for now. I'll send out some people to set up the restrictions on the 5 mountains once fellow Daoist Xuan arrives. I'm sure those ghostly beings have also arrived on the other side. Bai Ying said as he cast his gaze toward the surging black qi on the other side of the divisive line. At the same time, there were close to 100 white mountains, that were each over 10,000 feet tall, hovering in the sky several hundred kilometers within the vast expanse of black qi. The mountains were surrounded by countless ghostly shadows and Yin souls. Someone with a spirit eye ability would be able to see through these Yin winds to identify that these white mountains were piles of countless white bones with flames burning all over their surfaces. There were also some openings on the mountains, through which powerful ghostly beings were entering and exiting incessantly. In contrast with all of the other mountains, the Bone Mountain at the very center had thousands of armed ghostly beings patrolling around it. Within a crimson hall at the very center of the Bone Mountain were several indistinct black shadows discussing something while seated on black chairs. Why have the 5 of us been made to come all this way just for a small world? Aren't we overestimating them? Just give me an army of 1 million troops and I'll raze their entire stronghold to the ground. There's no need for this farcical match, a tall and broad figure said in a cold voice. Don't underestimate them. If they were that easy to deal with, then the ghostly monarchs overseeing this matter wouldn't have sustained injuries during their battles against the powerful beings of the other side, and our forces wouldn't have been prevented from being able to progress beyond this point. They're definitely going to be sending out the most powerful beings among their ranks as well, so don't get complacent. If we lose here, we'll become laughing stocks to the others and we'll have to answer to Brother Ming Xiong, a slender black shadow retorted. That suits me just fine. My 5-Yin Lockhart hammer just so happens to be missing the soul of a powerful being as a tool spirit. If I can kill one of them, then that issue will be resolved, the first figure replied in a nonchalant manner. It's a pity that Brother Ming Xiong is in the midst of a battle against the Night Ghost race over another Yin realm and can't make it today. Otherwise, with his powers, our opponents wouldn't have any chances, a third shadow sighed. The Night Ghost race is very powerful, and it's said that their chieftain possesses unfathomable powers, so only Brother Ming Xiong can oppose him. In contrast with this small world, which will require many years of evolution before it becomes truly valuable to us, that Yin realm is naturally more important, the slender figure replied. Seeing as we're all here, all of us will be participating in the match in a few days. With our powers, our chances of victory should be at least 70% to 80%. The main issue is whether the other side will abide by the agreement and hand over their territory to us after we win. Have you prepared all of our backup measures, 7 orifices, Monarch? Another black shadow spoke for the first time in a sinister voice. The other black shadows reflexively sat up straighter and fell silent upon hearing this voice. Chapter 2381. Netherworld MonarChapter Menace. Rest assured, all of the preparations are complete, and our army has also reached the predetermined destination. It's a pity that their realm is a main realm that we're unable to convert. Otherwise, we'd be able to directly invade their realm through that realm entrance. Having said that, it's a good thing that we can resolve this through this match. After all, aside from this small world, we have no other conflicts of interest with them, the final short figure replied in a voice akin to that of an infant. Through searching the souls of the living beings we captured, I discovered that their realm seems to belong to a cluster of realms that has already lost contact with the true immortal realm for countless years. If it weren't for an incident that occurred in this small world that just so happened to connect it with our two main realms, we wouldn't even be able to come into contact with them. It's exactly because of this that their cultivation conventions shouldn't have changed much since ancient times, and they could possess many cultivation arts and secret techniques that are very rare in other realms. This is why Brother Ming Xiong sent all 5 of us here at once. On one hand, he wants us to claim sole ownership over this small world, and at the same time he also wants us to learn some things while battling our opponents. Haven't you realized that the 5 of us have all been stuck at bottlenecks for many years? The authoritative shadow said. The burly shadow's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. In that case, we really have to thank Brother Ming Xiao for being so thoughtful. It's a rare opportunity to witness ancient cultivation arts. Hopefully they won't disappoint us. Alright, seeing as there are no other issues, let's end things here for today and go back to rest. Tomorrow we'll send out some people to communicate with our opponents and set up the required restrictions in preparation for the upcoming match, the authoritative shadow declared. All of the other shadows nodded in agreement. The next morning, groups of armored warriors and menacing ghostly beings appeared on the 5 mountains, and they were all busy at work. Only after half a day had passed did the formation masters on both sides complete the protective restrictions, and cross-examination took place thereafter. Several hours later, all of the formation masters left the mountains, with each side leaving only a few guards at the location. Another day passed, and just as Han Li was making his way toward the hall of the stronghold, he finally met the vastly renowned Xuan of the Blood Sky continent. This was a gray-robed middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, but Han Li was able to clearly sense the extremely fearsome baleful aura within Xuan's body, which was quite alarming even to Han Li. Before Han Li had a chance to say anything to Xuan, they were called out of the hall by Bai Ying and flew into one of the giant islands up above. In the next instant, the massive flying treasure set off, and shortly thereafter, it stopped less than 10 kilometers away from the 5 mountains. Immediately thereafter, Han Li and the others appeared directly above the island before peering into the distance. A burst of rumbling rang out within the black chi on the other side of the divisive line, and a giant bone mountain emerged before also stopping near the 5 mountains. A burst of black chi then emerged from the summit of the bone mountain, within which were several black shadows of different statures. Bai Ying's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he glanced up at the sky before falling still again. Han Li and the others were also appraising the giant mountain in an expressionless manner. After a long while, the scintillating white sun in the sky suddenly dimmed slightly, and the armored warriors and ghostly beings near the mountains immediately scattered in unison, quickly retreating back to their own sides. Bai Ying's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he said, "It's time, fellow Daoists. Regardless of the outcome of this match, we'll be sure to issue all of you the promised compensation." "That's all I needed to hear," Xuan said with a faint smile, then flew toward one of the mountains as a streak of crimson light. "Have you prepared the item that I want as well?" the silver-armored man asked. "Rest assured, Brother Lei, the item has already been tracked down and is awaiting your collection." The silver-armored man was very pleased to hear this, and a dark cloud abruptly emerged beneath his feet amid a rumbling thunderclap before also carrying him toward one of the mountains. As for Wen Xinfeng, she tossed the small beast in her arms forward, and it immediately transformed into a giant winged silver sable that flapped its wings and shot forth as a streak of silver light, carrying Wen Xinfeng on its back as it flew toward the distance. Meanwhile, Han Li cupped his fist in a salute toward Bai Ying before taking a step forward, upon which he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant he reappeared over 1,000 feet away, and after a few more flashes he arrived above the second mountain from the left. Everyone seemed to have intentionally left the mountain in the very middle for Bai Ying, whose sleeves expanded as he sprang forward, gently flying through the air as if he had transformed into a massive bird. At the same time, 5 figures were also approaching the 5 mountains from within the black chi on the other side of the divisive line. As Han Li set foot on the peak of the second mountain, a ball of black chi was already rapidly descending toward him. A resounding boom rang out, and the mountain tremored slightly as a burly figure emerged within a huge crater up ahead. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he appraised his opponent, upon which he discovered that the burly man was enshrouded within a black shadowy barrier, making it impossible to glean his true features. Han Li could only just barely make out a shadowy figure with a pair of massive curved horn on his head, and limbs that were far longer than that of the average person, as well as a pair of crimson eyes that were filled with boundless ferocity, resembling the eyes of a fearsome beast. You made the right choice by picking the mighty Netherworld monarch Menace as your opponent, kid. I'm going to make sure you die a painless death. The burly figure chuckled coldly as he appraised Han Li intently with his ferocious eyes. Netherworld monarch Menace. I'm looking forward to seeing if you can back up your words with your actions, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound rang out around the entire mountain, following which over 100 pillars of light rose up into the sky in unison, then transformed into a pair of massive 5-colored light barriers that encompassed the entire mountain. Han Li released his spiritual sense toward the light barriers, only for it to be immediately repelled. As a result, he was unable to keep any tabs on the battles on the neighboring mountains. It seemed that this restriction was designed so that each pair of combatants could focus on their battle without being distracted by other battles. Just as this thought crossed Han Li's mind, Netherworld monarch Menace looked up at the light barriers before suddenly letting loose a low roar. An extremely fearsome aura immediately erupted from his body before rising up into the sky as a black tornado. However, the tornado was then quickly torn apart down the middle, and Netherworld monarch Menace was fully revealed to be a giant figure that was over 30 feet tall with the head of a cow and a human body. He had gray skin and was wearing a suit of black armor that was riddled with countless sharp spikes. He was wielding a red mace refined from some type of unknown material in one hand, and he was also wearing a shimmering golden nose ring. Interesting. You refined this body after possessing the body of a beast. In that case, you must be very confident in your physical body, Han Li remarked with a faint smile. Why don't you come and test the power of this body for yourself? Netherworld monarch Menace chortled as he swung his red mace through the air like lightning several times in succession. A string of resounding booms immediately rang out above Han Li, and several pavilion-sized mace projections appeared out of thin air before crashing down in unison. Even before they had actually arrived, the tremendous force imbued within the projections was sending gusts of fierce winds sweeping down from above. However, Han Li didn't even bother to raise his head as he extended a shimmering golden fist upward in a casual-looking manner, releasing a golden fist projection that clashed with the enormous force crashing down upon him. An earth-shattering boom rang out as white shockwaves and golden light intertwined, and the mace projections and golden fist projection were destroyed in unison. Netherworld monarch Menace's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this. Oh, your physical body is quite powerful as well. Even though he had used only around 10% to 20% of his full power, it was clear from Han Li's nonchalant display that he hadn't used much power either in that punch. And that was rather surprising to Netherworld monarch Menace, who had always been renowned in the infernal realm for his physical prowess. Before he had a chance to do anything else, Han Li suddenly made a grabbing motion, and an azure longsword appeared in his grasp amid a flash of azure light before being slashed through the air, releasing countless azure threads that swept toward Netherworld monarch Menace with ferocious might. Netherworld monarch Menace's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he brandished his mace in front of himself in a casual manner before taking a deep breath and letting loose a deafening roar. In the face of this thunderous roar, the space before him twisted and warped, forming a semi-transparent light barrier. The azure thread struck the light barrier like a torrential storm, only to instantly vanish into it without a trace. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and the azure longsword in his hand elongated to around 10 feet in length at his behest before being slashed through the air again. All of a sudden, a sword projection that was over 100 feet in length appeared above Netherworld monarch Menace before crashing down from above. Netherworld monarch Menace gave a cold harumph as he lashed out upward with his mace without any hesitation. Countless bursts of black chi surged out of the mace in a frenzy amid a burst of ghostly howls, transforming into a black dragon that rose up into the heavens. Even before the azure sword projection had a chance to descend, it was destroyed by the black dragon, which then let loose a rumbling roar as it pounced directly toward Han Li. Han Li's expression remained unchanged at the sight of the black dragon, and all of a sudden, A series of azure flying swords erupted out of all parts of his body before forming an azure sword lotus that was around an acre in size. The petals of the sword lotus slowly blossomed at Han Li's behest, and it then surged toward the black dragon before tearing the dragon into countless shreds with its peerlessly sharp sword chi. As opposed to being enraged by the destruction of the black dragon, Netherworld Monarch Menace chortled with glee. Even though I was only testing you just now, I can see that you're quite a formidable opponent. I'll be able to have some fun in this battle. As soon as his voice trailed off, he brandished his mace again before beginning to chant an incantation. All of a sudden, bright crimson light erupted from his mace, and it transformed into a crimson flag. The flag was comprised of crimson mist, while the flagpole was constructed from a length of white bone. Just the mere sight of the flag struck one with a bone-chilling sensation, and as soon as it took shape, the flag was tossed up into the air by Netherworld Monarch Menace. Countless arcs of black lightning sprang out of the surface of the flag, and 5 shimmering golden skulls suddenly emerged from it. Initially, the skulls were only around the size of average bowls, but they quickly swelled to the size of wagon wheels with crimson flames flashing in their eyes and faint green light being released out of their mouths. Han Li couldn't help but falter slightly upon seeing this. These are true Een devils that I refined from the martial souls of the powerful enemies I've slain. Perhaps you'll have the honor of becoming my 6th Een devil. Netherworld Monarch Menace chortled as he pointed a finger at the skulls up above. The crimson flames in the eyes of the skulls immediately swelled up, and the 5 skulls transformed into 5 ghostly devils, each of which had long purple hair, sharp claws and menacing facial features. On top of that, there were crimson flames burning all over their bodies, and their auras weren't inferior to that of the average Grand Ascension stage being. Go! Netherworld Monarch Menace ordered as he pointed a finger at Han Li, and the 5 golden ghostly devils immediately shot forth toward Han Li as 5 balls of golden light. How interesting! It's quite remarkable that you were able to convert nascent souls into these devilish creatures. However, if you think you're the only one with allies there, then you couldn't be more wrong, Han Li said with a smile. Immediately thereafter he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of golden light, which transformed into purplish golden Jin Tong. Go on, give them the release they deserve, Han Li said. Jin Tong turned toward the 5 oncoming devils with a cold expression, then stomped a foot into midair, and countless streaks of invisible sword chi erupted out of his body in a frenzy. After that, it transformed into a vast expanse of golden light that fused as one with the sword chi before sweeping toward the 5 devils. The most powerful-looking one of the 5 ghostly devils raised its arms and plunged its ghostly claws directly into the storm of sword chi, upon which its fingers and close to half of its arms were instantly shredded by the golden sword chi. These ghostly devils were able to oppose top-grade treasures with their bodies alone, but they were no match for the peerlessly sharp golden sword chi. The ghostly devil was naturally quite stunned by this, and it immediately twisted around before vanishing into thin air in a flash. Meanwhile, the other 4 devils opened their mouths to expel balls of black lightning in a frenzy, quickly combining as one to form a sea of black lightning that clashed with the golden light. Thus, black chi and golden light intertwined, and it was as if there were 2 giant beasts battling with all their might. All of a sudden, around a dozen thick streaks of sword chi erupted out of the golden light in a line, tearing a giant gash into the black chi en route toward the 5 ghostly devils. However, right at this moment, the devil that had just disappeared re-emerged at the gash that had just been torn open. At this point, its arms and hands had completely regenerated, and it immediately opened its mouth to expel a crimson bone bead. Not only was the golden sword chi that struck the bead instantly repelled, it was tainted a crimson color before crumbling away. This bead had the incredible effect of corrupting other treasures, and it quickly released countless bursts of black chi that inundated both itself, as well as the ghostly devil that had just appeared. The sword chi was unable to completely sever the black chi, but the black chi was also unable to repel the sword chi. The 2 clashed over and over again, but neither side was able to gain the upper hand, and thus an impasse ensued. This seemed to have been a complex process, but everything had actually taken place in nothing more than the blink of an eye. Netherworld Monarch Menace faltered slightly at the sight of Jin Tong, and he was stunned that his 5 ghostly devils were only just barely able to oppose Jin Tong's sword chi. What kind of spirit beast is this? Its aura seems rather familiar. Do you think I'd tell you? Han Li asked in a nonchalant manner. Looks like I'll just have to beat you until you tell me." An enraged look appeared in Netherworld Monarch Menace's eyes as he made a hand seal, and he immediately began to swell in size while the black chi behind him intertwined to form a massive ghostly face that was around an acre in size. The ghostly face opened its mouth to release a long streak of black light, which somehow covered a distance of over 1,000 feet in a flash to reach Han Li. In response, Han Li remained still on the spot, but a barrier of divine essence-fused light appeared before him amid a burst of spatial fluctuation. Much to Han Li's astonishment, the gray light barrier was instantly shattered as soon as it was struck by the streak of black light, following which the streak of light rapidly wound itself 7 or 8 times around Han Li's body, forming a giant cocoon around him. A layer of flames erupted over the surface of the cocoon, and it transformed into a giant fireball. However, Netherworld Monarch Menace didn't stop there. Instead, he summoned a giant inky black axe that was several tens of feet in length and releasing a foul odor, and the axe was slashed toward the fireball like lightning. A sharp screeching sound rang out, and a peerlessly sharp axe projection appeared overhead before striking the center of the black cocoon with unerring accuracy. A loud metallic clang sounded, and the spear projection was repelled before shattering into countless pieces. Immediately thereafter, a thunderous roar erupted from within the fireball, and 6 giant furry hands tore the cocoon apart. At the same time, a burst of scorching silver flames surged out of the massive hands, then swooped down to sweep up all of the surrounding flames, following which Han Li was revealed. At this moment he was in his giant golden ape form with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was appraising Netherworld Monarch Menace with a cold expression while silver flames were burning all over his body. Netherworld Monarch Menace was also looking back at Han Li with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes, clearly surprised that his last attack hadn't managed to harm Han Li at all. In the next instant, Han Li's 6 hands clenched up into tight fists, and he unleashed countless golden fist projections, all of which transformed into balls of golden light. Netherworld Monarch Menace harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he let loose another deafening roar to create the same warped light barrier. Thus, the golden balls of light struck the light barrier in a torrential barrage, but on this occasion, all of the fist projections instantly exploded upon clashing with the light barrier, releasing bursts of fearsome power. In the face of such an unrelenting barrage of fist projections, the light barrier was beginning to crack at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. Finally, the light barrier was completely shattered, and all of the fist projections hurtled directly toward Netherworld Monarch Menace. However, Netherworld Monarch Menace made no attempt to evade. Instead, he raised his giant black axe, and it immediately transformed into a massive bone shield amid a flash of black light. At the same time, the giant ghostly face behind Netherworld Monarch Menace blurred before abruptly appearing on the bone shield, then opened its cavernous mouth to release a burst of fearsome suction force. All of the oncoming golden fist projections were swept up by this burst of suction force and drawn into the mouth of the ghostly face, upon which they completely vanished amid flashes of golden light and a burst of incessant rumbling. Chapter 2383. Mighty Ghostly Chi. After devouring all of the golden balls of light, Netherworld Monarch Menace began to chant an incantation, then opened his mouth to release a ball of green blood essence that vanished into the ghostly face in a flash. The ghostly face on the shield suddenly burped, rapidly swelling in stature to resemble a small mountain before biting viciously toward Han Li's direction. The entire sky abruptly dimmed, and it was as if the ghostly face were about to devour the entire mountain. "Devour heaven and earth!" Han Li exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. However, he then raised his 6 hands in unison amid a low roar, releasing a flurry of golden runes that transformed into 6 balls of shimmering golden light. The 6 balls of light instantly teleported over to the mouth of the ghostly face before flying into it in a frenzy. A string of dull thumps rang out as the balls of golden light exploded into countless runes, which instantly formed a golden vortex. The vortex quickly swelled to around an acre in area, and it released countless golden runes amid a string of Buddhist chants. The ghostly face's giant mouth closed around the golden vortex, and both began to glow bright as their powers clashed, creating a mass of intertwining black and golden light that flashed incessantly between the ghostly face and the golden vortex. A serious look appeared on Netherworld Monarch Menace's face for the first time upon seeing this, and he suddenly took a step forward, upon which he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above Han Li, and a giant black foot came stomping down viciously from above alongside a series of balls of crimson light. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he thrust a hand upward in retaliation, and a scintillating golden sun exploded, releasing a burst of enormous power that stopped the giant foot cold in its tracks. However, in the next instant the Netherworld monarch Menace fully appeared up above, and at this point he had transformed into a giant that was over 10,000 feet tall. He lashed out with both arms amid a burst of sinister cackling, and his hands transformed into a pair of dark clouds that swooped down from above with devastating might, releasing a nauseating odor and burst of crimson flames. As opposed to being alarmed by this attack, Han Li was elated to see that Netherworld monarch Menace was attacking with his physical body. He immediately made a hand seal, upon which he swelled to over 1,000 feet tall, and countless silver formations of different sizes appeared all over his body. At the same time, 6 different types of golden weapons appeared in his hands amid a flash of golden light before being swung upward in retaliation. An earth-shattering boom rang out across the entire heavens, and Han Li shuddered as he was forced back a couple of steps, while his 6 golden weapons were completely shattered. As for Netherworld monarch Menace, both of his arms had been reduced to clouds of blood mist, and it seemed that he had come out second best from that clash. However, this injury seemed to have completely stimulated his bloodlust, and instead of retreating he took a step forward with vicious might. Countless black patterns appeared on his calf, then exploded into balls of black chi that transformed into a black dragon that was several hundred feet in length before pouncing directly toward Han Li. At the same time, all of the sharp spikes on his suit of armor shot forth as streaks of crimson light, and he opened his mouth to release a crimson cloud, from within which countless thumb-sized black insects emerged. Each insect was around the length of a chopstick with black exoskeletons and crimson wings. Their mouth appendages were as sharp as scissors, and they swooped down toward Han Li as fast as lightning. Despite this fearsome barrage of attacks, Han Li remained completely unfazed as he rubbed his hands together before raising them upward, releasing 6 bolts of golden lightning. The bolts of lightning transformed into 6 golden pythons, which surrounded the black dragon in a flash. Thus, a fierce battle ensued between the black dragon and the 6 pythons. At this moment the sharp crimson spikes also reached Han Li, who took a deep breath with his 3 mouths in unison before blowing out gusts of fierce azure winds. As soon as the gusts of azure wind swept up the crimson spikes, the latter were sent flying in all directions, completely losing track of their target. However, the swarms of black insects dealt with the azure wind very intelligently, skirting around it after dividing themselves up into around a dozen groups before continuing to fly toward Han Li. Han Li paid no heed to this, and only once the insects were less than 100 feet away from him did the layer of scorching silver flames reappear over his body, then swelled to encompass all of the nearby insects in a sea of flames, instantly incinerating them into ashes. Right at this moment, a burst of black chi appeared behind Han Li, and a thin ghostly claw plunged through the silver flames and protective spiritual light around his body like lightning, then grabbed toward a certain spot on his back. All of a sudden, a silver formation on Han Li's back flashed, and the ghostly claw struck it with unerring accuracy. The claw seemed to be imbued with incredible power, forcing Han Li to stumble forward. However, the silver formation on his back remained completely unscathed. As Han Li was stumbling forward, he swiveled around to lash out with a golden blade projection, which sliced the black chi behind him in half to reveal a monkey-like beast that was around 3 feet tall. This beast had a single horn on its head and a pair of white pupilless eyes. A thin gash ran all the way from the top of its head to its groin, and blood was flowing profusely out of the gash. The monkey-like beast had been sliced in half by the blade projection. However, Han Li didn't stop there. Instead, he lashed out with his 5 other hands to release countless arcs of golden lightning, which formed a golden net before swooping down from above. All of a sudden, the 2 halves of the beast's body transformed into 2 bursts of black chi that shot forth toward either side, passing through the golden lightning net in a flash as if it didn't even exist. Han Li was quite surprised to see this, and he couldn't help but falter slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 bursts of black chi hurtled back in retreat before combining as one again to form the monkey-like beast. The beast gave Han Li a cold look before instantly appearing beside the head of the giant Netherworld monarch Menace, then self-detonated into a burst of black chi that surged up the giant's nostril. As a result, the giant's missing arms were instantly regenerated. That's a second nascent soul. No, it would be more accurate to call it a second soul, Hanli remarked as a cold light flashed through his eyes. You must be quite knowledgeable to have identified it right away. Indeed, this second soul was refined using the remains of an ancient beast. Not only is it completely silent in movement, it possesses strength superior to even my own. What are those formations on your back? The fact that it was able to withstand a full-force attack from my second soul tells me that it's not an ability from the lower realms. Netherworld Monarch Menace chuckled coldly as he shook out his pair of new arms. Why don't you come and find out for yourself? Hanli harumphed coldly in response. At this point, the 6 golden lightning Ws had already torn the black dragon apart, and the giant ghostly face and the golden vortex had destroyed one another after a prolonged struggle. Netherworld Monarch Menace looked up at the 2 light barriers overhead and suddenly chuckled. With that ability at your disposal, I won't be able to pose a threat to you through conventional means. Hehe, it looks like I'll have to use my trump card. As soon as his voice trailed off, he let loose a shrill cry, and the 5 golden ghostly devils that were still locked in battle with Jin Tong suddenly disengaged before flying back toward Netherworld Monarch Menace as 5 golden skulls, then vanished into his giant body in a flash. The 5 skulls then appeared on the giant's neck amid a flash of golden light before chanting different incantations in vastly contrasting voices. As the chanting grew louder and louder, countless black spirit patterns suddenly appeared over Netherworld Monarch Menace's body before transforming into thousands of fist-sized ghostly faces. All of the faces were extremely lifelike and wore a diverse range of different expressions with their eyes, covering every single inch of the giant's body. Immediately thereafter, Netherworld Monarch Menace made a hand seal. All of the ghostly faces slowly opened their eyes amid a burst of sinister cackling. All of a sudden, a streak of golden sword chi appeared out of thin air without any warning before revolving around the giant's head like lightning, then appeared several hundred feet away in a flash, revealing itself to be Jin Tong. Immediately thereafter, the giant's head rolled down from his body, and Jin Tong immediately released countless streaks of invisible sword chi that converged toward the giant's headless from all directions, aiming to instantly tear it into shreds. Right at this moment, the 5 golden heads on the giant's neck opened their mouths to let loose a chorus of sharp screeches. As a result, the space around the giant's headless body warped and twisted, and a shimmering golden light barrier appeared. The barrage of invisible sword chi struck the light barrier in a torrential storm, only to be repelled and completely unable to harm the light barrier. At the same time, one of the ghostly faces on the giant's body vanished, and a new head quickly appeared in the place of the decapitated one amid a burst of black chi. Jin Tong remained completely expressionless upon seeing this, but a cold light suddenly flashed through its eyes, and spatial fluctuation erupted on either side of the giant, following which 2 streaks of sword chi that were over 100 feet in length surged toward him in a crisscross formation. The seemingly indestructible light barrier was instantly vanquished, and the giant was decapitated once again. However, a second ghostly face quickly vanished from the giant's body, and yet another head appeared in the place of the newly decapitated one before cackling in a derisive manner. I have the power of 1,000 ghosts within my body, which means that I have 1,000 lives. Even if you kill me hundreds of times, it won't do anything. Now then, let me see if you can withstand an attack from the power of 1,000 ghosts. As soon as his voice trailed off, all of the ghostly faces on Netherworld Monarch Menace's body suddenly converged toward his arms, following which he made a grabbing motion with both hands in unison. Countless bursts of black chi surged forth, and all of the ghostly faces peeled themselves off the giant's arms before putting on extremely menacing expressions. All of a sudden, the pair of massive claws detached themselves from the giant's arm before swelling to around an acre in size, and one of them shot forth toward Jin Tong, while the other hurtled directly toward Hanli. Jin Tong's expression changed slightly for the first time at the sight of the oncoming giant claw, and it immediately vanished into thin air amid a flash of golden light. However, the giant claw made a grabbing motion, and the countless ghostly faces nearby warped slightly before 5 black chains shot out of the claw's fingertips. The 5 chains suddenly vanished into thin air, then abruptly pulled back, and Jin Tong was wrenched out of space amid a burst of violent spatial fluctuations with the 5 black chains wound tightly around its body. The giant claw immediately gripped onto Jin Tong before attempting to crush Jin Tong in its grasp. All of the ghostly faces around the claw suddenly began to howl loudly, then exploded into bursts of black chi that instantly inundated both Jin Tong and the giant claw. However, in the next instant 2 streaks of invisible sword chi that were over 100 feet in length emerged within the black chi before destroying the giant claw and the black chains, following which Jin Tong sprang out of the black chi as a ball of golden light. However, the countless ghostly faces were reformed within the black chi in a flash, and the giant claw was instantly manifested between them before hurtling toward Jin Tong again. The sword chi being released from Jin Tong's eyes were extremely powerful, but it seemed that the ability couldn't be used too many times, and after it was eradicated by the giant claw a few more times, Jin Tong was forced to retreat as it fought. Meanwhile, the massive claw gave chase without any inhibitions by relying on its immortal body, and a tense chase ensued. At the same time, Han Li was facing the other giant claw, but instead of taking evasive measures, his massive body swelled further in size, and silver formations appeared all over his skin as he lashed out toward the giant claw with his 6 huge golden fists, aiming to destroy the claw with the prowess of his physical body alone. Having activated his 100 Meridian Refinement mantra to its maximal extent, his 6 golden fists were powerful enough to release 6 golden tornadoes that caused the space in their wake to warp and twist violently, presenting an awe-inspiring sight to behold. In the face of such fearsome attacks, the giant claw didn't slow down in the slightest, and all of the ghostly faces around it began to cackle while opening their mouths. As soon as the 6 golden tornadoes reached the massive claw, they were split apart and devoured by the ghostly faces, which swelled drastically in size before releasing a series of black threads out of their mouths, instantly forming a black net. Upon being struck by the 6 giant golden fists, the black net only swayed slightly, but wasn't torn apart, and it took advantage of the opportunity to encompass Han Li's entire body. However, right at this moment, scorching silver flames erupted from Han Li's body, forming a fiery cloud that forcibly kept the black net at bay. Meanwhile, the giant claw reached into the sea of flames without any hesitation, while the black threads being released by the ghostly faces managed to prevent the silver flames from approaching. Thus, the massive claw pierced through the fiery cloud without any impediment before grabbing toward one of Han Li's 3 heads. Even before it had actually reached the head, 5 bursts of black chi surged out of the claw's fingertips, forming 5 black chains that descended from above. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he raised his 3 heads before opening his mouths in unison, releasing 3 gusts of fierce azure winds that blew the black chains off course. Immediately thereafter, the azure wind reached the giant claw, and a string of crisp clangs rang out as the wind transformed into several tens of small azure swords that attacked the claw in a frenzy. However, the giant claw seemed to be indestructible with the support of the power of 1,000 ghosts, and the small azure swords were only able to leave countless faint white marks on its surface. A dull thump rang out as the massive claw finally crushed the protective spiritual light around Han Li, only to be kept at bay by several silver formations that had appeared on the head that it was reaching toward. Countless ghostly faces reappeared on the surface of the huge claw, and a burst of chanting rang out, following which the 5 fingers of the claw abruptly thickened, and the power it was releasing increased by over 10-fold. In the face of such devastating power, even the silver formations were beginning to groan and creak, looking as if they could shatter at any moment. Han Li heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this, and he immediately laid a hand onto the top of his own head, which opened up to release several balls of light of different colors. Each ball of light contained the projection of a different true spirit being, and they evolved through the air before plunging into Han Li's body in a flash. In the next instant, a string of loud booms rang out, and a series of golden scales appeared over Han Li's body amid a flash of purplish golden light. At the same time, a short horn emerged from each of his 3 heads, following which the nearby world's origin chi converged before being funneled toward Han Li in a frenzy. It was clear that Han Li wouldn't be able to defeat Netherworld Monarch Menace through conventional means, so he had finally unleashed his 3rd Nirvana transformation. After completing the transformation, Han Li let loose a thunderous roar before grabbing onto the giant claw with 2 of his hands, then crushed the claw with ease. Immediately thereafter, he opened his mouth to release a burst of golden light, which swept up the net up above before drawing it into his mouth to be devoured. Netherworld Monarch Menace was extremely alarmed to see this, and he hurriedly pointed a finger in that direction. Countless ghostly faces immediately appeared around Hanli once again, and all of them adopted enraged expressions before quickly chanting an incantation. Thus, another giant claw quickly began to take shape among the ghostly faces. "Do you really think you can keep using this trick over and over again?" Hanli harumphed coldly as he lashed out with his 6 fists in unison. Spatial fluctuations erupted all around him, and 6 golden vortexes appeared out of thin air before revolving rapidly on the spot, releasing extremely fearsome suction force and even faint traces of the power of laws. All of the ghostly faces only had a chance to let loose a few anguished wails before they were completely swept into the vortexes. Netherworld Monarch Menace was astonished to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which the ghostly faces that had disappeared from his body reappeared. They then opened their eyes to release green threads of light, converging to form a massive pillar of light that was as thick as a water tank before instantly covering a distance of several thousand feet to reach Hanli. A fierce look appeared on Hanli's face, and he reached a massive scaled hand toward the oncoming pillar of light. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the green pillar of light was stopped cold in its tracks by Hanli's hand, then exploded as a giant ball of light. Once the dust settled, Hanli's hand was revealed again, and it was completely unscathed. Even though he had endured countless battles in the past, Netherworld Monarch Menace couldn't help but be flabbergasted to see this. Just as he was about to unleash some other type of ability, Hanli suddenly made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a dark green longsword immediately appeared amid a flash of green light, then instantly swelled to over 100 feet in length. Hanli then gripped onto the hilt of the sword with all 6 of his hands before slashing it through the air with a solemn expression. Chapter 2385. Buddha Bone Monarch. Several bands of purplish golden light appeared over Hanli's body, and the world's origin chi he had just absorbed surged into the giant green sword in his grasp in a frenzy. A row of silver runes lit up on the blade, and a green crescent sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length swept forth before vanishing into thin air. "That's a profound heavenly treasure," Netherworld Monarch Menace immediately exclaimed upon sensing the law fluctuations being released by the giant green sword, and he hurriedly made a hand seal to try and unleash some type of evasive technique, but it was already too late. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above Netherworld Monarch Menace, and the green crescent reappeared before descending toward him amid a burst of fearsome power of laws. The space around him immediately tightened, and his entire body was immobilized by the power of laws, making him feel as if he had been sealed within a massive ice mountain, rendering all struggles completely futile. The profound heavenly spirit/sword was far more powerful than Netherworld Monarch Menace had anticipated, and none of the profound heavenly treasure he had seen in the past could compare with its power. "I concede. Remove the restrictions," Netherworld Monarch Menace yelled in a horrified manner, and the 2 light barriers encompassing the entire mountain instantly vanished, but the green crescent still continued onward without pause. After attempting to use several types of secret techniques to escape, all to no avail, Netherworld Monarch Menace was finally growing desperate. Power of 1,000 ghosts explode. All of a sudden, the ghostly faces on his body turned a bright red color before exploding amid a string of resounding booms. A cloud of blood mist immediately erupted forth in all directions, greatly nullifying the power of laws in the surrounding area. At the same time, Netherworld Monarch Menace's body rapidly shrank down to its original size, and he struggled free from the binding power of laws before rising up into the air. Hanli gave a cold harumph upon seeing this, and he suddenly lashed out like lightning with his giant green sword. This was an extremely ordinary-looking slash, but the front half of the giant blade vanished as soon as the attack was unleashed. Netherworld Monarch Menace had just evaded the green crescent, but right at this moment, a semi-transparent giant blade projection appeared out of thin air beside him amid a flash of green light, then flashed through the air and sliced his body in half, completely disregarding the protective crimson flames burning over his body. Netherworld Monarch Menace let loose an agonized howl, but he still didn't panic as he made a hand seal, upon which his lower body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. His upper body was enveloped within the blood mist, then vanished on the spot amid a resounding boom. A hint of mockery appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger toward that direction, upon which the green crescent also exploded into countless dark green threads that instantly pierced through the space where Netherworld Monarch Menace had just vanished. Another anguished cry rang out amid a burst of violent spatial fluctuations, and the top half of Netherworld Monarch Menace's body reappeared. However, it was currently riddled with countless holes, resembling a discarded rag. Even so, Netherworld Monarch Menace was still alive, and several powerful treasures were released from his severely ravaged body. The treasures quickly converged around him and he fled toward another direction. However, Hanli had already used his profound heavenly spirit/sword, so he naturally wasn't going to allow his opponent to escape. After flying for just over 10,000 feet, golden light suddenly flashed in front of Netherworld Monarch Menace, and Hanli appeared in complete silence before thrusting a gigantic golden palm toward his opponent. An earth-shattering boom rang out as Netherworld Monarch Menace's defensive treasures and what remained of his body were easily destroyed by the golden palm. All of a sudden, two balls of black chi shot out of his ruined body before fleeing as quickly as they could in different directions. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he swept a finger toward one of the balls of black chi, releasing a streak of azure sword chi that sliced the creature within the black chi in half. It was none other than that monkey-like beast. Immediately thereafter, countless arcs of golden lightning sprang out of the azure sword chi, instantly incinerating the beast into ashes. Without the support of Netherworld Monarch Menace's magic power, this second soul was unexpectedly fragile and was unable to instantaneously regenerate as it had done before. Just as the other ball of black chi was about to escape, a burst of light flashed on either side of it, and a cow-headed serpentine beast stumbled out of bulk chi amid an anguished wail. However, it only managed to rush forward a few more steps before its body completely fell apart, and countless bursts of black chi erupted forth amid a string of ghostly cries. Right at this moment, Jin Tong appeared up above amid a flash of golden light, then raised its hands to release countless streaks of invisible sword chi that eradicated all of the black chi within the span of just a few breaths. Thus, Netherworld Monarch Menace was well and truly dead. At the same time, the lid of one of 10 bluestone coffins situated in an underground hall in another world suddenly exploded, and a shadowy figure abruptly stood up within the coffin as he roared in a furious voice, "Who dared to kill my body? Don't let me run into you. Otherwise, once I forge a new body, I'm going to torture you for all of eternity." The shadowy figure then drifted out of the stone coffin before quickly flying out of the hall. Having reverted back to his human form, Han Li was holding a fist-sized red bead in one hand. The bead was enshrouded within a layer of black chi, and its surface was riddled with countless black spots. The black spots appeared to be completely unremarkable, but after inspecting them with his spirit eyes, Han Li discovered that these were countless miniature ghostly faces. This bead was something that Han Li had secured from the destroyed soul of Netherworld Monarch Menace, and he murmured to himself with a faint smile, "Interesting. This is something that would be worth some careful examination." The bead was then stowed away with a flick of his wrist, following which he turned toward the nearby mountains. All of the other mountains were currently still enshrouded under light barriers, indicating that his battle was the first one to conclude. With that in mind, Han Li cast a meaningful gaze toward the mountain in the middle before flying toward the mountain on his left. If he recalled correctly, that was the mountain that Wen Xinfeng had chosen, and with his assistance she should be able to take care of her opponent in short order. After just a few flashes, he appeared above the light barrier, and he made a grabbing motion to summon a miniature black mountain, which quickly swelled drastically in size before being hurled downward. At the same time, he made a hand seal to release an azure sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length, which came crashing down with devastating might. Jin Tong also followed suit, unleashing countless streaks of invisible sword chi that rained down in a torrential storm. The two light barriers above the mountain were obviously no match for Han Li and Jin Tong's attacks, and they were quickly shattered to reveal the scene down below. As Han Li expected, a fierce battle was still underway on this mountain, and it had been divided into two battlefields. On one battlefield, Wen Xinfeng's flying sable had swelled to close to 10,000 feet in size and was clashing ferociously with a two-headed giant lizard of around the same stature. The flying sable was flapping its wings incessantly with arcs of silver lightning covering every single inch of its body, while the two-headed lizard was releasing crimson flames out of one mouth and surging black chi out of the other. Both creatures were extremely resilient, and even as they clashed over and over again, neither side could gain the upper hand. As for the other battle that was taking place, it was quite a peculiar one. On one side, when Xinfeng was seated within a green bamboo forest while making a hand seal with her eyes closed. Her entire body was enshrouded within a 5-colored robe of light, and there was a white formation plate hovering above her head, from within which countless silver runes were being released. Several thousand feet away from her was a massive sea of blood that was over 100 acres in size, within which was an inky black lotus platform, upon which sat a complete human skeleton. The skeleton was completely covered in blood, and there were even some parts of its body where the flesh hadn't completely peeled away. However, it was making a hand seal with one hand and carrying a crimson bowl with its other hand just like a normal person. Behind the skeleton was a vast expanse of golden light that was around an acre in size with boundless golden flames burning within it. Strangely enough, after unleashing their respective secret techniques and treasures to protect itself, the skeleton was also seated in a completely still manner on the Black Lotus platform, just as when Xinfeng was. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he cast his gaze toward a certain area in between the two with blue light flashing within his eyes. As a result, that seemingly empty area suddenly transformed into two worlds where the direct opposites, life and destruction, coexisted. One world was filled with skeletons formed by black chi wreaking havoc within a sea of crimson flames, while the other world was filled with lush greenery and countless 5-colored butterflies. The two worlds were seemingly divided by an invisible line, and they were clashing incessantly. Either the crimson flames were reducing the trees and butterflies to ashes, or the trees and vines were growing thicker and stronger before sweeping up countless skeletons as fertilizer. The clash between the vastly contrasting worlds was creating a giant vortex at the center that was revolving rapidly, but it was making no sound, as if it were nothing more than an illusion. Impressive. Both of them have begun to master spirit domains. Even though their grasp is very elementary, the average Grand Ascension stage being would definitely be powerless against them. Jin Tong, go and kill that lizard. Leave this Netherworld monarch to me, Han Li instructed. Jin Tong nodded in response before flying toward the two-headed giant lizard down below as a streak of golden light. As for Han Li, he transformed into a giant Xuan Ping that was over 1,000 feet in length with countless arcs of silver lightning flashing over his body, then plunged down from the heavens. In the instant that the light barriers were shattered, both Wen Xinfeng and the skeleton had immediately noticed Han Li and Jin Tong's arrival. Wen Xinfeng was naturally ecstatic while the skeleton's heart sank slightly, and now that Jin Tong and Han Li were getting involved in this battle, it knew that he couldn't just sit around passively any longer. Thus, green flames lit up within its eyes, and it tossed the bowl in its hand high up into the air. The bowl released countless crimson runes in a frenzy, then swelled to the size of a small mountain before hurtling directly toward Jin Tong. At the same time, a thunderous roar rang out within the sea of blood below the skeleton, following which around a dozen giant crimson Ws emerged before hurtling directly toward the huge Xuan Ping. Meanwhile, the skeleton made a rapid string of hand seals before pointing a finger toward the two clashing worlds from afar. All of a sudden, the world that was filled with crimson flames abruptly exploded without any warning, forming an enormous crimson sun that released a sea of flames toward the opposing world. In the face of this self-destructive attack, the trees and vines within the green world warped and twisted violently, and most of the 5-colored butterflies instantly exploded. When Xinfeng was quite alarmed to see this, and she hurriedly made a string of rapid hand seals while flicking a series of incantation seals toward the green world. As a result, she was unable to work with Han Li to attack the skeleton together. The enormous suction force released by the crimson bowl forced Jin Tong to stop cold in its tracks, and in retaliation, it immediately released 2 streaks of translucent light out of its eyes. The 2 streaks of light struck the bowl in a crisscross formation, and 2 huge holes were immediately punched into the bottom of the bowl. After being dealt such a heavy blow, the bowl began to rapidly shrink like a punctured balloon before being sliced up into countless pieces by the 2 streaks of translucent light at Jin Tong's behest. After that, Jin Tong sprang and fused as one with the 2 streaks of light to form a thick pillar of light that reached the 2-headed giant lizard in a flash, then quickly revolved around it like a bolt of translucent lightning. The giant lizard knew that it was in great peril, but the giant flying sable prevented it from being able to take any evasive measures, so it could only release a crimson barrier of flames around its own body. Unfortunately, the flame barrier proved to be completely ineffective, and its body was sliced up into several sections. However, the giant lizard possessed immense life force, and bursts of black chi surged out of the cross-sections of its wounds, attempting to reconnect the severed parts of its body. Right at this moment, the giant sable pounced toward it and locked its front limbs around a section of the lizard's body before biting viciously into it. The giant lizard's body thrashed violently, but it only took a few mouthfuls for the massive sable to devour that chunk of its body before pouncing toward another section in an excited manner. Meanwhile, Jin Tong reappeared nearby and appraised the unfolding scene with a cold expression, displaying no intention of stepping in. Thus, a short while later, the two-headed lizard was completely devoured by the giant sable. Elsewhere, Han Li was facing the dozen or so crimson Ws, and he flapped his wings to release thick bolts of golden lightning from his own body, forming a lightning net that descended toward the opposing W. A hint of derision appeared in the skeleton's eyes upon seeing this. The sea of blood down below was refined from 81 types of filthy blood, and the Ws it manifested were extremely powerful. They couldn't compare with true Ws, but they certainly weren't far away. As such, it was downright delusional to think that a mere net of lightning would be able to vanquish them. These thoughts had only just crossed the skeleton's mind when a string of anguished roars rang out, and it hurriedly looked over in alarm to find that the crimson Ws had been completely destroyed by the net of lightning in an instant. Thus, without any further impediment, Han Li continued to swoop down from above with unstoppable might. "That's divine devilbane lightning," the skeleton exclaimed as it quickly thrust a hand downward, upon which the river of blood below him rumbled before rising up into the sky as a giant wave. At the same time, the Black Lotus platform down below transformed into a ball of black light that encompassed the skeleton before vanishing on the spot. By the time Han Li's golden lightning vanquished the crimson wave, the skeleton was already nowhere to be seen. Upon determining that there was no way that it could oppose Han Li and Wen Xinfeng at once, the skeleton had been extremely decisive and instantly fled. Without the support of its magic power, the Crimson Sun was quickly destroyed by Wen Xinfeng, following which she rose to her feet with a smile on her face. "Thank you for your assistance, Brother Han. If you hadn't stepped in, it would have definitely taken far longer for an outcome to be reached in this battle. However, we can't let that Buddha Bone Monarch get away. If it collaborates with the other ghostly monarchs, then our fellow Daoists will be in severe peril." "Of course, let's give chase right away," Han Li replied as he reverted back to his human form. At this moment, Jin Tong and the giant sable returned to Han Li and Wen Xinfeng in a flash, and the sable's stomach was bulging from its recent meal. Thus, the duo didn't waste any time and immediately rose up into the air with their respective spirit beasts. They could already see that the fleeing Buddha Bone Monarch had flown onto the mountain in the middle, and the golden light above its head was releasing a torrent of devilish flames onto the light barrier down below. The two light barriers only managed to resist for a brief moment before they were destroyed, following which the Buddha Bone Monarch descended onto the mountain down below. When Xinfeng and Han Li immediately gave chase as two streaks of light, and after just a few flashes, they also arrived above the same mountain. However, the scene down below came as quite a surprise to both of them. Contrary to their expectations, there was no sign of any battle taking place on the mountain. Instead, a refined middle-aged man was seated across from Bai Ying, and the two of them were playing a game of Go on a board positioned on a pristine white stone table. The board was of a shimmering golden color, while the stones were black and white in color. Bai Ying and the middle-aged were both staring at the board in silence, and it seemed that they had reached a critical juncture in the game. The Buddha Bone Monarch was standing obediently behind the middle-aged. Han Li and Wen Xinfeng exchanged a surprised glance with one another, then descended from above and made their way over to Bai Ying, while Jin Tong and the flying sable vanished up their sleeves. "I'm glad to see you too, fellow Daoists. I was slightly concerned, but it looks like I can rest assured now," Bai Ying said with a smile as he turned toward Han Li's duo. "What's going on here, Brother Bai?" Wen Xinfeng asked as her brows furrowed slightly. After a brief clash, fellow Daoist Reincarnation discovered that our cultivation arts directly suppress one another, so an outcome can't be reached unless we're willing to put our lives on the line. Thus, we decided to decide the outcome of our battle through this game. Of course, if the other battles are decided first, then there would be no need to finish this game, Bai Ying explained. Are you the one who killed Netherworld Monarch Menace? Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation asked as he cast his gaze toward Han Li. I did. Do you intend to avenge him? Han Li asked in a calm manner. It's his fault for losing the battle. Why would I go out of my way to avenge him? Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation replied. Seeing as fellow Daoist Han has already slain Netherworld Monarch Menace, the victory naturally goes to him. Fellow Daoist Buddha Bone has fled from his mountain, so this counts as a loss against him as well. Do you have any objections, fellow Daoist Reincarnation? Bai Ying asked as he placed a stone onto the board. I agree with that assessment. However, seeing as all three of them have appeared here, I can't allow them to leave and meddle in the remaining battles. I'll have to ask everyone to stay here until the outcomes of the other battles are decided, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation said. All right, I accept this arrangement on their behalf, Bai Ying agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. Chapter 2387. Outcome. Han Li and Wen Xinfeng were both rather perplexed about why Bai Ying had agreed so readily to Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation's request, but they didn't raise any objections and stood off to the side in silence. The Buddha Bone Monarch also remained silent as he glanced at Han Li's duo with his fiery green eyes. A smile appeared on Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation's face upon hearing Bai Ying agree to his request, and he lowered his head to focus on the game at hand again, then placed another stone on the board after a prolonged period of thought. Bai Ying also began to focus on the game upon seeing this. Han Li cast his gaze toward the board in an intrigued manner, but after just a short while he quickly shook his own head in a resigned manner. His skills in the game of Go were quite average, but he was still able to identify that this game was astonishingly complex and definitely not one that he could make sense of. Bai Ying and this Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation were definitely the best Go players he had ever seen. It was no wonder that both of them were confident enough to decide the outcome of their match through a game of Go. With that in mind, Han Li's gaze strayed over to Wen Xinfeng, upon which he discovered that she was also appraising the board, but her brows were slightly furrowed, and it seemed that she was able to better understand the current game situation better than he did. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. Each move made by Bai Ying and Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation would be punctuated by a long pause, and in the blink of an eye, close to an hour had passed by. All of a sudden, a burst of loud rumbling rang out in the distance, and the two light barriers encompassing the first mountain from the right were destroyed, and two people emerged before flying one after another toward the mountain where Han Li and the others were situated. After identifying the two figures flying toward them, Wen Xinfeng's expression changed slightly as she remarked, "It seems like fellow Daoist Lei has been defeated." Han Li also cast his gaze toward that direction to find that the silver-armored man's suit of armor was currently riddled with holes, and half of his body had been reduced to a mangled mass of flesh and blood. There were also several inky black ghostly heads biting onto his exposed flesh, and his face was very pale. The person that was pursuing him was a beautiful young woman who appeared to be 17 years of age. She was wearing a resplendent purple robe, but was surrounded by hundreds of ghostly heads and had gusts of winds surging around her. After just a few flashes, the two of them arrived in the air above the mountain where Han Li and the others were situated, and they were also rather taken aback by the sight that greeted them down below. However, the silver-armored man immediately returned to his senses before descending from above, while the young woman only followed suit after a brief hesitation. At the same time, the ghostly heads around her vanished as if they were nothing more than illusions. "Are you all right, Brother Lei?" Bai Ying asked. "I'm fine, Brother Bai, thanks for your concern. However, the outcome of my battle was a disappointing one. I've already done everything in my power, but this woman's abilities were too much for me to handle, so I was forced to flee," the silver-armored man replied with a wry smile. "It's all right, fellow Daoist Han and Fairy Wen have already won their battles. The 10 monarchs of the Netherworld all possess different levels of power anyway, so I never expected us to win all 5 matches. You should prioritize on recovering from your injuries," Bai Ying said in a warm voice, seemingly not very disappointed by the silver-armored man's defeat. "Fellow Daoist Han and Fairy Wen have already defeated their opponents? That's a pleasant surprise. In that case I can rest assured," the silver-armored man said as he cast a surprised glance toward Han Li and Wen Xinfeng, then took a seat nearby with his legs crossed. Soon, arcs of silver lightning emerged to completely inundate his entire body. Meanwhile, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation exchanged a few words with the young woman to learn about what had transpired during her battle, following which his smile became slightly more pronounced. Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation, your side has earned a victory as well, but according to our prior agreement, these two must also remain on this mountain and are forbidden from disrupting the final battle, Ming said. Of course. By the way, I forgot to tell you this earlier, but the one battling on the final mountain is the Seven Orifices Monarch, who ranks in the top 3 among our 10 monarchs. His powers are far superior even to my own. If his opponent is unable to defeat him, then there's a very good chance that they'll be killed rather than simply defeated, Heavenly Monarch Reincarnation said with a smile. Ying's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but it then quickly returned to normal as he said, "Is this Seven Orifices Monarch really that powerful? I'm not convinced. Fellow Daoist Xuan can rank among the top 10 most powerful beings in our realm, so perhaps it's your fellow Daoist who will be slain instead." Is that so? In that case, let's wait and see, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation chuckled. Thus, the two of them began to focus on the game again. Time quickly passed by and a day and a night passed in the blink of an eye. Even Hanli was beginning to wonder what was happening with the final battle. And what was even more exasperating to him was that there was still no sign of a conclusion being reached by Ying and Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation's game. Each move that was made by the two of them was taking several times longer than before, and just as Hanli thought that the wait would continue, Ying's expressions changed slightly as he cast his gaze toward the final mountain. Hanli's heart stirred slightly upon seeing this, and he also swept his spiritual sense toward that direction. As a result, he was greeted by the sight of a human-scorpion hybrid monster flying out after destroying the 2 light barriers above the mountain. The monster's upper body belonged to a young man, while its lower body was that of a giant reddish-black scorpion. It was holding a strange rippling black sword in one hand, and a shriveled-up head that was several times smaller than a normal human head in its other hand. The eyes of the head were tightly shut, and its face was filled with incredulity, as if its owner were still unable to believe that he had been defeated even in the moment directly preceding his decapitation. Even though the head had been mummified, Hanli was still able to immediately identify it as belonging to Xianxia. This vastly renowned powerful being of the Blood Sky continent had been slain in battle by his opponent. At this point, Ying and the others had also identified the head, and their expressions darkened significantly upon seeing this. The monster appeared expressionlessly above everyone after just a few flashes, but he displayed no intention of descending from above. He looks like the Seven Orifices Monarch secured the victory in the end. Having said that, your companion must have also been extremely powerful to have lasted so long, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation chuckled. I didn't think that fellow Daoist Xianxia would actually be killed, but it seems that we've still secured the ultimate victory, Ying said in an expressionless manner. Indeed, even though the Seven Orifices Monarch won his battle, there's already no point in continuing in our game. We concede a 3-2 defeat in this match, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation replied in a calm voice. Ying's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Then according to our agreement, we'll only take 40% of this small world's resources and leave the rest to you. If you're still not satisfied with that, we can repeat this match over and over again until one side can gain a crushing victory, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation said. There's no need for that. Our trade guild is already extremely pleased with 60% of this small world's resources. However, the death of fellow Daoist Xianxia is a heavy loss for us, Ying replied. At our level, everyone has a few life-saving measures set up. He came to participate in this match, so I'm sure he made preparations in advance. And it's hard to say whether he actually perished, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation said in a nonchalant manner, making no mention of Netherworld Monarch Menace's demise. I certainly hope so. It's a pity that I wasn't able to actually spar with you, fellow Daoist. I hope we'll get another opportunity in the future, Ying replied with a nod. I'm actually more interested to face fellow Daoist Han someday. The fact that Netherworld Monarch Menace wasn't even able to get away from him indicates that his powers most likely aren't inferior to those of the Seven Orifices Monarch, Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation said as he cast a meaningful gaze toward Hanli. You're far too kind, fellow Daoist. I was very fortunate in my battle, Hanli replied in an indifferent manner. Netherworld Monarch Reincarnation didn't have any intention of staying any longer, and he rose to his feet as he said, "Seeing as the outcome has been decided, we'll be leaving now and we'll arrange to vacate the required territory in this small world right away." Bai Ying and the others naturally made no effort to keep him, and thus the 4 Netherworld monarchs flew toward the White Bone Mountain in the distance. The 4 monarchs flew into the mountain, and the black chi up ahead immediately began to retreat. Looks like those Netherworld monarchs are planning to keep their promise. In that case, I won't have to use the backup measures I prepared. Fellow Daoist Xuan has already perished. It would be truly unfortunate if another fellow Daoist were to meet their demise here. Bai Ying sighed as he also rose to his feet. Brother Bai, has fellow Daoist Xuan really perished? With his powerful blood Dao abilities, surely he'd at least be able to ensure self-preservation. I've heard of a rumor that fellow Daoist Xuan cultivated an extremely fearsome clone that's identical to him in appearance and also possesses comparable powers, Wen Xinfeng said in a concerned manner. A hint of surprise flashed through Bai Ying's eyes upon hearing this, and after a brief pause he replied, "You're correct, what perished was just a clone of fellow Daoist Xuan, not his true body. I only recently received news that fellow Daoist Xuan encountered some unforeseen circumstances during an adventure, and even though he's safe now, he sustained some injuries, which is why he sent this clone to participate in this match in his stead. This clone was refined by fellow Daoist Xuan for tens of thousands of years. I still don't know how I'm going to answer to him now that it's been destroyed in this battle. At the very least, this is still much better than having fellow Daoist Xuan's true body perish. I'm sure you'll be able to smooth things over by offering some extra compensation to Brother Xuan," the silver-armored man said as the silver lightning around him faded and he rose to his feet. At this moment his complexion was looking far better than it had previously. "I certainly hope so. Are you really all right, Brother Lei? Do you require any assistance from me?" Bai Ying asked in a concerned manner as he glanced at the black ghostly heads that were still clinging firmly to the silver-armored man's shoulders. "I'm fine. It's just that these ghostly heads can't be removed right away. I'll just have to take some time to refine them using my bonded true flame when I get back. Having said that, I did lose a few vital life-saving treasures during the battle," the silver-armored man replied with a wry smile. "Fellow Daoist Lei, what abilities did your opponent possess to reduce you to such a sorry state?" Han Li asked. "That woman's other abilities aren't that remarkable, but she possesses a secret technique that can allow her to manipulate ghostly shadows, and it's extremely troublesome. Those ghostly shadows possess no form or substance, and they can instantly adhere to her body to grant her the same properties, thereby preventing her from sustaining any damage from my attacks. I did everything in my power to counter this secret technique, all to no avail, so I could only concede," the silver-armored man replied in an indignant manner. "It seems like these cultivation arts of the infernal realm really are quite unique. It's understandable that you were defeated seeing as you're only facing these strange abilities for the first time, Brother Lei," Wen Xinfeng consoled in a gentle voice. The silver-armored man merely shook his head in silence. "Now that the outcome has been decided, there's no need for us to remain here any longer. Let's return to the stronghold. In the coming days we'll be able to see whether those ghostly beings are actually going to abide by the agreement," Bai Ying said as he stowed the go-board away, then rose up into the air, followed closely by everyone else. A month later, the calm surface of an extremely secluded lake suddenly parted, and a giant black arc emerged from within it. After just a few flashes, the arc vanished into the distant sky. A series of armed puppets were patrolling the arc from one end to another, and within a secret chamber that was riddled with restrictions on the bottom level of the arc, Han Li was seated on a futon, appraising a silver jade slip in his hand in silence. Shortly after the conclusion of the match against the Infernal Realm, Bai Ying had fulfilled his promise, taking Han Li to the Trade Guild headquarters tome library and allowing him to pick an immortal secret technique. Han Li had chosen the Origin Astral Barrier, and the decision had been made following an introduction of the secret technique delivered by Bai Ying. With his provenance true devil arts and profound heavenly spirit/sword, Han Li was confident in his own offensive prowess, so he wasn't very interested in the offensive immortal secret techniques available. The name of the Origin Astral Barrier sounded like quite a simple one, but it was actually a special secret technique that allowed one to form a protective barrier using the world's origin chi. He didn't know how powerful it was going to be, but it was an immortal secret technique, so it was definitely no ordinary cultivation art. However, there was a slight problem. Han Li raised the jade slip before pointing a finger at it, and a faint buzzing sound rang out as the jade slip released a series of golden runes, which quickly formed a panel of text. These golden runes were flashing incessantly as if they possessed a certain degree of spiritual nature, and they were none other than golden seal text runes. Han Li inspected the body of text through narrowed eyes for a while before shaking his head with furrowed brows. Even though he recognized all of the runes, the collective body of text was very difficult to decipher, so this was definitely not something that he could completely interpret in a short time. With that in mind, Han Li pointed a finger at the jade slip again, and the body of golden text disappeared. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li flipped a hand over to summon another crimson jade slip, which he gently stroked with a hint of elation in his eyes. This was the jade slip he had obtained from the Heavenly Cauldron Palace as part of Daoist Tianding's inheritance. He had only intended to replicate a copy of the jade slip, but Fairy Ice Soul had given the jade slip to him outright as a gesture of gratitude. This jade slip contained the lightning refinement secret technique that Daoist Tianding had used during his time in the spirit realm. Han Li possessed divine Devilbane lightning, which was a type of top-tier lightning, so this secret technique was perfect for him. In comparison with the origin astral barrier, this cultivation art was far easier to comprehend. Thus, Han Li pressed the jade slip against his own forehead and began to study it in silence. During the past year or so, he had already interpreted most of the secret technique. By his estimates, he would reach complete mastery in about half a year, by which time he could begin refining his divine Devilbane lightning. As he studied the secret technique, the black arc began to fly toward a predetermined direction. Meanwhile, Bai Ying was seated on a chair in a hall at the bottom of the giant lake, pondering something with a contemplative expression. There were 4 trade guild elders standing before him, including Wen Xinfeng, who said, "The Blood Bone sect must have acted quite quickly, considering they've already tracked down the culprit." Indeed. I heard that several major sects, led by the Blood Bone sect, assembled a group of 12 Grand Ascension stage beings, and they're preparing to set up a devil trapping formation on the route that the culprit is traveling. They plan to lure the culprit into that formation before slaying him together. For some reason, they sent an invitation to me to participate in their plan. By the way, I heard that fellow Daoist He of the Skyfall Valley and Mistress Ling Yun of the Myriad Curse Mountain have also been invited, Bai Ying said. Their objective is obvious. The Blood Dao sects have always been quite wary of our trade guild, so they most likely want to make a display of power to our trade guild during the battle. Otherwise, why would they invite you even after Elder June has already been sent to join them? A green-robed elderly man harumphed coldly. In any case, the major Blood Dao sects are the premier powers on our continent, so we can't just turn them down. Brother Mu, how have the Skyfall Valley and Myriad Curse Mountain reacted to these invitations? Wen Xinfei asked with furrowed brows. According to my sources, both fellow Daoist He and Mistress Ling Yun have accepted their invitation, the green-robed elderly man replied. In that case, I'm obligated to accept as well. Otherwise, the reputation of our trade guild will be affected. Prepare a teleportation formation. I'll set off in the next few days. I'm also curious to see what powers the culprit possesses to have enabled him to perform a blood sacrifice of such enormous proportions. Bai Ying finally decided after a moment of contemplation. In that case, we'll defer to your better judgment, Brother Bai, but be careful, Wen Xinfeng cautioned with a serious expression. Rest assured, I prepared some life-saving measures for the match against the Infernal Realm. Seeing as I didn't get a chance to use them, they should be enough to keep me safe no matter what perils I encounter there, Bai Ying replied with a smile. Wen Xinfeng and the others were greatly reassured upon hearing this. Thus, Bai Ying and the elders discussed some matters regarding the usage of the resources from that small world before everyone else departed, leaving Bai Ying to sit alone in the hall. As soon as everyone left, Bai Ying's smile immediately faded and was replaced by a brooding expression. The formation plate was shattered, so I should be facing a stern tribulation soon. I had thought that the tribulation would definitely have been the match against the Infernal Realm, but I've already emerged from that event unscathed. Is the tribulation still yet to come, or has it already been resolved through the precautionary measures I took? Bai Ying murmured to himself as he fell into deep thought again. Half a month later, Han Li appeared in the air above a stretch of wilderness, overseeing a group of puppets, which were carefully cleaning a dilapidated altar that had been buried deep underground. At the same time, Bai Ying arrived in a massive city on the other side of the Blood Sky continent, accompanied by several guards from the Trade Guild. In the belly of a small mountain situated in a mountain range not far away from the city, the six-winged Frost Centipede and the Ice Phoenix were seated on a pair of futons, meditating to recover their energy. Every once in a while, the six-winged Frost Centipede would pull out a small vial to drip a drop of unknown liquid into his mouth, then close his eyes again to refine the medicinal power within the spirit liquid. The two of them were completely unscathed, but the exhaustion on their faces was very apparent. It was no wonder that they were looking so worse for wear. Anyone would be severely depleted in both magic power and spiritual sense after being pursued by an insurmountable enemy for so long. How much longer do you think we'll be able to last, fellow Daoist? The Ice Phoenix suddenly asked as she opened her eyes. I didn't think that a true immortal would chase us so persistently like a mad dog. However, rest assured he won't be able to do anything to us before my spirit liquid runs out. The six-winged Frost Centipede replied in a resentful manner as he also opened his eyes. It's all because you goaded him with those insulting words that he's so persistent in pursuing us, the Ice Phoenix harumphed coldly. You don't know anything. If I hadn't made him lose his cool with my insults, there's no way we would have been able to successfully escape from him using that secret technique. If worse comes to worst, then we'll have to leave this continent and return to the Tianyuan continent. Surely he wouldn't continue to pursue us onto another continent, the six-winged Frost Centipede said in a cold voice. The Ice Phoenix's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this. Leaving the Blood Sky continent is actually not a bad idea. That man descended onto the Blood Sky continent from the true immortal realm, so he must have something important to do here. Once we escape to the Tianyuan continent, there's a good chance that he'll let us go. That would naturally be ideal, the six-winged Frost Centipede replied with a nod. Thus, after resting for close to another day, they didn't dare to remain in the mountain any longer and shot out as two streaks of light to continue fleeing from their pursuer. However, the two of them had only just emerged from the mountain when spatial fluctuations erupted all around them, and four humanoid figures appeared, all of which were giving off extremely fearsome auras. The two of them were naturally quite alarmed by this, and they immediately drew to a halt before inspecting the four people who had appeared around them, upon which they discovered that the group was comprised of 2 men and 2 women, all of whom were at the Grand Ascension stage. Are the 4 of you here for me? The six-winged Frost Centipede asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. We are indeed here for you, fellow Daoist, an azure-faced man wearing a crimson robe replied. The six-winged Frost Centipede's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he said in a cold voice, "Oh? You really are here for me? I don't recall making enemies of any of you during my time on the Blood Sky continent. Please don't misunderstand, we're not here to target you. Instead, we'd like to request your assistance," the azure-faced man replied with a hint of a smile on his face. The six-winged Frost Centipede was extremely frustrated after being pursued for so long, and the arrival of these 4 Grand Ascension stage beings finally tipped him over the edge as he flared with rage. This is how you request assistance from people? What if I refuse? If these people couldn't give him a satisfactory response, then perhaps he really would lash out against them. In any case, with his powerful movement technique, he would be able to easily escape with the Ice Phoenix even if he couldn't defeat these 4 in battle. The azure-faced man's expression remained unchanged and he replied, "Please remain calm, fellow Daoist. The proposal we're bringing to you is immensely beneficial for both sides. You're currently being pursued by someone, right?" The six-winged Frost Centipede's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? It's very simple. We want you to lure your pursuer to a certain place. As long as he dares to pursue you to that place, it will become his final resting place. Wouldn't you agree that this is mutually beneficial? The azure-faced man asked. You want to ambush him? The six-winged Frost Centipede was stunned to hear this. That's right. However, if we want to accomplish this, then we'll require your cooperation, the azure-faced man replied. The Ice Phoenix was also astonished to hear this proposal. Do you know who we're being pursued by? You think the 4 of you can stand a chance? The six-winged Frost Centipede asked with a cold smile. Who says the 4 of us are the only ones involved in this? Regardless of who he is, the fact of the matter is that he slew countless living beings on our Blood Sky continent for his blood sacrifices. Even if he's a true immortal, There's no way we're going to let him leave the Blood Sky continent alive, the azure-faced man said as a proud look appeared in his eyes. Ah, that's very reassuring to hear. All right, I'll lend you my assistance, the six-winged Frost Centipede agreed. The azure-faced man was rather befuddled by the six-winged Frost Centipede's reaction, but the important thing was that he had agreed to this proposal. Thus, the azure-faced man swept his sleeve through the air to release a jade slip and said, "This jade slip contains the location that you need to lure your pursuer to. As long as you can do that, he'll be as good as dead. I'm sure you won't disappoint us, fellow Daoist. Rest assured, my own life is on the line here, so I definitely won't screw this up," the six-winged Frost Centipede replied in a calm manner as he caught the jade slip. Good. In that case, we wish you the best of luck. We still have some matters to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave now, the azure-faced man said as he cupped his fist in a parting salute. After that, the four of them quickly vanished on the spot amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, while a contemplative look appeared on the six-winged Frost Centipede's face. Are you really planning to act as a lure for them? The Ice Phoenix asked. It would be well worth acting as a lure if we can get rid of this major threat. At the very least, it's far less risky than trying to flee back to the Tianyuan continent, the six-winged Frost Centipede replied. You saw that man kill those Grand Ascension stage beings. Do you really think those people are a match for him? The Ice Phoenix was still very skeptical. You heard what they just said. Even if he's a true immortal, they're not going to let him leave the Blood Sky continent alive. They must have prepared a lot of backup measures considering how confident they are. It's just that they have no idea that they really are dealing with a true immortal. If they want to use me as bait, then let them pay the price, the six-winged Frost Centipede replied with a derisive smile. What if that madman manages to escape from that trap? He'll definitely realize that you were the one who lured him into it, and when that time comes he'll most likely put an end to this game of cat and mouse once and for all. If he gets serious, we'll be in far more trouble than we are now. The Ice Phoenix was still quite concerned. I've considered this already. Even if that man really is a true immortal, most of his power would be sealed away in this realm. Even if he does manage to escape from a trap set by so many Grand Ascension stage beings, he'll definitely emerge with severe injuries. Under those circumstances, it would take him an indefinite amount of time just to recover, so he'll have no choice but to stop pursuing us. As such, this is the best opportunity for us to escape from him. It's a little risky, but the risk is definitely worth taking, the six-winged Frost Centipede replied. On this occasion, the Ice Phoenix seemed to have been convinced, and she finally nodded in agreement to this plan. All right, seeing as you have no objections, let's see where this ambush is being set up, the six-winged Frost Centipede said as he pressed his jade slip against his own forehead, then injected his spiritual sense into it. Moments later, the six-winged Frost Centipede stowed the jade slip away and said, "Let's go. I've learned the location and that madman should be about to get here soon." He then rose up into the air and flew away as a streak of light, and the Ice Phoenix could only follow suit after heaving a faint sigh. Meanwhile, the black-robed young man was approaching atop his rainbow cloud countless kilometers away. At the same time, Hanli opened his eyes with an elated expression as he stood in front of an ancient altar. "I found it. This altar has shown me the coordinates of the entrance to the small spirit sky." "Is that true, Senior Han?" Zhu was ecstatic to hear this. "It is. It was worth coming all the way here in search of these ancient altars," Hanli replied with a smile, and the massive round light barrier in the air above the altar immediately vanished at his behest. "Senior Han, now that we know the location of the entrance, are we going there right away?" Zhu asked in an excited manner. "There's no rush. According to the map of the Blood Sky continent, the entrance to the small spirit sky is no longer on the continent itself. Instead, it's situated deep in the ocean quite far away from the continent," Hanli replied with slightly furrowed brows as he referred to the map of the Blood Sky continent in his memory. Zhu's smile immediately faded upon hearing this. "What? The entrance is under the sea? Must be really hard to find then." "Don't worry, I've already anticipated such a situation. Huasher will be counting on you," Hanli replied with a smile before turning to Patriarch Huasher. "Rest assured, Master Han, the underwater world is no different from the world on land to me, so I definitely won't disappoint you," Patriarch Huasher replied in a respectful manner. Hanli nodded with a pleased expression upon hearing this, then released a burst of light to sweep up his two companions before rising up into the air. After just a few flashes, the trio returned to the giant black ark, which immediately sped away. 7 days later, a masked man was standing on a sand dune in an extremely obscure desert, looking into the distant sky in an expressionless manner. The area below the sand dune had already been dug out, and tens of thousands of elite Blood Dao disciples were gathered there, but they didn't make so much as a single sound. Beneath their feet was a super formation that encompassed close to half of the entire desert, and there were thousands of top-grade spirit stones embedded onto its surface. Furthermore, there was a group of special disciples holding formation plates seated near the formation core. In the sky above, which was concealed behind a vast blanket of dark clouds, another super light formation had also been set up, but it was completely concealed by an extremely profound restriction. Within that super light formation, around a dozen Grand Ascension stage beings from the Blood Sky continent were waiting patiently for something. Time slowly passed, but nothing out of the ordinary appeared in the surrounding area. Finally, a burly red-haired man in the light formation ran out of patience, and transmitted his voice toward a portly elderly man. "Why isn't he here? Could it be that he changed his mind and decided not to follow our plan? We didn't deploy anyone to spy on them as we were worried that the culprit would notice. Rest assured, Brother Che-Chi, we wouldn't have set up this trap if we weren't fully confident in it. I don't know why the culprit pursued those two for such a long time, but the results of our investigation indicate that he's displayed no intention of giving up. As long as that six-winged Frost Centipede doesn't make it too obvious, he'll definitely be able to lure the culprit into this trap," the elderly man replied with a warm smile. "That's very reassuring to hear. Speaking of which, just how fearsome is the culprit behind the blood sacrifices? Not only have the 12 of us been assembled, even these heaven and earth extreme formations and the sacred treasure of the Bloodbone sect, the Yellow Wind Scroll, are being used. That treasure and these two formations alone should be enough to refine the culprit alive. Why are our services still required?" the red-haired man asked in a curious manner. "I'm not too sure about that, but there must be a reason why the fellow Daoists who assembled us are being so cautious. Setting everything else aside, that man has already killed 3 Grand Ascension stage fellow Daoists and has sacrificed countless living beings without any inhibition, so he does deserve this grand treatment," the portly man replied. "I'm rather curious about where that man came from. Could it be that he's been cultivating in seclusion for countless years, or perhaps is a powerful being from another realm?" the red-haired man speculated. "There's no need to think about such things. Regardless of where he came from, his actions are inexcusable, and our Blood Dao sects definitely can't allow him to continue living in this world. Otherwise, our reputation would be swept to the ground," the portly man replied with a solemn expression. "That's true. I've heard that Bai Ying of the Helian Trade Guild, Mistress Ling Yun of the Myriad Curse Mountain, and fellow Daoist He of the Skyfall Valley have also been invited as spectators. With their participation, there's no way that man will be able to survive," the red-haired man said. There's no way those 3 would join forces to oppose the same enemy. Besides, with all of us here, there won't be any chance for them to get involved," the portly man replied, to which the red-haired man nodded with a contemplative expression. Meanwhile, 4 Grand Ascension stage beings were standing together in the hall of a shimmering golden pagoda. The pagoda was situated in a giant city countless kilometers away from the desert, and the 4 of them were all appraising a white light screen between them. The screen was displaying everything taking place in every corner of the desert, and one of the 4 Grand Ascension stage beings was none other than Bai Ying. The other 3 were comprised of a middle-aged man in a scholar's robe, a middle-aged woman in a colorful dress, and a crimson-robed man with eyes that resembled those of a falcon. All 4 of them were appraising the scenes unfolding on the light screen with calm expressions, displaying no intention of conversing with one another. Half a day later, a streak of light suddenly appeared on the edge of the desert before flying deeper into the desert at an astonishing speed. The streak of light was being pursued by a rainbow cloud, from which an icy male voice rang out. "You've truly enraged me now, and I'm growing tired of this game of cat and mouse, so I'll end it here and now." As soon as the voice trailed off, the rainbow cloud transformed into a bolt of rainbow lightning that sped up drastically. Thus, the streak of light and rainbow lightning quickly sped through close to half of the desert and arrived at its center. The streak of light faded, and a snowy white 8-winged centipede was revealed alongside a beautiful woman in a silver palatial dress. As soon as the centipede landed on the ground, it transformed into a white-robed young man with golden and silver patterns on his face, who immediately turned to look back into the distance. A rumbling thunderclap rang out, and the bolt of rainbow lightning appeared before hurtling down toward the duo. The 6-winged Frost Centipede's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately transformed into his 8-winged centipede form before continuing to flee. Right at this moment, a burst of rumbling suddenly rang out, and the earth tremored violently as a burst of invisible suction force erupted forth from underground. The bolt of rainbow lightning was stopped cold in its tracks by this unexpected burst of suction force, revealing a sickly black-robed young man. It was none other than the true immortal Ma Liang. Countless pillars of light of different colors erupted out of the sand down below and extended straight up into the heavens. The earth continued to tremor as a super formation that stretched as far as the eyes could see slowly emerged, following which countless Blood Dao disciples appeared before arranging themselves into a profound formation, then began to activate the formation treasures that they were holding. Meanwhile, the sky lit up and an invisible restriction fell away like a light veil, revealing a giant light formation that encompassed the entire sky. The light formation then began to slowly descend from above, and powerful energy fluctuations instantly filled the entire space. Standing between the two enormous formations, Ma Liang was made to look like an insignificant ant. Right at this moment, the 12 Blood Dao Grand Ascension stage being emerged from the light formation before surrounding Ma Liang in a flash, appraising him from afar. Even though he was immobilized in mid-air, Ma Liang remained completely unfazed to see this, and a burst of light erupted from his body, following which a sharp tearing sound rang out, and he instantly regained freedom. "You're all quite courageous to be ambushing me. With so many of you present, you must intend to kill me here." Ma Liang chuckled coldly at the sight of the 12 Grand Ascension stage beings around him. "Humph, you dared to sacrifice hundreds of millions of living beings on our continent. Surely you already predicted that this day would come." A Grand Ascension stage enshrouded within a cloud of crimson chi harumphed coldly. "I did anticipate that this would happen, but I didn't expect you to join forces with these two. I've grown sick of this game of cat and mouse anyway, so I'll kill all of you then slay those two myself," Ma Liang said as he glanced at the 6-winged Frost Centipede and the Ice Phoenix, who had already backed away into the distance. "What insolence! Looks like he won't give up unless death is staring at him in the face. There's no need to waste more time with useless chatter. Let's take him down," a brocade-robed elderly man yelled. As soon as his voice trailed off, around a dozen crimson flying swords immediately flew out of his body. The other Grand Ascension stage beings also sprang into action upon seeing this, and treasures came flying out in a frenzy. At the same time, a burst of buzzing rang out from the two giant formations, and countless runes emerged on their surfaces as they began to slowly revolve. The light formation in the sky quickly transformed into a giant mirror that obscured the entire heavens. The surface of the mirror was entirely silver, and countless silver threads rained down from it amid a rumbling boom. Meanwhile, balls of white light emerged from the formation on the ground, instantly inundating all of the people in the formation before transforming into a massive seal character. As soon as the character took shape, bursts of law fluctuations immediately swept toward Ma Liang from all directions. However, Ma Liang merely smiled in response, and in the next instant, an extremely fearsome aura erupted out of his body. At the same time, a series of purplish golden chains abruptly appeared over his body, all of which were releasing scintillating light. The entire center of the desert dimmed significantly, and all of the world's origin chi surged toward a certain point in a frenzy. At the edge of the desert, the masked Grand Elder of Blood-Bone Sect, Ming, had appeared in mid-air. His expression immediately changed as he sensed the devastating aura erupting from the extremely far distance, and he murmured to himself with a grim expression, "Even the heaven and earth extreme formations are unable to contain him. Looks like we have no choice but to use that treasure." As soon as his voice trailed off, he opened his mouth to release a yellow scroll, which slowly unfurled in front of him to reveal the map of a desert. The desert on the map was identical to the desert before Ming, and he pointed a finger at the map, upon which the desert on the map suddenly began to writhe and squirm as if it had sprung to life. At the same time, the sand on the surface of the actual desert itself began to surge in a rhythmic manner, as if to resonate with the changes taking place on the map. "Let there be wind," Ming yelled as he pointed a finger at the map again. The edge of the desert on the map immediately warped and blurred, and wisps of faint yellow mist emerged before slowly drifting upward. At the same time, clouds of yellow mist appeared in front of Ming before instantly transforming into a series of tornadoes that were quickly increasing in number, forming one row after another. Thus, a yellow wall of wind that was taller than the eyes could see rapidly took shape, and the same scene was being replicated on the outskirts of the entire desert. "Go!" Ming commanded as he swept a sleeve through the air, and the walls of wind converged toward the center of the desert from all directions, sweeping up ferocious sandstorms that were only increasing in ferocity. Looking down from above, one would discover that the walls of wind had already formed a yellow barrier that enshrouded the entire desert within it. Ming sat down with his legs crossed in the distance, then closed his eyes as he began focusing on controlling the scroll before him. Within the golden pagoda, the scene being depicted on the light screen had also transitioned into a yellow sandstorm, making it impossible to see anything else. Mistress Ling Yun's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and she said, "Brother Yu, the treasure fellow Daoist Ming is using is the Yellow Wind Scroll of the Blood-Bone sect, right? I've heard that this treasure is ranked quite highly even among the profound heavenly treasures of the spirit realm. The fact that it's concealed the view of even this sky-appraising mirror is a clear testament to its powers. However, isn't it a little too early to be using this treasure? Isn't fellow Daoist Ming being too cautious?" That is indeed the vastly renowned Yellow Wind Scroll. This scroll is normally worshipped in the Heritage Hall of the Blood-Bone sect, and only when facing powerful enemies would the Grand Elders bring out this treasure before entrusting it to one of them to face the enemy. The treasure has actually already been set up in advance. This entire desert was actually manifested by this scroll, and it's only being officially activated now. As for whether fellow Daoist Xiao is being too cautious, I think it's a good idea that he's activated the treasure so decisively. After all, with that man's fearsome power, I think both the Heaven and Earth Extreme Formation and Yellow Wind Scroll are required to truly ensure that we've trapped him. What do you think, Brother Bai? You don't look so good, Brother Bai. Is there something on your mind? The crimson-robed man asked as he took in the expression on Bai Ying's face. At this moment, Bai Ying was staring intently at the light screen with an extremely grim expression, and only after hearing the crimson-robed man's words did he withdraw his gaze and force a smile onto his own face. I don't know why, but for some reason I was struck by a bone-chilling sensation after witnessing that man's appearance. This is not something to be ignored. At our level we're able to sense certain impending perils. Fellow Daoist Mistress Ling Yun, are you too getting the same premonition? The crimson-robed man hurriedly asked as he turned to the other two people present. I haven't. Me neither. Could it be that your premonition was incorrect, Brother Bai? The man in the scholar's robe asked with a faint smile. Regardless of whether my premonition is correct or not, I don't plan to stay here any longer. I'm going to return to the trade guild right away. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, just send a message to our trade guild, Brother Yu. Much to everyone's surprise, Bai Ying was suddenly taking his leave. Aren't you allowing yourself to be swayed by groundless fears, Brother Bai? Even if some kind of peril really were about to arise, what could possibly happen with the four of us here? Why don't you wait until the battle concludes before? Right at this moment, the crimson-robed man's words were abruptly cut off as the scene on the light screen suddenly began to glow with scintillating light, and countless streaks of golden light pierced through the wind barrier, illuminating the entire light screen into a bright golden color. The sky-appraising mirror is about to explode. The crimson-robed man exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. Immediately thereafter, the light screen shuddered before exploding into a ball of golden light, sending shockwaves surging outward in all directions. The four Grand Ascension stage beings immediately adopted defensive measures to nullify the oncoming shockwaves, but all of their expressions had darkened significantly as they cast their gaze toward the spot where the light screen had once been. Only a shattered mirror remained there now, and Mistress Ling Yun asked, "What happened? Why did the sky-appraising mirror suddenly explode? Brother Yu, you refined the treasure, so surely you know what happened." The fact that the sky-appraising mirror has exploded even when it's so far away from the battle indicates that something really has gone wrong, the crimson-robed man replied, but it wasn't a direct response to the question being raised. He had obtained this treasure at a very high price, and it could allow him to watch over an area from countless kilometers away, making it a very useful treasure. As such, he was naturally sorely lamenting its sudden destruction. Judging from the scenes that unfolded right before the sky appraising Mirror's destruction, it seems that a burst of power that was well beyond the Yellow Wind Scroll's tolerance limit had erupted within it to result in this. Could it be that fellow Daoist Bai Ying's premonition was correct? The man in the scholar's robes mused with tightly furrowed brows. The Yellow Wind Scroll is a profound heavenly treasure, and it's being assisted by the Heaven and Earth Extreme Formations and 12 Grand Ascension stage beings. What kind of ability could that man have unleashed to overwhelm the scroll like this? Mistress Ling Yun murmured to herself. As for Bai Ying, he remained silent, but his expression had darkened even further. It's all right, I'll send a message to ask fellow Daoist Xiaoming exactly what's happened, the crimson-robed man said as his expression eased slightly. Thus, he flipped a hand over to produce a pristine white formation plate, which he quickly cast a few incantation seals into, and a panel of silver runes appeared on its surface before vanishing in a flash. After that, the crimson-robed man stared intently at the formation plate, waiting for a response. However, a full 15 minutes passed by, and the formation plate still displayed no reaction. The crimson-robed man's expression had gradually darkened further and further, and he finally withdrew the object as he said, "It looks like something really has gone wrong. Fellow Daoist Xiao Ming is on the edge of the desert, yet even he can't be contacted. In that case, we'll have to make some preparations. If all of our fellow Daoists have fallen, then there's a very good chance that that man will come after us next." After all, fellow Daoist Bai Ying was struck by a premonition at the sight of that man. The man in the scholar's robes sighed in a grim manner. "Are you still planning to leave now, fellow Daoist Bai Ying?" the crimson-robed man asked as he turned toward Bai Ying. "No. If this man is destined to be my downfall, then I can't avoid him forever. Only by facing this tribulation head-on and transcending it will I have a chance at survival," Bai Ying replied as a decisive look flashed through his eyes. "Good. Even though we're only 4 people, there are 100,000 disciples and powerful formations in this city that we can make use of, so we can still put up a fight. I'm sure that man wouldn't have been able to emerge from that battle unscathed," the crimson-robed man said. Patriarch He and Mistress Ling Yun were also aware that this wasn't the time to flee on their own. If they chose to do so, it was quite possible that their enemy could target them one by one, thereby placing them in even greater peril. Of course, the main reason behind their decision to stay was still their confidence in their own abilities. Even though they were also Grand Ascension stage beings, they were far more powerful than the 12 Grand Ascension stage beings assembled in the trap. With their powers combined, they would have also been able to kill those 12 Grand Ascension stage beings with ease. Thus, the 4 of them quickly left the hall and began to issue a series of orders to their disciples. Meanwhile, the desert had completely transformed into a world of golden flames. A series of fiery golden mountains that were over 10,000 feet tall had emerged on the ground below, tearing the entire superformation apart and releasing fiery golden clouds up into the sky. At the foot of the fiery mountains were piles of charred corpses, and the light formation in the sky had been sealed within a layer of blue glacial ice, rendering it completely immobilized. At the center of the fiery golden mountains stood a golden giant that was over 10,000 feet tall. The giant had golden spirit patterns all over its body, and it was completely identical in appearance to Ma Liang, except one of its eyes was burning with scorching golden flames, while the other one was emanating blue glacial chi. The giant was holding a giant crimson toad in an outstretched hand. Half of the toad's body had already been torn apart, and its aura was extremely feeble, indicating that it was on the brink of death. The giant's other hand was pressed over what remained of the toad's head, from within which threads of golden light were flying out incessantly. It seemed that the golden giant was searching for something in the toad's memories. Moments later, the golden giant harumphed coldly to himself. "It's rather impressive that he was able to seal away most of his soul and make it inaccessible to me, but the memories that I've managed to see are already enough." So all of the most powerful beings on the Blood Sky continent from the Blood Dao sects and the Helian Trade Guild are gathered together. That makes things very convenient for me. I won't have to go around picking them off one by one in the future. As soon as its voice trailed off, bolts of purplish-golden lightning erupted around the golden giant amid a rumbling thunderclap, then transformed into countless purplish-golden chains that vanished into the giant's body in a flash. The golden giant gave a muffled groan, and the crimson toad in its grasp was instantly incinerated into ashes by a burst of golden flames, following which the giant rapidly reverted back to its human form as the black-robed young man. Ma Liang then threw up a couple of mouthfuls of golden blood, and his face paled even further. At the same time, the fiery golden mountains down below vanished as if they had been nothing more than mere illusions. Ma Liang laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a golden talisman flew out before landing in his grasp in a flash. As expected, unleashing my full transformation and spirit domain has been quite taxing on me. Thankfully, I've benefited immensely from the blood sacrifices I performed, and I have this golden substitution immortal talisman bestowed upon me by Master. Otherwise, I would have been crushed by the power of this realm in the instant I underwent my transformation. This talisman will be able to support my transformation and spirit domain on 2 more occasions, and that'll definitely be enough for me to wipe out all these ants. Hee, with these fools setting an example, I'm sure no one else in this entire spirit realm would dare to oppose me. Having said that, those 2 ants were quite quick to react. They fled as soon as I underwent my transformation. However, with the true spirit seeds I planted on their bodies, there's no way they can truly get away from me, Ma Liang chuckled coldly. Half a day later, an epic battle that lasted close to a day and a night took place at the giant city where Bai Ying and the others were situated. Everything in a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers of the battle was reduced to ashes, and several days later, a piece of astonishing news began to spread. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings assembled to hunt down the culprit behind the blood sacrifices had been slain in battle, with the only exception being Mistress Ling Yun of the Myriad Curse Mountain. However, even she was severely wounded, to the extent that she had almost reverted back to the body integration stage. As soon as she returned to the Myriad Curse Mountain, she immediately activated all of the restrictions on the mountain and declared that the mountain would be closed to the entire continent for 10,000 years. As a result, the entire Blood Sky continent was in a state of panic, and the other major powers and the Grand Ascension stage beings within those powers were all at a loss for what to do. Shortly thereafter, a medium-sized nation and several nearby sects were slaughtered as part of another blood sacrifice. However, Han Li was oblivious to all of this. At this point, he had already teleported to an island that was quite far away from the Blood Sky continent, then departed from the island with Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi on the Ink Spirit Holy Ark before traveling into the ocean. There were far more powerful beasts in the sea than on land, and some of them were quite formidable even in the eyes of Grand Ascension stage beings. However, the powerful puppets on the Ink Spirit Holy Ark were enough to take care of most sea beasts that dared to attack the Ark. Occasionally they would encounter a particularly powerful sea beast, but all of them promptly fled upon witnessing Han Li's displays of power. Half a year flew by, and at this point, the giant Ark had traveled an immeasurable distance through the ocean. On this day, just as the giant Ark was flying along at a low altitude, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out up ahead, accompanied by a burst of violent energy fluctuations. Patriarch Hua Shi was standing at the front of the Ark, controlling the direction of its flight, and his expression immediately changed drastically upon sensing these powerful energy fluctuations. He hurriedly flew into the cabin of the Ark, and moments later Han Li emerged from the cabin in an unhurried manner with Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi trailing along behind him. You're saying there are Grand Ascension stage beings battling up ahead? Indeed, energy fluctuations of this level of power can only arise from battles between Grand Ascension stage beings. Fly the Ark in that direction. I want to see what's happening over there, Han Li instructed as he cast his gaze into the distance through narrowed eyes. Yes, Master Han. Patriarch Hua Shi immediately did as he was told, and the Ink Spirit Holy Ark shuddered slightly before flying toward a different direction at several times its original speed. As the Ark flew onward, the energy fluctuations and explosions up ahead became more and more violent. Finally, a small island appeared up ahead, and balls of light were flashing incessantly above the island, releasing fearsome energy fluctuations that were crushing the nearby sea level down by over 100 feet. As for the island, it had been completely flattened, and every landmark on it had been razed to the ground, giving it an extremely flat and smooth appearance. Han Li peered into the distance through narrowed eyes and quickly ascertained the situation that was unfolding up ahead. Within the exploding balls of light were 3 massive sea beasts, which had surrounded and were attacking a silver WM. The sea beasts were comprised of a giant seahorse, a massive green turtle and a mountainous blue octopus. All of them were giving off violent auras and unleashing different types of ferocious attacks, all of which were directed toward the silver WM that they had surrounded. The 3 sea beasts were all close to the average Grand Ascension stage being in power, but they were riddled with wounds. Several parts of the green turtle's shell had been cracked and green blood was flowing out of those cracks, while the giant octopus had large sections of its body charred black, and several of its tentacles had gone missing. In contrast, the seahorse appeared to be completely unscathed, but there was a shimmering golden ring locked around half of its body, making it noticeably slower than the other 2 sea beasts. The silver WM that was being attacked by the 3 beasts was in an even sorrier state. Not only had its tail and one of its front claws gone missing, most of its silver scales had been stripped away, and for some reason, it was bleeding profusely out of its eyes. Even so, it was still able to just barely keep the 3 sea beasts at bay as silver lightning flashing incessantly around it. Han Li's gaze immediately fell upon the silver WM's stomach, where there was a small purple beast curled up into a ball. It was gripping tightly onto one of the silver WM's scales with its little claws, but it was completely motionless, and it was unclear whether it was dead or alive. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly in the instant he caught sight of the small purple beast, which struck him with a sense of familiarity. The Ink Spirit Holy Ark was enormous, and Han Li was making no effort to conceal it, so it had naturally attracted the attention of the 3 sea beasts and the silver WM. However, the 4 of them were currently at a crucial juncture in their battle of life and death, so even though there was an outsider approaching, they simply couldn't stop. Instead, their battle suddenly became even more perilous and ferocious. In the face of its 3 opponents, the silver WM was well and truly on the back foot, and it was in extreme danger. Right as the giant ark was about to reach the 4 beasts, Han Li suddenly called out, "Stop." His voice wasn't very loud, but it was like an explosive thunderclap in the ears of the 4 beasts, and they shuddered before involuntarily stumbling backward, thereby putting the battle on pause. The 3 sea beasts were naturally furious at Han Li's intervention, and they turned toward Han Li in unison with vicious expressions, then combined their 3 fearsome auras before sending it hurtling toward the giant ark like 3 immovable mountains. Han Li gave a cold harumph upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, upon which the massive Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. The projection opened its 6 eyes, and Han Li released an aura that was several times more formidable than the combined auras of the 3 sea beasts. The 4 auras clashed amid a rumbling boom, and the 3 sea beasts were immediately sent flying without being able to pose any resistance. Only after flying back for over 1,000 feet did they manage to steady themselves with alarmed expressions, and the giant seahorse asked, "Who are you and why are you meddling in our business? We are all elders of the Sea Guardian Palace. Even with your powers, your time in the sea will be made extremely unpleasant if you make an enemy out of our palace." In response to this threat, Han Li remained expressionless and replied in a cold voice, "I've never heard of this Sea Guardian Palace. Piss off or I'll kill all 3 of you and refine your carcasses into tool refinement materials." The 3 sea beasts were even more enraged to hear this, but in the face of the overwhelming spiritual pressure being released by Han Li, they could only exchange a resigned glance before diving back into the depths of the sea. The silver WM transformed into a silver-robed man, who was looking quite pale and had bloodstains all over his robes. He was holding the hand of a purple-robed little girl, and he extended a slight bow toward Han Li from afar. "Thank you for saving me, fellow Daoist." The silver WM was extremely proud, but after witnessing the power that Han Li had just displayed, he didn't dare to show any sign of disrespect. "If I'm not mistaken, you're fellow Daoist Tu Yao, right? How did you know? Come to think of it, you seem rather familiar. Have we met before, fellow Daoist?" The silver-robed man was initially rather taken aback to hear this, but he then began to appraise Han Li with a hint of recognition in his eyes. There was no way that he would have forgotten someone as powerful as Han Li, so he was slightly perplexed by his own murky recollection. "Father, he's the man that we met during the auction when I was taken away by those bad people. The big brother with mother's aura." the little girl suddenly said as she began to tug on her father's sleeve in an urgent manner. Indeed, this man was none other than the Grand Ascension stage human-faced Wurm who had barged into the Cloud City auction many years ago, and this little girl was his direct lineal descendant, who had been captured and was almost sold as an auction item. What? It's you? The silver-robed man was astonished to hear this, and he was struggling to equate this unfathomably powerful man with the spatial tempering cultivator that he had once encountered all those years ago. I didn't expect to meet you here either, fellow Daoist Tuesday. We've only ever met once, but I think we qualify as acquaintances. How did you end up in such a sorry state? Those 3 sea beasts were quite powerful, but they haven't reached the Grand Ascension stage yet. Surely they shouldn't have been able to pose such a threat to you, Hanli asked. If I had been in prime condition, those 3 elders of the Sea Guardian Palace naturally would have been no match for me. However, I fell into a trap laid by a powerful enemy of mine earlier, and as a result, my powers plummeted to below the Grand Ascension stage, and I could only use my physical body and bonded ability to fight those 3 elders. The silver-robed man sighed with a wry smile. I see. If you don't mind, would you be willing to let me examine your current condition? Hanli asked. The silver-robed man was rather hesitant upon hearing this. Perhaps I'm being too blunt here, but even if you have a way to slowly recover over time, I don't think your daughter will be able to hold on for much longer, Hanli said as he cast his gaze toward the purple-robed little girl. 1. This auction took place when Hanli was in the 13 Heavenly Cloud races, right before he entered the Golden Devil Mountain ranges and vast glacial realm. The silver Wurm appears in. You can identify the ailment that my daughter is suffering from? During my escape, I was struck by a secret technique unleashed by that enemy of mine, and even though I bore the brunt of the attack, a small portion of its power had fallen upon my daughter. Would you be able to cure her, fellow Daoist? The silver-robed man asked in an urgent manner. Have you not tried to cure her yourself? Hanli asked. That secret technique used by my enemy conflicts with my abilities, so if I were to attempt to cure her, her condition would only get worse. If you agree to help me, I'll be indebted to you for the rest of my life. Tu Yao replied with a wry smile. Your daughter's condition isn't too difficult for me to cure, and I can even allow you to recover your Grand Ascension stage powers. However, I have a condition, Hanli said in a calm voice. The silver-robed man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he then immediately prompted, Go ahead and state your condition, Brother Han. As long as it's within my power, I'll be sure to satisfy you. There's no need to be so serious, Brother Tuesday. My condition is not very difficult to satisfy. All I want is for you to find a certain place on the nearby seabed for me, Hanli replied with a faint smile. That's it. Tu Yao's expression immediately eased slightly upon hearing this. Hee, what kind of condition did you think I was going to raise? Hanli chuckled. It looks like I was overthinking things. With the power you just displayed, I would be no match for you even at my peak, so there would be no need for you to try and deceive me. If that's the only condition, then I'd be more than happy to accept it, the silver-robed man said. In that case, please come onto my ark and I'll administer treatment to you and your daughter, Hanli replied with a nod. The silver-robed man took a glance at the massive black ark and didn't hesitate as he drifted onto it with her daughter. Thus, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark returned to its original trajectory at Hanli's behest and continued to fly through the air. The next day, the silver-robed man was conversing with Hanli in the cabin of the Ark with a grateful expression, while his daughter was standing behind him, looking much better than she had the previous day. Patriarch Hua Shi and Zhu Guo were also standing off to the side in a respectful manner. Your powers are truly unfathomable, fellow Daoist. I had thought that it would take at least several months to cure me and my daughter. I never imagined that it would only take a single night for you. If the Sea Guardian place dares to send anyone else after me, I'll be able to make sure they never return, the silver-robed man said in an elated manner. Don't mention it, fellow Daoist. By the way, what is this Sea Guardian palace? Those 3 elders of the palace aren't anything special in our eyes, but they're definitely more powerful than most body integration stage beings, Hanli said as he stroked his own chin. The silver-robed man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he still replied truthfully, The Sea Guardian Palace is a power founded by that enemy of mine. He is the main palace master, and aside from him, there are also 2 other Grand Ascension stage palace masters, as well as over 100 elders comparable in power to the 3 you encountered the day before. As for other sea beasts under the palace's command, there's simply too many to count. This Sea Guardian Palace sounds like quite a formidable power. Why weren't any of its Grand Ascension stage beings sent to hunt you down in your weakened state? Han Li asked. The Sea Guardian place is an enemy of mine, but I'm on good terms with another major power in this region of the sea, the Azure Wurm Hall. After unleashing a secret technique to escape from my enemy, I sent out an SOS message, and my good friends at the Azure Wurm Hall organized a large-scale attack on the Sea Guardian Palace, thereby preventing the other 2 Grand Ascension stage palace masters from being able to come after me. However, the route to the Azure Wurm Hall has been completely sealed off by the sea beasts of the Sea Guardian Palace, which is why I had to flee all the way here, the silver-robed man replied. I see. Judging by the Azure Wurm Hall's name, I'm assuming its leaders are powerful beings of the Azure Wurm race, Han Li said. That's right, the 2 Hall Masters of the Azure Wurm Hall are both Grand Ascension stage beings of the Azure Wurm race, and they are close friends whom I'm willing to entrust my life to. Even though the Azure Wurm Hall only has 2 Grand Ascension stage beings, they're far more powerful than the 3 Palace Masters of the Sea Guardian Palace, so the 2 powers are evenly matched in terms of overall power. By the way, I recall you were only at the spatial tempering stage when I last met you in Cloud City. How have you progressed to the Grand Ascension stage in such a short time? Even throughout all of history, I'm not sure if there's anyone who can match your astonishing aptitude, Tu Yao said, clearly still stunned by Han Li's drastic transformation. It was all thanks to several miraculous opportunities that I encountered that I was able to reach my current cultivation base, but in terms of the stability of my foundation, there's no way I can compare with a veteran Grand Ascension stage being like yourself, Han Li replied in a humble manner. You're far too modest, fellow Daoist. Also, what is this place that you want me to help you look for? I can't say that I know every inch of this region like the back of my hand, but I've visited all of the special areas in this region, Tu Yao said. I'm searching for a set of underwater coordinates. As for the exact location, Huasher, come over here and tell fellow Daoist too what we're looking for. Huasher is a sea beast himself, so I'm sure he'll be able to deliver a better report than me, Han Li said. Huasher immediately did as he was told, making his way over to Tu Yao before providing a detailed explanation. Senior Tu, the coordinates we're searching for were provided to us by an ancient altar, and the location's characteristics are. Even though they had learned the approximate coordinates of the small spirit sky's entrance through the ancient altar, the sea was unfathomably massive, so even a slight margin of error could equate to countless kilometers. Patriarch Huasher was adept in water attribute abilities, but even with his help, it wouldn't be a simple task to find the entrance. As such, Han Li was requesting the help of Tu Yao, who was both a Grand Ascension stage being and very familiar with this region. With his assistance, tracking down the correct location shouldn't be too difficult. As for 3 Grand Ascension stage beings of the Sea Guardian Palace, even if they were slightly more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, they would still pose no match to the current Han Li, so he wasn't concerned about them at all. After some discussion, Tu Yao and Patriarch Huasher quickly ascertained an area of the seabed that fit the description of the small spirit sky's entrance, and the Ink Spirit Holy Ark immediately flew toward that direction at several times its original speed. 2 months later, the giant black ark was situated in the air above an area of the sea that was filled with rocks and coral. Thousands of high-grade puppets were patrolling this area of the sea, while even more devil crystal puppets were scouring the seabed in search for something. Patriarch Huasher and Tu Yao had also joined the puppets, searching the seabed with their spiritual sense. Meanwhile, Han Li sat on the deck of the ark, meditating with his eyes closed. Zhu Guer seemed to be standing patiently by his side, but the occasional glances she was aiming at the sea outside the ark naturally hadn't escaped Han Li's notice. Why are you so agitated? This is the place that the 2 of them have determined to be the likeliest location of the entrance, so a verdict will definitely be delivered to us soon, Han Li said while his eyes remained closed. I'm just worried that this would be another fruitless trip. The 2 seniors said the same thing about the previous 2 locations we visited, but neither of them turned out to be the place we're looking for, Zhu Guer said. The sea is enormous and the underwater world is extremely complex, so it's no surprise that mistakes will be made. However, I have a premonition that this is the place we're searching for, Han Li replied with a smile. Zhu Guo was very elated to hear this. With your powers, I'm sure your premonition is correct. All of a sudden, Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. It looks like I have to take care of some unwelcome guests. Meanwhile, a group of sea beasts had appeared on the surface of the ocean hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. These sea beasts varied drastically in size and appearance, and there were so many of them that they covered virtually every single inch of area within a radius of 100 kilometers. At the very front of the group was a long-haired man wearing a jade crown seated atop a giant green turtle, and he was leading the army of sea beasts toward the direction where the Ink Spirit Holy Ark was situated. Directly behind the giant green turtle was a massive seahorse and a mountainous blue octopus. I can sense that that man is just up ahead. How dare he foil our palace's plans? He must have a death wish. Prepare the Myriad beast formation. I'm going to trap him here and wear him down until he's dead. The long-haired man suddenly commanded in a cold voice. A horn was immediately blown within the army of sea beasts, and all of the beasts sprang into action, quickly arranging themselves into a profound formation even as they continued to march onward. Such a massive army of sea beasts naturally quickly attracted the attention of a group of armored puppets patrolling the nearby area, and they immediately flew over to the sea beast army. This was a group of around a dozen puppets, and they were led by a silver puppet, which declared in a cold voice, "Stop. Our master is doing something up ahead. All outsiders must stop here or face death." The long-haired man's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. What insolence! As soon as his voice trailed off, around a dozen powerful sea beasts behind him opened their mouths in unison, releasing a string of powerful attacks that almost instantly blew the puppets into countless pieces. The long-haired man then waved a hand, and the sea beast army immediately continued onward. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a translucent thread shot out of thin air without any warning, then instantly reached the long-haired man as if through teleportation before transforming into a streak of translucent sword chi. The long-haired man was rather surprised by this attack, but remained calm and opened his mouth to release a ball of purple light, which instantly transformed into a giant shield that was riddled with purple patterns. At the same time, he made a hand seal, conjuring up a blue water barrier that instantly inundated his entire body. In the next instant, the translucent sword chi tore through the giant shield and water barrier like a hot knife through butter, then revolved around the long-haired man's body like lightning, slicing him in half right before his astonished gaze. The two halves of the long-haired man's body instantly exploded into countless bubbles, and these semi-transparent bubbles shot forth in all directions. Right at this moment, the translucent sword chi faded, and a miniature purplish-golden figure appeared before sweeping a finger toward a certain direction, releasing a streak of invisible sword chi that instantly swept up one of the fleeing bubbles. The bubble immediately transformed into a miniature humanoid figure that was identical to the long-haired man in appearance. Even though it had several powerful protective treasures to defend itself with, all of them were quickly destroyed by the streak of sword chi, and the miniature figure was also destroyed amid an anguished howl. From the instant that the translucent thread appeared to the moment the long-haired man was slain, everything had taken place in the blink of an eye. The army of sea beasts didn't even get a chance to react, and once they realized what had happened, all of them were naturally extremely enraged. The dozen or so most powerful sea beasts among them let loose thunderous roars, unleashing all types of attacks that shot forth directly toward Jin Tong in a frenzy. A cold light flashed through Jin Tong's eyes upon seeing this, and it released countless streaks of invisible sword chi that rained down from the heavens, destroying all of the oncoming attacks with ease before plunging into the army of sea beasts down below. Even the average Grand Ascension stage being wouldn't dare to oppose this sword chi head-on, so these sea beasts were naturally completely powerless. Hordes of sea beasts were instantly torn apart by the streaks of sword chi, and countless severed limbs floated onto the surface of the ocean, which had been stained red by blood. The sea beasts were finally becoming horrified upon seeing this, and one of them let loose a shrill cry, upon which all of the remaining sea beasts scattered and fled for the lives in all directions. Meanwhile, Jin Tong looked on from above with a cold expression, then made a grabbing motion toward the ocean down below. The long-haired man's storage bracelet immediately flew out before landing in Jin Tong's grasp, and it took a brief glance at the storage bracelet before vanishing on the spot. At the same time, blue light within Han Li's eyes faded as he stood at the front of the Ink Spirit Holy Ark, and he murmured to himself, "All right, now that those unwelcome guests have been taken care of, we can wait in peace." Zhu Guo was standing behind Han Li, and judging from her expression, it was clear that she had no idea what had happened. After that, Han Li closed his eyes to meditate again. Half a day later, just as the sky was beginning to dim, a talisman suddenly flew out of the sea. Han Li immediately opened his eyes and made a grabbing motion to draw the talisman into his own grasp. The talisman then immediately exploded into a crimson fireball, and a stream of information was transmitted into Han Li's spiritual sense, upon which an elated look appeared on his face. "What is it, Senior Han?" Zhu Guo asked in an eager manner. "They've finally found a place that they suspect to be the entrance. Let's go there right now," Han Li said as he rose to his feet. Zhu Guo was naturally also ecstatic to hear this. Thus, a black light barrier emerged around the ark at Han Li's behest, and the giant ark slowly descended into the sea. In a secluded area of the seabed where countless colorful marine plants were growing, there were hundreds of puppets gathered in front of a giant crimson rock. Patriarch Hua Shi and Tu Yao were standing in front of the puppets, and they were in the process of appraising the crimson rock when the Ink Spirit Holy Ark rumbled toward them from the distance like a fiend celestial. The ark quickly arrived above the crimson rock, following which Han Li made a hand seal, and the black light barrier around the ark swelled drastically to encompass an area with a radius of several kilometers, forcing back all of the nearby seawater. "Master Han." "Fellow Daoist Han." Patriarch Hua Shi and Tu Yao immediately approached Han Li following his arrival. Han Li abruptly vanished from the giant ark before appearing right in front of the giant crimson rock. "This is the place you were referring to in the talisman?" "That's right. Senior Tu and I have verified our verdict repeatedly, so there should be no mistake. On top of that, we can sense some spatial fluctuations seeping out of this area," Patriarch Hua Shi replied in a respectful manner. "Fellow Daoist Hua Shi is correct. I'm 80% sure that this is the entrance you're searching for, Brother Han," Tu Yao chimed in a confident manner. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Tuesday Guo. Come over here," Han Li said as he waved a hand toward Zhu Guo, who was still on the ark. Zhu Guo hurriedly flew over to Han Li, who instructed, "Come with me and we'll examine to see if this is indeed the entrance to the small spirit sky. If it is, then Hua Shi will also enter with the ark and the puppets." "Yes, Senior Han." "As you wish, Master Han." Zhu Guo and Patriarch Hua Shi both gave affirmative responses. Tu Yao was of the opinion that what Han Li was doing was rather risky, but he then thought back to the astonishing power that Han Li had displayed and decided against trying to dissuade him. Immediately thereafter, Han Li released a burst of spiritual light that swept up Zhu Guo before flying toward the giant rock. The seemingly ordinary surface of the massive rock warped slightly, and Han Li's duo flew directly into it, leaving Patriarch Hua Shi, Tu Yao and the puppets waiting for them on the outside. As soon as Han Li flew into the giant rock with Zhu Guo, he immediately decelerated, and his body became very sluggish, as if he had flown into some type of restriction. At the same time, the spatial fluctuations that had been very faint outside became extremely pronounced here, and there was a ball of rainbow light up ahead that was slowly revolving on the spot. Han Li directed his spiritual sense into the ball of rainbow light, and his eyes immediately lit up as he transformed into a golden ape that was over 100 feet tall. Following his transformation, his sluggishness was immediately alleviated, and he grabbed onto Zhu Guo before striding toward the ball of rainbow light. Han Li then plunged headfirst into the ball of rainbow light and vanished on the spot. In another realm, an earth-shattering boom rang out within a certain forest, and countless beams of golden light suddenly erupted out of a giant lush pine tree. The tree then shuddered before exploding into countless scraps of wood, leaving a giant crater that was several tens of feet deep on the ground. Over 100 feet above the crater was a ball of rainbow light that was revolving incessantly, and two people flew out of it amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. They were none other than Han Li and Zhu Guo. Han Li quickly inspected his surroundings and his brows furrowed slightly as he said, "The spiritual qi here really is less abundant than that of the spirit realm. Or is this the small spirit sky?" "Please give me a moment, Senior Han. The density of the spiritual qi here is very much like that of the small spirit sky, but let me check just to make sure," Zhu Guo replied in an excited manner as she also inspected her surroundings. Immediately thereafter she flipped a hand over to summon a handkerchief, which she tossed forward before quickly casting several incantation seals into. A burst of white light flashed over the handkerchief, and an extremely clear map immediately appeared. Zhu Guo was ecstatic to see this and she said, "My secret technique worked, so this is definitely the small spirit sky. Let me check our current location. We're in the green sea of the small spirit sky. It doesn't matter where we are right now as long as this is indeed the small spirit sky. You stay here for now, I'll bring Hua Shi and the others here." The passageway was more difficult than expected to pass through, so Hua Shi won't be able to go through it alone, Han Li instructed. Zhu Guo naturally gave an affirmative response to this. Thus Han Li flew back into the ball of rainbow light again, and around 15 minutes later, another burst of spatial fluctuations erupted as the ink spirit holy arc, now shrunk down significantly, flew out of the ball of light. As soon as the arc emerged, it immediately returned to its original mountainous size, and Han Li and Patriarch Hua Shi were revealed at the front of the arc. As for Tu Yao and his daughter, they had already departed on the other side of the passageway after extending their gratitude toward Han Li once again. Zhu Guo immediately flew onto the arc with an excited smile, upon which Han Li turned to her and said, "All right, tell me about this green sea as well as where you were living in the small spirit sky in the past. I want to have a good chat with your mother." The green sea is the territory of the green spirit race, which is the most powerful race in the small spirit sky, and also the sworn enemy of our human race. As for the place where I lived in the small spirit sky, that would be the human territory which is on the other side of the small spirit sky, so it's extremely far away, Zhu Guo replied in a slightly dejected manner. Chapter 2395. Green Spirit Race. The Green Spirit Race? Are these green-skinned beings with semi-transparent wings? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhu Guo's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "How did you know, Senior Han? It seems that the entrance of our ink spirit holy arc into this realm has caused too much of a disturbance, and there are many green spirit beings converging toward us as we speak," Han Li replied. "I see. Be careful, Senior Han. No Grand Ascension stage beings exist in the small spirit sky due to insufficient spiritual qi, but the green spirit race is still the most powerful race in this entire realm. They can communicate with true spirit-like beings known as ancient ancestral tree spirits through possession, and their power is not inferior to that of the average Grand Ascension stage being," Zhu Guo hurriedly cautioned. "Ancient ancestral tree spirits? That sounds interesting. However, this isn't the time to be getting involved in pointless conflicts. If those green spirit beings know what's good for them, then they'll stay out of my way, then I'll leave them be. However, if they dare to try and get in my way, then I wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. No one can know about the entrance to this passageway, so I'll set up a restriction to conceal it," Han Li said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Immediately thereafter he raised a sleeve to release a series of formation flags, which transformed into balls of light of different colors before vanishing into the surrounding space in a flash. Han Li then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the ball of rainbow light, releasing a burst of 5 colored runes that transformed into a light barrier to conceal the entire ball of light. In the blink of an eye, the ball of rainbow light and the light barrier had both disappeared, and the faint spatial fluctuations emanating from the ball of light were also cut off. After that, Han Li chanted an incantation before switching to a different hand seal, then swept his sleeve through the air again, releasing a burst of green light that transformed into a huge rune before exploding amid a dull thump. Countless green threads dispersed through the surrounding area, and the giant pine tree, which had already been reduced to scraps of wood, began to rapidly reform itself at a rate discernible to the naked eye, as if by some kind of miracle. Even the crater on the ground was beginning to become filled again, and within the span of just a few breaths, both the tree and the ground had returned to normal. After sweeping his spiritual sense through the area to ensure that he hadn't missed anything, a pleased look appeared on Han Li's face. He then thrust a palm toward the distance, and a small mountain close to 10 kilometers away was instantly razed to the ground amid an earth-shattering boom. A giant handprint had appeared on the ground within a radius of half a kilometer around the spot where the mountain had once stood, and the handprint was over 100 feet deep. Even all of the fingerprints on the hand were clearly visible. "Let's go," Han Li instructed with a faint smile, following which the giant arc quickly flew away into the distance. A short while later, several streaks of light arrived on the scene from another direction, then stopped above the giant handprint that had been left behind by Han Li, revealing 3 humanoid figures with semi-transparent cicad-like wings on their backs. The 3 of them were comprised of a woman and 2 men, all of whom had green skin and were tall and gangly. The 3 of them looked down at the giant handprint with grim expressions, and the slightly more well-built man asked, "What do you think of this, Xiuying?" The woman's brows were tightly furrowed as she replied, "Whoever did this must be extremely powerful. At the very least, the 3 of us wouldn't be able to do this." That's a massive understatement. Whoever did this is most definitely far more powerful than the 3 of us, the other man harumphed coldly. Judging from the shape of this handprint, it was clearly left behind by a human. Is there someone this powerful among the human race? Xiuying asked with a hint of befuddlement in her eyes. In the past, the most powerful being in the human race was Layman Taijun of the Heavenly Gate Mountain, and he's only slightly more powerful than us. Could this have been left behind by a new powerful being of the human race? The first man speculated. The small spirit sky isn't exactly a massive place. How could we not have heard anything if such a powerful being had appeared in the human race? Also, why did this person appear right at the center of our green sea? The second man mused. That is indeed rather strange. It looks like we'll have to ask the culprit for an answer, the woman said as a cold look flashed through her eyes. What do you two think could be the meaning of this? The first man asked as he stroked his own chin in a contemplative manner. What else could it mean? This handprint was obviously left here to intimidate us, but whoever did this is sorely mistaken if they think they can just get away with this. Even if they're a grand ascension stage being of the human race, they have to provide an explanation for this, the second man said with a cold smile. Of course. Otherwise, if word of this were to spread, the other races would all think that they could enter and exit our green sea as they pleased. By the way, what were those spatial fluctuations that appeared at the beginning? Could it be that human unleashed some type of spatial secret technique that allowed them to ignore the restrictions we set up and teleport into the green sea? The woman speculated. I also sensed those spatial fluctuations, but I couldn't find anything nearby giving off residual spatial fluctuations, so it looks like that human must have erased it, the second man replied. Regardless of what their objective is, we'll just have to catch them and interrogate them. This might be a good thing for our green spirit race. After all, we might not be able to successfully summon the ancient ancestral tree spirits outside of the green sea, the first man said with a smile. Indeed. What are we waiting for then? Let's give chase right away. With that human's powers, our brethren won't be able to stall him for long even with the power of the green sea to aid them, the woman said. The 2 men naturally had no objections to this, and thus they set off once again as streaks of light, flying toward the same direction as the giant arc. Meanwhile, the ink spirit holy arc was still flying through the air, but thousands of green spirit beings had appeared nearby, and they were wielding different types of treasures to attack the arc from afar. Countless devil crystal puppets had also emerged on the arc, releasing pillars of light and bolts of lightning to oppose the green spirit beings in a fierce battle. However, even the most powerful of these green spirit beings were only at the spatial tempering stage, so their attacks were kept at bay with ease by the black light barrier around the giant arc. As for the attacks being unleashed by the puppets, they were all being kept at bay by a series of leaf projections being summoned by the green spirit beings. The battle seemed to be extremely fierce, but there weren't actually many casualties, and the giant arc wasn't slowed down in the slightest either. All of a sudden, close to half of the green spirit beings arranged themselves into a strange formation before making hand seals and chanting incantations. Green light flashed within the countless giant trees down below, and each of them released a leaf projection, which quickly converged to form a giant leaf projection that was several acres in size. The projection then instantly appeared above the black arc before descending from the heavens, as if it were attempting to sweep up the entire arc. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted above the giant arc, and a huge azure hand appeared before swooping upward like lightning. The azure hand immediately grabbed onto the giant leaf projection, which began to struggle with all its might as if it were a living creature, but the massive hand's grip was far too firm for the leaf projection to escape. The green spirit beings in the formation were stunned to see this, and they hurriedly poured their magic power into the projection above the arc in a frenzy. The giant leaf projection was originally slightly blurry and indistinct, but with that influx of energy, it became a lot clearer and more substantial, and it also began to release a powerful aura as its struggle intensified. A cold harumph suddenly rang out from the giant arc, following which the massive azure hand tightened its grip, and exerted a burst of tremendous force upon the leaf projection that instantly tore the projection apart. As a result, all of the green spirit beings in the formation were struck by backlash, and their faces paled significantly as they began to throw up mouthfuls of blood. Some of the weaker individuals even plummeted straight out of the sky. Right at this moment, Han Li emerged at the front of the arc, then cast a cold gaze toward the surrounding green spirit beings. I had intended to spare all of you, but seeing as you insist on irking me, I'll send you all on your way. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li rubbed his hands together, conjuring up a ball of golden lightning that swelled drastically in size while rising up higher into the air. Scintillating golden light radiated in all directions, while rumbling thunderclaps shook the entire heavens. In the blink of an eye, the ball of lightning had swelled to the size of a pavilion with countless arcs of golden lightning flashing over its surface, releasing a devastatingly destructive aura. The nearby green spirit beings were all extremely alarmed to see this, and one of their leaders immediately issued an order to retreat, upon which all of them fled into the distance. However, Han Li wasn't going to let them get away so easily. A cold look flashed through his eyes as he flicked an incantation seal into the giant ball of lightning, and it instantly exploded, sending countless arcs of golden lightning shooting in all directions. Countless green spirit beings were quickly reduced to ashes by the eruption of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, only several tens of green spirit beings remained. All of them were naturally horrified to see this, and only then did they realize that the enemy on the giant arc was far beyond what they could deal with. Thus, they immediately fled for their lives, and Han Li displayed no intention of continuing to pursue them. Right as he was about to return to the Ark's cabin, 3 streaks of light suddenly shot forth from the distance. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he stopped in his tracks, and moments later, the 3 streaks of light faded to reveal the trio of green spirit beings from earlier, who were extremely enraged to see so many of their elite brethren lying dead around them. They had predicted that their brethren wouldn't have been able to prevent the enemy from advancing, but such a high number of casualties was beyond their expectations. After all, it had only taken them around 15 minutes to catch up to the giant arc. The 3 green spirit beings immediately cast their eyes toward Han Li, upon which astonishment appeared on all of their faces. That really is a grand Ascension stage human being. Han Li was also looking back at the trio, and he had identified them to be mere mid-body integration and late-body integration stage beings, so he wasn't concerned in the slightest. So a grand Ascension cultivator really has arisen among the human race. May I ask your name? Also, don't you think it's unbecoming of someone like you to kill so many juniors of our green spirit race? One of the 3 green spirit beings asked in a furious voice. They dared to get in my way. If I didn't teach them a lesson, I would become the laughing stock of my fellow Daoists. As for my name, that's not something that you need to know, Han Li replied in a cold voice. A thought suddenly occurred to the burly man, and his expression changed slightly as he asked, "Did you come from another realm?" "So what if I did?" Han Li asked. "If you really are from another realm, then for the sake of all of the races in the small spirit sky, we're going to have to make sure that you never leave this green sea," the thinner of the 2 men said with a cold light in his eyes. "What gives 3-body integration stage beings like you the confidence to say this? Are you pinning your hopes on those ancient ancestral tree spirits?" Han Li asked with a hint of a smile on his face. The burly man's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. "You know about the ancient ancestral tree spirits? Looks like you didn't enter this realm by accident." Han Li merely smiled and offered no response. "It looks like we'll have to summon the ancient ancestral tree spirits, fellow Daoists. For the sake of the small spirit sky, we have to capture this man no matter what. There are 3 of us and only 1 of him, so we definitely have an advantage," the woman in the trio said as a fierce light flashed through her eyes. The 2 men immediately nodded in agreement. Over the years, they had developed a near-blind sense of worship toward the ancient ancestral tree spirits, and even in the face of a grand Ascension stage being who had never appeared in the small spirit sky before, they were very confident. Thus, the 3 of them raised their left arms in unison, and their sleeves were immediately torn apart, revealing an extremely vivid ancient tree image on each of their arms. The three ancient tree images were different from one another. One of them was extremely lush with countless leaves and branches. Another one was tall and ramrod straight with a shimmering silver hue, and leaves and branches that resembled swords. And the final one was extremely colorful with flowers of different sizes covering all of its branches. Reveal yourselves, ancestral spirits. The three green spirit beings yelled in unison as they each made a hand seal. Azure light immediately swept over their left arms, and three small tree projections emerged. The world's origin chi within the forest down below abruptly stirred, and countless green threads surged out of all of the trees before flooding into the three tree projections in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the projections had swelled drastically in size, transforming into massive trees that were over 1,000 feet tall and flashing with green light. As for the three green spirit beings, they had all vanished on the spot. The trunks of the three giant trees blurred slightly, and a face appeared on each of them. Those faces were identical to those of the trio of green spirit beings who had just disappeared. So these are ancient ancestral tree spirits? The purity of the wood attribute spiritual chi they contain is truly remarkable. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes as he sensed the powerful auras being released by the three massive trees. At this moment, the three giant trees warped and blurred before transforming into a trio of giants. One of the giants had long green hair and was wearing a suit of azure wooden armor. Another giant was more slender with a pair of resplendent wings on its back and a giant green sword in its hand. And the final giant was the most imposing of the three, wearing a suit of silver armor that was riddled with hooked spikes, and it was wielding a huge silver hammer in each hand. As soon as the three giants appeared, the one with long green hair immediately declared, "It's still not too late to surrender. All you have to do is tell us the location of the entrance into this realm, then return to your own realm. Otherwise, once the ancestral spirits spring into action, even we won't be able to control their actions, and it would be too late to regret your decision once you perish by their hands." What insolence! Even if you were true Grand Ascension stage beings, you would still be nothing in my eyes. However, this possession secret technique that you're using is quite interesting. It would be worth studying this secret technique once I capture you. Let's not waste any more time with useless chatter. The human race has always been our sworn enemy. He's looking down on us just because he's a Grand Ascension stage being, so let's show him the power of the ancient ancestral tree spirits. The slender giant said in a furious voice. As soon as its voice trailed off, the three giants immediately began to charge toward the ink spirit Holy Arkansas. Han Li stood at the front of the ark, and a faint smile appeared on his face at the sight of the approaching giants. All of a sudden, he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a bolt of silver lightning that transformed into the expressionless Daoist Xia. Brother Xia, your cultivation arts are perfect to counter these ancient ancestral tree spirits, so I'll leave them to you. If possible, please capture one of them alive, Han Li instructed. Leave them to me, Daoist Xia replied as he cast his gaze toward the three giants in the distance. He then stomped a foot onto the ark and shot forth toward the trio of giants amid countless arcs of silver lightning, transforming into a giant golden crab that was several acres in size mid-flight. After that, the gigantic crab extended its pair of pincers forward, then opened its mouth to release a pillar of silver lightning, which reached the slender giant in a flash. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted above the other two giants, and a pair of massive pincer projections came crashing down toward them alongside a vast expanse of silver lightning. The three giants were naturally very alarmed to see this. Never did they think that their opponent would be able to summon such a fearsome being who just so happened to possess lightning attribute abilities, which directly countered their own wood attribute powers. The burly giant raised its hammers and unleashed countless hammer projections toward the descending pincer projection, while the long-haired giant made a hand seal, and countless massive vines emerged from its suit of azure wooden armor amid a flash of spiritual light. The vines intertwined with one another as they rose up into the air, forming a giant net to oppose the other pincer projection. As for the slender giant, it wore a grim expression and was preparing to oppose the oncoming bolt of silver lightning with its green sword. The surface of the giant sword warped slightly, and it suddenly transformed into a huge green shield with countless spirit patterns etched on its surface. Immediately thereafter, a string of earth-shattering booms rang out as a series of devastating clashes took place, and a vast expanse of silver lightning erupted forth in all directions. Right at this moment, the giant golden crab let loose a low roar and countless silver lightning runes suddenly appeared on its back, then converged to form a massive lightning formation. The lightning formation quickly vanished into thin air amid a rumbling boom, and in the next instant, it appeared above the three giants amid a burst of violent spatial fluctuations. The giant golden crab also appeared above the trio of giants before fusing as one with the lightning formation, which began to slowly descend from above. The three giants immediately let loose enraged roars, and they released bursts of violent auras, only for them to be torn apart by the massive lightning formation on contact. In the next instant, the lightning formation transformed into a lightning cloud that completely inundated the three giants. Rumbling thunderclaps rang out incessantly alongside cries of pain from the three giants, and balls of lightning were exploding violently within the cloud. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he strode back into the Ark's cabin without any hesitation. Even the three patriarchs of the Elder Devil Realm had been quite wary of Daoist's powers. There was no way that these three counterfeit Grand Ascension stage beings would be able to last very long against him. Furthermore, Daoist even had an advantage in terms of the attribute of his cultivation arts, so the outcome of this battle was already a foregone conclusion. Around 15 minutes later, the sound of footsteps rang out outside the cabin, and Daoist strode in with a calm expression. Han Li was seated on a chair, studying a cultivation art, and he immediately raised his head before asking with a smile, "Did you kill them all?" "Of course not. You asked me to capture one alive, didn't you?" Daoist replied as he swept his sleeve through the air to release a small silver vial. Han Li drew the small vial into his own grasp, then injected his spiritual sense into it to discover a nascent soul that was several inches tall and identical in appearance to the thin man among the trio of green spirit beings. Han Li nodded with a pleased expression and didn't ask about what had become of the other two green spirit beings. Spiritual light flashed from his hand as he stowed the small vial away into his storage bracelet, following which the giant arc set off again, and on this occasion no more green spirit beings dared to get in its way. Not long after this, news of the three most powerful beings of the green spirit race being killed by a Grand Ascension stage human being began to spread. The foreign races neighboring the green spirit race were extremely alarmed to hear this, and they immediately sent out scouts to verify the authenticity of this news. Soon the entire small spirit sky was completely stirred up into a frenzy. At this point, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark had already left the territory of the green spirit race and was heading toward human territory on the other side of the small spirit sky. Several days later, a group of powerful human beings were seated around a stone table in an antiquated stone hall situated on a tall mountain, discussing something with one another with grim looks on their faces. These humans were comprised of 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were at the body integration stage. Can we confirm the news to be accurate? Was it really a Grand Ascension stage human being who killed those 3 green spirit beings and ancient ancestral tree spirits? A middle-aged man with a dark complexion asked. Our scouts were unable to enter the Green Sea, but judging from the reactions of all of the races, the information is most likely accurate. Otherwise, the Green Spirit race wouldn't have withdrawn all of its members into the Green Sea in an emergency retreat during the past few days, a white-haired elderly man replied as he stroked his own beard. But we all know that no Grand Ascension stage being has ever arisen from our human race in the small spirit sky, and it'll most likely never happen in the future either, a green-robed woman said with furrowed brows. Perhaps I would agree with you in the past, but have you forgotten about Fairy Moon? In such a short time she was able to progress from the spatial tempering stage to the pinnacle of the body integration stage. Perhaps she can become the first Grand Ascension stage human being of our small spirit sky, a white-robed man said. The blue-robed woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she still shook her head as she said, Fellow Daoist Moon's aptitude doesn't require further elaboration. In just 2,000 years she's become the most powerful being of our human race and can even match an ancient ancestral tree spirit in battle. However, I don't think it's plausible to expect fellow Daoist Moon to reach the Grand Ascension stage with the lack of spiritual chi in our small spirit sky. It's indeed implausible, but with Fairy Moon's aptitude there's still a chance, the white-robed man countered. If Fairy Moon really can progress to the Grand Ascension stage, that would be extremely fortunate for our human race. However, in her current state, It would require at least several more centuries of cultivation before she can begin attempting a breakthrough. By the way, Fairy Moon is currently cultivating an extremely important secret technique, so I'm not sure if she can attend this meeting, the white-haired elderly man said in a calm manner. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Tai, Fairy Moon is currently unable to come out of seclusion, but I've already sent her a report of the situation, and I'm sure she'll give us a response soon, the white-robed man replied. That's good to hear. I feel rather uneasy not having Fairy Moon present to discuss such an important matter with us. Now then, let's think about where this Grand Ascension stage human being could have come from, the white-haired elderly man said. It's most likely a Grand Ascension cultivator from another realm, the blue-robed woman speculated. That is indeed the likeliest scenario. However, seeing as this Grand Ascension stage being is human, he must have come from the spirit realm. Also, he was able to enter our small spirit sky, so he must have a way of returning to the spirit realm. This is an unmissable opportunity for us to go to the spirit realm, the man with the dark complexion said. Only in the spirit realm will we have a chance at reaching the Grand Ascension stage. Even though beings from other races have discovered exits that can allow them to leave this realm, none of them have been able to withstand the fearsome spatial power within the passageways, so they could only give up. If that Grand Ascension stage human being really did force his way into the small spirit sky from another realm, then this would be a massive opportunity for our entire human race, the white-robed man said as a fervent look appeared in his eyes. Unfortunately, we don't know much about the spirit realm, and we still don't know whether this Grand Ascension stage being came from the spirit realm. We can't even be sure if he's a human cultivator. However, one thing is for sure. That man will most likely visit our human territory, so we have to prepare some precautionary measures. We have to be prepared just in case this man develops some sinister intentions toward our human race, the white-haired elderly man said in a cautious manner. You're right, but considering that man was able to kill the 3 ancient ancestral tree spirits, his powers are clearly far beyond ours. Only Fairy Moon will stand a chance against him. After all, fellow Daoist Moon is the only one among us with powers close to the Grand Ascension stage, the white-robed man said. It most likely won't be possible for Fairy Moon to come out of seclusion anytime soon. After all, she's currently... The white-haired elderly man's voice was suddenly cut off here when a streak of silver light approached the hall before flying into it in a flash. It then transformed into a small silver sword that descended toward the stone table that everyone was gathered around. Attached to the small sword was a white jade slip, and the white-haired elderly man immediately detached the jade slip from the sword. Immediately thereafter, the silver sword shuddered slightly before flying out of the hall as a streak of silver light. Thus, everyone turned their attention toward the jade slip that the elderly man was holding. The elderly man pressed the jade slip against his own forehead, then closed his eyes and injected his spiritual sense into it. Moments later, he reopened his eyes with an elated expression and said, "It's a message from Fairy Moon. She's agreed to go and meet that Grand Ascension stage being with us when he arrives in our human territory." That's great news. Having fellow Daoist Moon accompany us would be greatly reassuring, the white-robed man said with an elated expression, and everyone else's expressions also eased slightly. After that, a short discussion ensued before everyone departed from the stone hall to make the required preparations. Elsewhere, within a secluded valley, there was a secret chamber, the entrance to which was sealed by a layer of glacial ice. There was a white-robed woman seated on a pristine silver disc in silent meditation. The woman was as still as a statue, and even though her facial features were concealed by a faint silver light barrier, it was apparent that she was an exceptional beauty. Close to a month later, a mountainous black arc suddenly appeared above a mountain range out the outskirts of human territory. After just a few flashes, the arc flew over the mountain range and traveled deeper into human territory, leaving behind countless stunned onlookers in the mountain range. The humans of the small spirit sky had never seen such a massive flying treasure before, and some of them had the presence of mind to send out messages announcing the arc's arrival into human territory using some special treasures. Even though the Inskpurit Holy Arc was extremely eye-catching, no one tried to stop it as it continued deeper into human territory. 2 days later, the arc passed over a large lake before stopping above a set of small mountains. That's where my mother's cave abode is, Senior Han. Aside from my mother and myself, there are some sisters and uncles of mine who are also living on these mountains, Zhu Guer said in an ecstatic voice, then immediately flew directly toward one of the mountains as a streak of silver light. It looks like she really is homesick. Otherwise, she wouldn't be rushing out without even taking her leave, Han Li chuckled. Guer has never left her home for this long before, so it's only natural that she's extremely eager to be reunited with her family, Patriarch Huasher said in a respectful voice. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li and Patriarch Huasher appeared in front of the ark amid a flash of azure light, and both of them began to inspect the small mountains down below. Right at this moment, Zhu Guer disappeared into a certain spot halfway up the mountain. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face and he waited patiently up above. He could sense that there were some people on the mountains using treasures to spy on him and the giant ark in secret, but they didn't dare to appear before him. A short while later, a young woman in a set of simple attire suddenly emerged from the mountain that Zhu Guer had disappeared into. The woman bore a strong resemblance to Zhu Guer, and she was holding tightly onto Zhu Guer's hand as both of them emerged with teary eyes. Junior Zhou Xian pays her respects to Senior Han. Guer has told me that you are her savior. I am truly indebted to you, the woman said as she and Zhu Guer knelt down toward Han Li from down below. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he sensed the woman's spatial tempering stage cultivation base, and he said, "You must be Zhu Guer's mother. As expected, you possess a decent cultivation base. There's no need for formalities. I came here to bring Guer back home, but also to ask you some questions." "Of course. Please come in, Senior Han. I don't have any spirit tea or spirit wine to welcome you with, but I do have some spirit fruits that are very uncommon in other realms, and I hope they'll be to your liking," Zhou Xian said in a respectful manner as she rose to her feet. "Please pardon my intrusion then. Huasher, you can stay out here for now," Han Li instructed. Patriarch Huasher gave an affirmative response, then immediately flew back onto the ark. Meanwhile, Han Li stepped forward and immediately vanished on the spot. In the next instant he reappeared beside Zhou Xian amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Zhou Xian was rather surprised by this, but she immediately made an inviting hand gesture as she said, "Please follow me, Senior Han." Thus the three of them vanished into the mountain again. At the same time, several human cultivators were gathered in a hall in the belly of a neighboring mountain, appraising everything that was happening outside through a mirror treasure. "It really is Guer. She just came down from that black ark, so that man must be the Grand Ascension stage being we've been hearing about," a middle-aged scholarly man said as he withdrew his gaze from the mirror. "Sister Guer has been missing for a long time. Who would have thought that she would somehow become related to that Grand Ascension stage being? What do we do now? Should we inform our seniors of this?" a young man asked in a hesitant manner. Given how eye-catching that ark is, do you think our seniors wouldn't have already heard about his arrival? It's a massive opportunity for us that Guer has established ties with a Grand Ascension stage senior, so let's just observe for now, the scholarly man said. Everyone else nodded in agreement to this proposed course of action. Similar scenes were being repeated in all of the other nearby mountains as well. At this point, Zhou Xian had already led Han Li through a bluestone corridor and arrived in a stone hall with elegant decor. A stone cauldron was situated in each corner of the hall, and within each cauldron was a stick of burning fragrant incense that was blackish yellow in color. Once Han Li took a seat on a stone chair beside a wooden table, Zhou Xian clapped her hands together, and a white light flashed from a side entrance of the hall, upon which a snowy white squirrel that was around a foot tall appeared, carrying a huge fruit platter with its front limbs. The squirrel had a pair of intelligent black eyes, and even though it was walking in a rather wobbly manner, it was making no sound at all and was very agile. It quickly made its way over to the stone table, then set down the fruit platter in a well-rehearsed manner. After that, it turned toward Han Li and made a string of pleasant squeaking sounds while wagging its bushy tail from side to side. "Don't be rude, Xuan. Go away for now. I'll give you a spiritual attainment pill later," Zhou Xian scolded. "Hehe, this is a snow squirrel beast, right? How interesting, these beasts are quite rare even in the spirit realm. Looks like it's only a step away from attaining full intelligence. In that case I'll give it a hand," Han Li said with a faint smile, then flicked a thumb-sized pill out of his sleeve. The snow squirrel beast's eyes immediately lit up upon catching a whiff of the pill's aroma, and it instantly sprang up to swallow the pill before landing beside the stone table. It then let loose a low snarl and all of its snowy white fur turned a bright red color while standing up on end. A string of cracks and pops rang out within its body, and it rolled onto the ground, much to Zhou Xianyun's alarm. Senior Han, what is? Rest assured, mother. Senior Han wouldn't hurt Xuan. On the contrary, Xuan is currently in a very fortunate situation, Zhu Guo said with a wide smile. All of a sudden, the snow squirrel beast's aura was noticeably elevated, and after letting loose another low snarl, it stood up again in a shaky manner, then cast its gaze toward Han Li as it said, "Thank you for granting me that medicine, senior. Otherwise, it would have taken me at least over 1,000 more years to reach this point." Hehe, you were almost there anyway. Otherwise, even with that pill, you wouldn't have been able to reach this stage, Han Li replied with a nonchalant wave of his hand. At this point, Zhou Xianyun had returned to her senses, and she also offered her gratitude toward Han Li in the snow squirrel beast's stead before dismissing the beast. The snow squirrel beast bent its front limbs and kowtowed toward Han Li, then left the hall in a rather reluctant manner. Guer has given me a brief recount of her time with you. She was truly fortunate to have encountered you even after falling into the Elder Devil realm. If you haven't saved her, this reunion would have never happened. Also, you mentioned that you had some questions to ask me. I'll be sure to answer them to the best of my abilities, Zhou Xianyun said in a respectful manner. Even though it was a coincidence that I encountered Guer in the Elder Devil realm, there was something about her that attracted my attention. By the way, I heard from Guer that you were only at the nascent soul stage, yet you've already reached the spatial tempering stage. You must have encountered some type of miraculous opportunity to facilitate such rapid progression, right? Han Li said in an unhurried manner. Prior to Guer's disappearance, I was only at the late nascent soul stage, and I did indeed encounter a massive opportunity that allowed me to reach the spatial tempering stage in such a short time. Senior Han, would you be able to elaborate on what it is about Guer that caught your notice? Zhou Xianyun asked. It looks like Guer hasn't had a chance to tell you about this yet. In that case, I'd be happy to explain, Han Li said with a smile. Please go ahead, senior, Zhou Xianyun prompted. Do you know how Guer came into contact with the greater incarnation arts? Han Li asked. Zhou Xianyun faltered slightly upon hearing this, and she took a glance at Guer before replying, "Of course I do. I was the one who taught her the cultivation art." I see, but according to Guer, the main cultivation art you're using isn't the greater incarnation arts. Instead, it's the very common clear chi arts. What I want to know is from whom did you obtain the greater incarnation arts from? Han Li said in a calm manner. So this is the question you have. I'm afraid this places me in a slight predicament. I obtained the greater incarnation arts from another senior, but I swore a vow not to reveal their identity to anyone without their agreement and before Guer attains a certain level of mastery over this cultivation art, Zhou Xianyun said with a hesitant look in her eyes. I see. Let me ask you another question. Is this senior a man or a woman? Surely you can tell me at least that much. Rest assured, if that person really is the one I'm looking for, then we share an extremely close relationship and I would love to meet them, Han Li said with a calm smile. After hesitating for a long while, Zhou Xianyun finally gritted her teeth and replied, "The person who bestowed the greater incarnation arts upon me is a woman. If she really is an acquaintance of yours, then I can make an exception and inform her of your arrival to see if she would be willing to meet you. You're a Grand Ascension stage senior and you saved Guer's life, so I'm sure that senior wouldn't blame me for this. However, if she refuses to see you, then there's nothing I can do. Of course. Just inform her of my name and regardless of the outcome I'll be indebted to you for this," Han Li said with a smile. "I wouldn't dare, senior. What I'm doing for you completely pales in comparison to the fact that you saved Guer's life. I'll send a message to that senior right away. Please give me a moment, Senior Han," Zhou Xianyun said in a respectful manner, then pulled a jade pendant treasure out of her sleeve. She quickly inscribed some text upon the jade pendant with her finger, then crushed it into powder, which immediately dissipated as specks of white light. At the same time, the white-robed woman seated on the silver disc in that mysterious secret chamber suddenly opened her eyes, and she raised a hand, upon which several lines of glowing white text appeared before her amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. After only a brief examination of the message, the woman began to tremble slightly, and she swept a sleeve through the air to erase the text, then conjured up a string of glowing white text herself before that message also vanished into thin air. At the same time, several streaks of light were hurriedly flying toward the valley outside the secret chamber. Meanwhile, a faint buzzing sound rang out within Zhou Xianyun's sleeve, and she immediately pulled another jade slip out of that sleeve. There was a message inscribed upon the jade slip, and after reading the message she turned to Han Li with an ecstatic expression. "Senior Han, that senior has agreed to come and meet you tomorrow morning." A hint of barely detectable excitement flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and he offered Zhou Xianyun her gratitude before asking her some questions about the small spirit sky. He had already learned some things about the small spirit sky through Zhuguo, but Zhou Xianyun was naturally more knowledgeable about this realm. Close to an hour later their conversation concluded, and Han Li euphemistically refused Zhou Xianyun's offer to stay before departing from the hall and flying back onto the Ink Spirit Holy Arkansas. The Ark was hovering in mid-air between several mountains, and at this point, a series of high-grade human cultivators had already gathered on the nearby mountains. However, none of them dared to approach Han Li, and were lingering extremely far away in a cautious manner, appraising the giant Ark from afar. Some of the more opportunistic individuals among them had sent out disciples to visit Zhou Xianyun or visited her themselves right after Han Li left her cave abode, hoping to find out some information about Han Li from her. Chapter 2399, Reunion 2. Zhou Xianyun didn't dare to disrespect these high-grade cultivators, and there wasn't anything to hide anyway, so she willingly revealed Han Li's identity to everyone. Thus, it quickly became common knowledge in the nearby area that Han Li really was a Grand Ascension stage human being from the spirit realm. Everyone was extremely excited to hear this, and they were itching to visit Han Li in person on his Ark. However, as soon as they reached within half a kilometer of the Ark, they were kept out by an invisible restriction, and they didn't dare to try and break through the restriction by force, so they could only depart again. The next morning, several streaks of light shot forth from the distance. Han Li was meditating in the Ark's cabin when he opened his eyes and made a hand seal to withdraw the invisible restriction, then emerged from the cabin before arriving at the front of the Ark. The streaks of light arrived above the giant Ark in a flash, then faded to reveal several human cultivators. These cultivators all stopped over 1,000 feet above the Ark, with the exception of a white-robed woman who resembled a celestial maiden, who drifted down directly toward Han Li with an elated smile. As soon as Han Li caught sight of this woman, the entire world around him faded from his field of view. The woman quickly arrived in front of Han Li, then said, "You've finally found your way here. I never doubted that this day would come, but I really have missed you during our time apart." "Waner," Han Li called out in the gentlest of voices, then reached out to carefully caress the woman's silky smooth cheek, as if he were stroking a priceless treasure. Indeed, this white-robed woman was none other than Nangongwan, whom Han Li had been searching for many years, and she was also the vastly renowned fairy moon of the small spirit sky's human race. A stir immediately ran through the onlooking human cultivators upon seeing this. Nangongwan was currently the undisputed most powerful being in the human race, and that, in conjunction with her stunning beauty, made her a goddess in the eyes of countless young male cultivators. As such, everyone was stunned that she was being so intimate with a male cultivator from another realm, and there was no lack of envy and jealousy either. Only the group of cultivators who had accompanied Nangongwan to the Ark were unsurprised to see this, but they also had complex looks in their eyes. In the next instant, Nangongwan dove forward into Han Li's embrace. Half a day later, Nangongwan was nestled up in Han Li's arms with a captivating blush on her face. The two of them were lying on a pristine white stone bed in an elegantly decorated bedroom on the Ark, and Nangongwan was giving Han Li a recount of her past experiences. 1. It turned out that after Han Li ascended to the spirit realm, Nangongwan also reached a bottleneck after many years of arduous cultivation. Thus, she had no choice but to follow in Han Li's footsteps and enter a certain spatial node to ascend to the spirit realm. At this point in her story, Nangongwan paused and heaved a faint sigh. "What happened? Did you encounter a spatial storm as well?" Han Li asked in a gentle voice as he inhaled her familiar scent. Nangongwan hesitated momentarily before replying, "I didn't encounter a spatial storm, but I did encounter two almighty beings battling inside the spatial node. Their battle had disrupted the spatial power within the spatial node, and that was how I fell into the small spirit sky." Han Li was quite surprised to hear this. Who would dare to battle in a spatial node? Were they Grand Ascension stage beings? No, they were the true spirit Rahu that you had once encountered and another ancient true spirit being the 100-head insect. At the time, the two of them were already on the brink of death, and the final blows that they dealt upon one another completely shattered the spatial node. Thus, both of their bodies and I fell into the small spirit sky. Somehow, I remained largely unscathed and was granted a miraculous opportunity, Xuan explained. I see. Could it be that the opportunity you were referring to were those two true spirit bodies? Han asked. That's right. Both the Rahu and the 100-head insect are ranked quite high even among true spirits. Setting everything else aside, their cores contain an enormous amount of energy, making them invaluable assets to cultivators. This was how I was able to reach my current cultivation base in no more than 2,000 years, even though the spiritual chi in the small spirit sky is far less abundant than in the spirit realm. In comparison, it's far more impressive that you were able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage in the same period of time, even if you were in the spirit realm. The more I progress in my cultivation, the more I come to understand how difficult it is to reach the Grand Ascension stage. Even with those true spirit cores at my disposal, I'm still not very confident in successfully making that breakthrough, Xuan said as she turned to Han with a hint of undisguised intrigue in her eyes. I was very lucky to have progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, and I only completed the breakthrough after making extensive preparations. Back when I emerged from the spatial node at the deity transformation stage, it wasn't all smooth sailing for me. I was severely wounded in a spatial storm and I even completely lost my magic power at one point. Thus, Han also began to deliver a recount of his own. Of course, there were some things that he had to keep secret and he glossed over those matters through ambiguous wording. Even so, an amused smile still appeared on Xuan's face upon hearing about Han Li's encounters with Yuan Yao in the Infernal River and Violet Spirit in the Elder Devil realm. Who would have thought that Yuan Yao and Violet Spirit would also encounter significant opportunities of their own? Perhaps they'll follow you even after you ascend to the true immortal realm someday. Surely you jest, Warner. I only encountered the two of them through sheer coincidence. As for ascending to the true immortal realm, that's going to be extremely difficult, and I have no confidence that I'll be able to achieve such a monumental feat. By the way, why did you bestow the greater incarnation arts upon Guar? Her mother's rapid progression also had something to do with you, right? Han asked. Xuan was very familiar with Han Li's past with Violet Spirit and Yuan Yao, so she naturally wasn't jealous of them. Instead, she was more amused than anything else. Guar is someone I discovered to have great aptitude for cultivating the greater incarnation arts, so I took her as my disciple. However, I was guarding the secret of the two true spirit cores in my possession, so it would have been quite risky for me to take a disciple on an official basis. Thus, I indirectly passed on the cultivation art to Guar through her mother. Guar certainly didn't disappoint me. She made very fast progress in the greater incarnation arts, but due to an accident she fell into the Elder Devil realm. As such, I had no choice but to accept her mother as an in-name disciple. She's not as suited to cultivating the greater incarnation arts as Guar, but she possesses outstanding cultivation aptitude. I was planning to attempt a breakthrough to the Grand Ascension stage in several centuries, and I needed someone I could trust to protect me during the breakthrough, so I used the true spirit cores to elevate her cultivation base to the spatial tempering stage in a short time. Barring any mishaps, I had intended to elevate her cultivation base all the way up to the early body integration stage before stopping, Xuan revealed. I see. Now that I'm here, you don't need to worry about these things. With my protection, no one will be able to disrupt your tribulation transcendence. Also, once we return to the spirit realm, I have some ways to increase your chances of making a successful breakthrough, Han said. What? Can you really do that? Xuan was very surprised to hear this. Hee, do you really think I'm only a normal Grand Ascension stage being? I don't mean to boast, but even if I were to come up against an ancient true spirit, the outcome of that battle would be very unclear, Han replied with a nonchalant smile. That's incredible. If I didn't know that you weren't the type to exaggerate such matters, I would be struggling to believe you. By the way, you mentioned taking me back to the spirit realm. Could it be that the passageway between the two realms still hasn't disappeared? What if someone else has already discovered its location? Xuan hurriedly asked. That passageway isn't going to disappear in a short time, and I concealed it with a formation so no one would be able to detect its exact location. Is there something on your mind, Warner? Han Li could sense that there was something that Nan Gongwan wanted to say. During my time in the small spirit sky, I've made some very good friends. They've all reached bottlenecks in their cultivation, and if they want to progress further, their only chance would be to go to the spirit realm. Also, there are some juniors in our human race with exceptional aptitude. If you can return to the spirit realm, then you may as well take them with you, Nan Gongwan replied. That wouldn't be an issue, but those people are the pillars of human race here in the small spirit sky. If I take them all away, our human race is going to be oppressed by the other races. Unfortunately, the passageway isn't stable enough for me to take the entire human race with me, Han Li said with furrowed brows. I'm aware of that as well, but now that an opportunity to go to the spirit realm has been presented, I don't think any of them would be willing to give up on it, Nan Gongwan sighed. Alright, here's what we'll do. Get them to send several representatives to come and see me in 3 days and I'll take care of everything, Han Li suddenly said with a smile as he stroked his own chin. 1. https://imager.com/a/dt. 3 days later, Han Li met the 4-body integration stage human cultivators in the hall of his ark, while Nan Gongwan sat beside him. The 4 cultivators extended respectful bows toward Han Li as soon as they entered the room. We pay our respects to Senior Han. No need for formalities. I'm sure all of you already know about my relationship with Wuxia, and similarly, I know why you've come to visit me, Han Li said. Among the 4 human cultivators, a white-haired elderly man lowered his head in a respectful manner and replied, The 4 of us possess aptitude that isn't inferior to anyone, but we're limited by the fact that we're in the small spirit sky. If you can take us back with you to the spirit realm, we'll be forever indebted to you, Senior Han. I must thank you all for looking after Wuxia for all these years, so it's no issue for me to take you back to the spirit realm. However, before we go, we have to take care of some matters in the small spirit sky first. The last thing I would want to see is for our human race to be enslaved by other races as soon as we leave, Han Li said. The 4 cultivators' hearts stirred slightly upon hearing this, and a blue-robed woman stepped forward as she said, We'll do everything you say, Senior Han. Her 3 companions also nodded in agreement. In that case, I'll take the lead here. When you go back, select the top 100 or so most outstanding juniors of the human race, and I'll take them along with the 4 of you back to the spirit realm. At the same time, make an announcement that I'll be returning to the small spirit sky at random points in time to take the next batch of most outstanding human juniors with me, Han Li instructed in an implacable manner. Rest assured, Senior, we'll be sure to carry out your instructions to the best of our abilities, the white-haired elderly man hurriedly replied. Good. Prior to returning to the spirit race, I'll be making a visit to all of the other areas of the small spirit sky to teach the other races a lesson so they wouldn't dare to target our human race. I'll also leave a few powerful treasures behind so that our human race will be able to ward off potential invasions from other races even without any body integration stage beings among its ranks. With these measures in place, we won't have to worry about our brethren even after I take you all away, Han Li said. The 4 cultivators were naturally ecstatic to hear this, and they immediately gave affirmative responses. Indeed, with these measures implemented, the humans of the small spirit sky would have nothing to worry about. Thus, the 4 cultivators asked Han Li a few more questions about the specific details of their plan, then departed from the ark. Throughout this entire meeting, Nan Gongwan remained silent, but once the 4 cultivators left, she turned to Han Li with a smile and said, It'll most likely take them quite some time to select the group of juniors for us to take back to the spirit realm. During this time, how about I accompany you to the other races? I spent most of my time in seclusion, but I'm still far more familiar with the small spirit sky than you are. That would be great. I was also hoping that you would come with me, Han Li replied with a smile. 2 days later, Han Li instructed Patriarch Huashi to depart from the Ink Spirit Holy Ark with a group of puppets. After scouring the small spirit sky for some special materials, he and Nan Gongwan also departed from the ark, while Zhu Guo was left behind to look after the ark, having been officially accepted by Nan Gongwan to become her disciple. Half a month later, a strange being with the upper body of a human and a near-transparent lower body was fleeing for its life, traversing through several volcanoes that was littered with all types of round black stones. A burst of loud rumbling rang out up above, and a massive golden hand that covered virtually the entire sky appeared before descending from above, sending a burst of enormous force crashing downward. The peculiar being was extremely alarmed to see this, and it instantly accelerated by over twofold, covering a distance of several thousand feet in a flash. However, even though the giant golden hand seemed to be descending very slowly, it appeared above the peculiar being's head in a flash before thrusting down like lightning. Despite the semi-transparent being's special constitution and protective treasures, it was completely powerless against the giant golden hand and was crushed like a fly amid an anguished howl. The golden hand then also disappeared, following which Han Li and Nan Gongwan appeared in the sky above amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Nan Gongwan currently wore an astonished expression as she said, "That was the most powerful being of the wind spirit race, and he was on the cusp of reaching the Grand Ascension stage, yet he couldn't even withstand a single attack from you. I fully believe what you said about not being an ordinary Grand Ascension stage being now." "Oh, were you skeptical about my claims before this?" Han Li asked as a hint of a smile appeared on his face. "I believed you from the start, but how was I supposed to know that you'd be this powerful? With your powers, surely you stand at the pinnacle of even the spirit realm," Nan Gongwan said. You'll find out the answer to that once we return to the spirit realm. Let's go, our next target is the most powerful being of the giant mantis race, Gang Jin," Han Li chuckled. Nan Gongwan merely rolled her eyes in response and raised no objections. Thus Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that swept up both of them before flying away. A month later, tens of thousands of giant gray praying mantises were rushing toward a gray light barrier in a relentless wave. There was a small black mountain that was over 1,000 feet tall hovering within the gray light barrier, and atop the small mountain stood Han Li and Nan Gongwan. Behind this wave of giant praying mantises was a massive human-faced insect that was 5 times larger than its brethren, and it was appraising Han Li's duo from afar with a grim expression. The giant insect had black patterns that were flashing all over its body, and under the influence of those black patterns, the bodies of the other insects were enshrouded within layers of faint crimson light. "It's quite remarkable that you're able to control so many of your brethren and temporarily enhance their powers to such a significant degree, but unfortunately this won't work against me," Han Li said in an indifferent manner. Immediately thereafter, a ball of golden lightning the size of a house emerged amid a rumbling thunderclap, then swelled drastically in size, releasing countless arcs of golden lighting that intertwined to form a massive net that descended to encompass virtually the entire insect swarm. All of the praying mantises within the net of golden lightning were instantly reduced to ashes, but the human-faced insect suddenly opened its mouth to release a ball of dark green liquid, tearing a large hole into the lightning net overhead, through which it was able to escape. A pair of azure wings appeared on its back and it flapped its wings vigorously, preparing to unleash a secret technique to flee the scene, but right at this moment Han Li swept a hand through the air within the gray light barrier. Spatial fluctuations erupted beside the human-faced insect, and a streak of azure sword chi emerged before slicing the insect's body apart at an incredible speed. Immediately thereafter, the streak of sword chi transformed into an azure sword barrier that swept up the 2 halves of the insect's body. Once the sword chi dissipated, the insect's body and its nascent soul had already been reduced to nothingness. 1.5 months later, the 3 grand elders of the most populous race in the entire small spirit sky, the Crescent Moon race, were leading over 100,000 of their brethren in battle against Han Li and Nan Gongwan. All of the Crescent Moon beings had arranged themselves into a formation that took advantage of the terrain, but a short while later, thousands of Crescent Moon beings were slain by Han Li, and the formation was destroyed. The 3 grand elders were also slain from afar by a few punches from Han Li. 2 months later, within a swamp that was filled with rotting vegetation and poisonous mist, the grand elder of the most mysterious race in the small spirit sky, the Night Slumber race, voluntarily pledged subordination to Han Li. At the same time he swore a vow that so long as he lived, his race wouldn't take a single step out of the swamp. Within the short span of just a few months, Han Li and Nan Gongwan visited all of the foreign races in the small spirit sky, killing or taming all of the most powerful beings of those races, and it was as if doomsday had descended upon the small spirit sky. The human race was naturally ecstatic to hear this, and Han Li quickly became such a household name that even children who barely knew how to speak were already aware of his name. At this point, the human race had also selected over 100 of its most exceptional juniors after a series of fierce competitions. 3 months later, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark returned to the Green Sea. And not only was it carrying Han Li and Nangongwan, they were accompanied by the 4-body integration stage human cultivators and the juniors that had been selected. As for the green spirit beings in the Green Sea, they had already fled far away, staying thousands of kilometers away from the giant ark. Finally, the ark drew to a halt above a massive tree. Han Li cast his gaze downward before making a hand seal, then pointed a finger toward the tree, upon which the tree abruptly vanished to reveal a ball of rainbow light. "Let's go. I wonder when we'll return to this realm next," Han Li murmured to himself, following which the giant black ark sped forward at his behest, shrinking down rapidly mid-flight before vanishing into the ball of light. In the air above a certain region of the sea in the spirit realm, 2 groups of whale-like low-grade sea beasts were engaged in a fierce battle for some unknown reason. Sections of beast carcasses were occasionally rising up out of the seawater, and the nearby area of the sea had been completely stained red. All of a sudden, an extremely fearsome aura erupted from the seabed, and the 2 groups of sea beasts immediately ceased their battle before fleeing in different directions in an alarmed manner. In the blink of an eye, peace and quiet returned. Right at this moment, the seawater parted, and a giant black ark emerged on the surface of the ocean. The ark was over 10,000 feet in length, resembling a massive black beast. The deck of the ark was packed with human cultivators, most of whom appeared to be quite young, and they were all extremely excited as they took in their surroundings. There were also some cultivators who had closed their eyes and seemed to be sensing something in silence. The Ink Spirit Holy Ark had returned from the small spirit sky, and in the instant that it did so, the passageway in the form of the ball of rainbow light finally crumbled. Thus, if Han Li wanted to return to the small spirit sky in the future, then he would have to seek out another corresponding ancient altar for a chance to do so. At this moment, Han Li and Nangongwan were standing side by side at the front of the ark, and everyone else gave them a wide berth out of respect. So this is the spirit realm. As expected, the purity of the spiritual qi here really is far superior to that of the small spirit sky. Only in a place like this will cultivators like us have a chance at making further progress and strive toward ascension to the true immortal realm, Nangongwan murmured to herself. The spirit realm is indeed a superior place for cultivation than the small spirit sky, but there still aren't that many grand ascension stage beings in this realm. 4 weaker races like our human race, having 1 or 2 grand ascension stage beings would be enough to claim a spot in the spirit realm. However, there are some super races that possess numbers of grand ascension stage beings in the double digits. Of course, there are disparities in power even among grand ascension stage beings, and the most powerful grand ascension stage beings can match true spirits in battle and easily slay several ordinary grand ascension stage beings at once, Han Li said with a smile. During his time in the small spirit sky, he had already given everyone a rough description of the spirit realm and the human race here, so they weren't completely oblivious to this realm. Judging from the confidence you're exuding, you must be one of those anomalies among grand ascension stage beings. I didn't think that our human race would be in such a bad situation in the spirit realm, but surely the situation is going to improve with your efforts, Nangongwan sighed. I'm confident in my ability to match any grand ascension stage being in battle, but I've only recently progressed to the grand ascension stage myself, so it'll take some time for me to lead the human race on a resurgence, Han Li said. Of course. I trust that you'll definitely be able to accomplish this someday, Nangongwan said as she turned to Han Li with a gentle look in her eyes. I certainly hope so, Han Li replied. How are we going to return to the Tianyuan continent? Are we going to cross the sea? Nangongwan asked. That won't be necessary. I'm familiar with the manager of the Helian Trade Guild on the nearby Blood Sky continent. He should be able to arrange for a teleportation formation to send us back to the Tianyuan continent, Han Li replied. That would be best. I really want to see the habitat of our human race in this spirit realm, Nangongwan said with a smile. Han Li merely smiled and offered no response, then directed the Ink Spirit Holy Ark toward the Blood Sky continent. Several months later, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark arrived above a certain major seaside city on the Blood Sky continent, and it was hovering in mid-air above a triangular building. Han Li and Nangongwan were situated in the hall of the building, speaking to an uneasy middle-aged man who was sweating profusely. What? You're telling me that fellow Daoist Bai Ying has already perished and your trade guild has withdrawn most of its forces? Are you sure you're not playing a prank on me? How could this have happened in such a short time? Han Li interrogated with a cold expression. I wouldn't dare lie to you, especially not about something like this, Senior Han. Almost everyone on the Blood Sky continent is already aware of this. If you don't believe me, you can go ask anyone else, the middle-aged man hurriedly replied with a wry smile. How was that man able to kill so many Grand Ascension stage beings at once? It's downright unimaginable no matter how I look at it. Has your trade guild managed to ascertain that man's identity yet? Han Li asked. I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that. Perhaps our headquarters will have more accurate information, but I'm only responsible for this branch, so I don't know much at all, the middle-aged man replied after a brief moment of hesitation. You don't know much. That means you know something, so go ahead and tell us what you know. Surely my Dao companion is qualified to hear this information, Nan Gongwan said with a smile. Han Li had naturally already told her about the man who had performed several large-scale blood sacrifices on the Blood Sky continent, and she had been given a massive fright upon hearing about such a fearsome figure. Of course, if Senior Han wishes to hear the information I have, then I'll tell you everything I know, the middle-aged man hurriedly replied. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he nodded in response. Nan Gongwan also put on a serious expression as she prepared to listen to what the man had to say. The middle-aged man reflexively lowered his voice as he revealed, the circumstances surrounding that man are very peculiar. He seems to have initially appeared on the Blood Sky continent, but it can be ascertained through his cultivation arts and abilities that he's definitely not actually from this continent or even this realm for that matter. Thus, there are circulating theories stating that he could be a powerful being from another realm, or a true immortal who descended from a higher realm. According to the information I've received, I think the latter is most likely to be true. Nan Gongwan's expression immediately changed slightly upon hearing this, and even Han Li was quite stunned by this revelation. How can you be so sure that this man is a true immortal? Apparently, there was a witness who saw that man in battle from afar, and he seemed to have incurred backlash from the power of the realm in the form of chains of laws, which had bound his physical body and sealed away most of his powers. If this man isn't a true immortal, then how could that have happened? There are some extremely fearsome beings that exist in more powerful realms, but none of them are capable of killing so many Grand Ascension stage beings at once, especially when there are beings of Master Bai Ying's caliber among them. Even the ancient true spirits, heavenly phoenixes and true dragons, shouldn't be capable of this, the middle-aged man analyzed. If those really were chains of laws, then your analysis is most likely correct. However, I'm still rather skeptical that a true immortal would descend into our spirit realm. I'll pay the headquarters of your trade guild a visit to make sense of the situation. By the way, now that fellow Daoist Bai Ying has passed away, who's managing the trade guild? And where is that man now? Is he still performing blood sacrifices? Han Li asked. Our trade guild is currently being joint managed by several elders, and a new manager will be selected in the future. As for that man, he's continuing to perform blood sacrifices, and almost all of the living beings in the eastern region of the Blood Sky continent have been wiped out. However, around 2 months ago he forced his way into the Blood Mark sect and slew 2 of the sect's Grand Ascension stage seniors along with thousands of disciples, then departed using the sect's intercontinental teleportation formation, the middle-aged man replied. Han Li and Nan Gongwan's expressions both changed slightly upon hearing this, and the former asked, Intercontinental teleportation formation? Do you know which continent he went to? According to our investigation, he seemed to have traveled to the Thunder continent, the middle-aged man replied. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, but the concern in his eyes lingered as he asked the middle-aged man a few more questions before departing from the hall with Nan Gongwan, flying back to the giant black arc in the sky. In the air above a boundless green lake on the Thunder continent, a translucent thread was flying through the air at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered a distance of tens of thousands of feet, and it continued onward without pause. All of a sudden, an island with sparse greenery appeared up ahead, and the translucent thread abruptly descended toward it. A huge crater suddenly appeared on the summit of the only mountain on the island, and a white-robed young man appeared alongside a silver-robed woman, the former of which was half-knelt on the ground. We'll rest for 4 hours then continue, the white-robed young man said after throwing up a mouthful of blood, then rising to his feet in the crater in an unsteady manner. Is 4 hours going to be enough? You're already severely depleted. There's no way you can continue to frequently unleash that secret technique like this, the silver-robed woman said. Do you have a better plan? I don't know what's going on with that bastard, but he's suddenly entirely fixated on hunting us down rather than performing more blood sacrifices. If he hadn't suddenly arrived at the Blood Mark sect before I even had a chance to correctly calibrate the teleportation formation, we wouldn't have ended up here on the Thunder Continent, the white-robed young man harumphed coldly in response. These two were none other than the six-winged Frost Centipede and the Ice Phoenix, who had been pursued all the way onto the Thunder Continent by Ma Liang. We've most likely truly enraged him by luring him into that trap set by the Blood Dao sects on the Blood Sky Continent. In any case, there's no point in talking about that now. Do you have any other ways to shake off that man? It won't be long before he catches up to us again, the Ice Phoenix replied. If I did, do you think I would have persisted with this method for so long? Hee, looks like we're a pair of tragic lovebirds, the six-winged Frost Centipede chuckled. Tui. Who wants to be lovebirds with you? Sit down, I'll use a secret technique to assist you, the Ice Phoenix instructed. The six-winged Frost Centipede faltered slightly upon hearing this. What could you possibly do to help me? My cultivation base may be far inferior to yours, but I'm still a descendant of the five-colored heavenly phoenix, and I possess some innate secret techniques that are beyond your imagination, the Ice Phoenix replied in a proud manner. The six-winged Frost Centipede's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he said, in that case I guess it couldn't hurt to try. After that, he sat down in the crater with his legs crossed and closed his eyes without any hesitation. The Ice Phoenix heaved a faint sigh before appearing behind him and also taking a seat. She then opened her mouth to expel a cloud of white glacial chi that was flashing incessantly, and there was a thumb-sized five-colored bead within the cloud. Immediately thereafter she made a hand seal and a massive Ice Phoenix projection emerged behind her. The projection let loose a clear cry, then spread its wings to release countless threads of translucent light, all of which vanished into the bead in a flash. All of a sudden layers of extremely rich energy began to appear around the bead, and the energy was so dense that it had attained a virtually viscous liquid state. The Ice Phoenix gritted her teeth as she pointed a finger at the bead, and it immediately vanished into the six-winged Frost Centipede's back in a flash. After that, the Ice Phoenix began to chant an incantation while making a rapid string of hand seals, and a layer of translucent light began to emanate from her body. At the same time, her face gradually took on a translucent quality, presenting a very peculiar sight to behold. The six-winged Frost Centipede currently felt as if there were countless wisps of glacial energy flowing from a certain point on his back into all of his meridians, then converged toward his dantian. At the center of his dantian was a very exhausted nascent soul, but it was immediately reinvigorated and burst into celebration upon receiving this influx of energy. This is your essential power. You're able to inject your essence directly into me. The six-winged Frost Centipede's eyes immediately sprang open with surprise and elation. It's all thanks to the fact that we're both glacial beings and our essential abilities are quite similar. Otherwise, even if I were willing to offer you my essential power, I wouldn't be able to do so, the Ice Phoenix replied in an expressionless manner. With the injection of your essential power, I'll be able to unleash my secret technique to continue in our escape. However, your cultivation base is quite lackluster, so you won't be able to do this many more times. We have to think of another way to shake off that bastard, the six-winged Frost Centipede said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. The Ice Phoenix's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Have you thought of something? I had devised a plan to divert the enemy, but he was pursuing us too closely, so I never had a chance to implement it. However, now that you've bought me some time with this influx of essential power, there's a chance we'll be able to do it, the six-winged Frost Centipede revealed. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and recover your energy so we can implement the plan, the Ice Phoenix urged. That's precisely what I was planning to do. Once I recover somewhat, we'll travel to the nearest city with a teleportation formation, then get to the territory of the Jiaoqi race as soon as possible. I've heard that the Jiaoqi race is one of the premier superpowers on the Thunder Continent with many Grand Ascension stage beings among its ranks. They should have a decent chance of stalling that madman, the six-winged Frost Centipede replied. A month later, one of the main cities of the Jiaoqi race, Spirit Cap City, was completely inundated by a boundless river of blood. Countless Jiaoqi beings were struggling and wailing desperately, but all to no avail, and they could only look on helplessly as their blood and flesh slowly disintegrated to fuse as one with the river of blood. In the air above the river hovered a black-robed young man, and the bodies of hundreds of high-grade Jiaoqi beings were hovering beside him. One of the bodies had the top of its head opened up, and its cranial cavity was completely empty. All of a sudden, a rumbling thunderclap rang out in the distant sky, and a green cloud appeared before rushing over as a sea of mist. The black-robed young man's expression remained completely unchanged as he cast his gaze toward the sea of mist. In the blink of an eye, the sea of green mist reached the river of blood, then transformed into a giant green devil that was over 10,000 feet tall with a single straight horn on its head, green devilish eyes all over its body, and a shimmering golden pagoda in its hand. How dare you perform a blood sacrifice in Spirit Cap City? Do you not fear the dire consequences of your actions? And where is fellow Daoist Xianxia? Why is he allowing you to do this? The green devil roared with an enraged look in its thousands of devilish eyes. Xianxia, are you talking about this piece of trash here who detonated his own nascent soul? The young man asked as he pointed at the body with the empty cranial cavity. That's impossible. Fellow Daoist Xianxia's powers are second to none, and he has the formation of Spirit Cap City to assist him. How could he have suffered such a gruesome fate? The green devil roared in an alarmed and enraged voice. There's no need to be so surprised. If you don't hand over the two people I'm looking for, you'll also end up like him, the young man said, and his expression suggested that the green devil was already as good as dead in his eyes. The green devil's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Which two people are you looking for? These two, have you seen them? The young man swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, releasing a scroll that slowly unfurled itself, revealing a pair of extremely lifelike portraits of the six-winged Frost Centipede and the Ice Phoenix. They don't look like beings of our Jiaoqi race. How could I have possibly seen them before? How are they related to you and why are you searching for them in our race? The green devil asked. I'm not very happy with that answer. Also, I'm the one asking questions here, not you. I'll give you 3 days to find these two people. If you can't do that, then I'll sacrifice your entire Jiaoqi race city by city, the young man said in an unhurried manner as he pointed a finger at the scroll to withdraw it up his own sleeve again. The green devil was enraged to the point of bursting into laughter upon hearing this. You want to sacrifice our entire race? Never have I heard something so insolent before. I can tell you now that not only do I not know these two people, even if I did, there's no way I would hand them over to you. In that case, you can stay here and become a part of my blood sacrifice, the young man said. A hint of mockery appeared on his face. As soon as his voice trailed off, a rumbling boom rang out within the river of blood down below, and around a dozen crimson chains shot out before hurtling directly toward the green devil. In retaliation, the green devil let loose a thunderous roar and hurled his golden pagoda through the air. The pagoda swelled to countless times its original size mid-flight before crashing down toward the young man, and at the same time, countless threads of green light erupted out of the devilish eyes all over its body to oppose the oncoming crimson chains. Thus, a ferocious battle ensued above the river of blood, but it didn't last very long. An earth-shattering boom rang out as all of the green mist was scattered by some type of invisible power. The green devil was already nowhere to be seen, and in its place was a pile of countless shattered green crystals. As for the young man, a ball of green light had appeared in his hand, and within the ball of light was a nascent soul that was struggling frantically in a horrified manner, but was unable to escape. A cold smile appeared on the young man's face as he appraised the nascent soul, and he thrust a finger into the ball of light, striking the nascent soul's head with unerring accuracy. The nascent soul immediately let loose an anguished howl and fell completely still. Only after a full 15 minutes had passed by did the young man withdraw his finger from the ball of light, then tossed it down into the river of blood below. In the next instant, a buzzing sound rang out from the river of blood, and it began to surge toward a certain direction. Meanwhile, a pair of ordinary-looking Jiaoqi beings were situated countless kilometers away, fleeing as quickly as they could toward another major city of the Jiaoqi race. The duo was comprised of a man and a woman, and the latter sighed, I didn't think this method would be so effective. Who would have thought that that madman would immediately sacrifice the entire Spirit Cap City upon his arrival? Even the Grand Ascension stage Zhou Qi being guarding the city had his nascent soul torn out and destroyed. That's not all that surprising. Do you really think he would have failed to see through the fact that we had possessed this pair of Zhou Qi beings? He was simply looking for an excuse to perform a blood sacrifice anyway, so he's going along with our plan for now. With his powers as a true immortal, there's no way an ordinary Grand Ascension stage being would have been able to pose any resistance to him, the male Zhou Qi being replied with a cold smile. That's true. What's most unexpected to me is that you know such a profound possession secret technique that can temporarily shake off that man's surveillance. If we had used this secret technique earlier, we wouldn't have been reduced to such a sorry state, the female Zhou Qi being said. You don't know anything. This secret technique is different from normal possession techniques as it involves completely planting one's soul into another physical body. It's extremely dangerous to use and the success rate for me is only around 70%. On top of that, once this secret technique is unleashed, my original body will have to go into hibernation. During that time it'll be carried by the newly possessed body, and in this new body, my powers will be severely restricted. As such, I wouldn't take such a huge risk by resorting to this technique if I had any other choice. As for why I was able to shake off that man's surveillance, I presume that's because this is also a secret technique from the true immortal realm. This is something that I didn't anticipate. I had prepared another course of action to shake him off, but that won't be necessary now, the male Zhou Qi being explained. These two were none other than the six-winged Frost Centipede and the Ice Phoenix, who had possessed a pair of Zhou Qi beings and temporarily shaken Ma Liang off their trail. The Ice Phoenix was rather taken aback to hear this. How did you come into possession of this immortal secret technique? Back in the primordial world, I stumbled upon the cave abode of a foreign being and found a page of the Golden Jade Tome that contained this secret technique. Unfortunately, the complete secret technique can only be unleashed by a true immortal. This possession technique is actually only a small part of it, and it was the only part one could cultivate. Also, this possession can only last half a day before we're forced to return to our original bodies. Otherwise, there would be a decent chance that we could just get away like this, the six-winged Frost Centipede replied in a slightly forlorn manner. So be it. It's already a pleasant surprise that you know this immortal secret technique that can temporarily shake that man off our trail. All we have to do is make it to another major city of the Zhou Qi race while this secret technique is still in effect. I'm sure the Grand Ascension stage beings of the Zhou Qi race wouldn't just allow that man to do as he pleases. As long as they can stall that madman for a while longer, we'll be able to find another super teleportation formation and return to the Tianyuan continent. Once that happens, it'll be very difficult for him to track us down again unless he immediately follows us into the formation. If worse comes to worst, we can go and find fellow Daoist Han. Brother Han was able to slay even the Stemborer Queen in the past. Perhaps with his powers he'll have a way to remove the tracking marks planted in our bodies, the Ice Phoenix said. The six-winged Frost Centipede immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. There's no way I would turn to Han Li. I would sooner die. Given how much you've enraged that madman, if we get captured, we'll most likely suffer a fate even worse than death, the Ice Phoenix countered in a cold voice. We'll discuss this matter when we need to. Perhaps we'll be able to completely shake off that madman once we return to the Tianyuan continent, the six-winged Frost Centipede said as he reverted back to a calm expression. Alright, in that case we'll take things one step at a time. Let's focus on getting to the next major city for now. I can already sense that this body of mine won't be able to last much longer. That madman is going to be able to track us down again very soon, the Ice Phoenix replied. Thus, the two of them sped onward as a pair of balls of light. Half a month later, Ma Liang was just preparing to perform a blood sacrifice in another major city of the Zhou Qi race when he was ambushed by 6 Grand Ascension stage Zhou Qi beings. Ma Liang had already slaughtered countless Zhou Qi beings, including 2 Grand Ascension stage elders, so these Grand Ascension stage beings naturally had no intention of trying to settle this peacefully. Instead, as soon as they appeared, they immediately activated an extremely powerful restriction. On this occasion, Ma Liang didn't use that talisman to remove the chains of laws within his body. Instead, he engaged the 6 Grand Ascension stage beings in a fierce battle with his handicapped powers. All 6 of these Grand Ascension stage Zhou Qi beings were far more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, and with this restriction to assist them, they could virtually dominate the entire Thunder continent. However, even though Ma Liang's powers were severely restricted, he was able to match them with his immortal secret techniques and treasures from the true immortal realm. Thus, the two sides were evenly matched and the battle only became more and more intense. In the end, the battle lasted close to a day, and it concluded with the deaths of 4 of the Grand Ascension stage Jiaoqi beings, while the other 2 fled with severe injuries. However, at the final juncture, the Grand Ascension stage Jiaoqi beings had detonated several incomplete profound heavenly treasures, catching Ma Liang by surprise and injuring him in the process. In a fit of fury, Ma Liang sacrificed 3 more major cities of the Jiaoqi race. In this situation, what remained of the higher-ups of the Jiaoqi race were forced to summon 3 true spirits from another space using an ancient contract. These 3 true spirits, namely the Hoof Dragon, the Grand Sparrow and the Yang Deer, had been worshipped by the Jiaoqi race since ancient times, and they engaged Ma Liang in another epic battle. This battle lasted for 3 days, and the entire region within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was affected. Once the battle concluded, the nearby Jiaoqi beings immediately rushed over, only to find that the 3 true spirits and Ma Liang had all disappeared. The Jiaoqi race attempted to use various secret techniques to contact the 3 true spirits, all to no avail, and thus they were left at a loss for what to do. At this point, Ma Liang's egregious actions on the Blood Sky continent finally reached the ears of the people on the Thunder continent, and everyone was plunged into a state of perpetual fear given that Ma Liang had disappeared and was potentially still out there somewhere. As for the 6-winged Frost Centipede and the Ice Phoenix, they were naturally ecstatic to hear about Ma Liang's disappearance, and they immediately implemented their plan. Over a month later, the 2 of them entered the territory of another major race, then gained access to their super teleportation formation in exchange for some compensation, thereby allowing them to return to the Tianyuan continent. Meanwhile, Han Li and the others had also appeared in a giant teleportation formation in a certain corner of the Tianyuan continent. The formation was situated in a large hall with several tens of guards nearby, and they seemed to have expected the arrival of Han Li and his entourage. The leader of the guards immediately stepped forward in a respectful manner and said, "I've been instructed to come here and meet you, Senior Han. Master Ming has already been waiting for a long time and he would like to meet you." "I certainly can't refuse an invitation from fellow Daoist Ming. Go ahead and lead the way. Wan'er, you can take a rest here for now," Han Li said. "Don't worry about us, we'll look after ourselves," Nan Gongwan replied in a reassuring manner. Thus, Nan Gongwan and the others exited the teleportation formation and sat down to meditate outside the hall. Meanwhile, Han Li was being led by the guard toward a stone cabin situated in a nearby lush forest. Before Han Li had even arrived at the stone cabin, the door was opened on its own and Ming Zun's voice rang out from inside. "You're finally here, fellow Daoist Han. Please come in, I've been waiting for you for quite some time now." "Sorry to keep you waiting, fellow Daoist," Han Li said as he strode into the stone cabin. The interior of the cabin was very sparsely furnished, with only a yellow wooden table and several sandalwood chairs. A red-haired elderly man was seated on one of the chairs, inspecting a white jade slip in his hand. "Please take a seat, fellow Daoist Han, and do forgive me for telling Bai Ying about you," Ming Zun said with a smile as he cast his gaze toward Han Li. "It's all right. In any case, fellow Daoist Bai Ying has already passed away, so there's no need to discuss something like this," Han Li said with a shake of his head, then sat down across from Ming Zun. "Never did I think that Bai Ying would go to the other side ahead of me. Our trade guild has most likely already withdrawn its force significantly on the Blood Sky continent," Ming Zun sighed. "That is indeed the case, but with several elders managing the trade guild together, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. It was all thanks to those elders that I was able to return to the Tianyuan continent so quickly," Han Li replied. "I certainly hope that's the case. How much do you know about the culprit behind the blood sacrifices, fellow Daoist Han?" Ming Zun asked with a serious expression. "The elders of your trade guild haven't provided me with a lot of information, but what I do know is that he's definitely not inferior in power to the likes of the Stemborer Queen," Han Li replied with a grim expression. Ming Zun nodded in response. "That's true, but have you heard about the latest news regarding that man from the Thunder continent?" Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "The Thunder continent? Could it be that he's done something there as well?" "Indeed he has. In fact, he's created an even bigger stir on the Thunder continent than on the Blood Sky continent, Ming said with a dark expression before tossing a jade slip toward Han Li. Han Li drew the jade slip into his own grasp, then immediately pressed it against his own forehead before injecting his spiritual sense into it. Moments later, his expression darkened further as he removed the jade slip from his forehead. I didn't think that he would target the Jiaoqi race. What's the deal with his disappearance? It's very simple. After battling those 3 ancient true spirits, he suddenly vanished from the Thunder continent, and no one has been able to track him down, Ming replied with a hint of concern in his eyes. Han Li was instantly able to glean something from Ming expression, and he asked, "Has your trade guild already discovered something? Your wisdom is truly unmatched, fellow Daoist." Indeed, following the conclusion of the battle, our guild sent out some people to investigate the battlefield, and there they discovered very faint spatial fluctuations, as well as signs suggesting that the nearby space had been recently torn apart. Unfortunately, no further leads were unearthed, Ming replied. In that case, he's most likely not dead. He's merely gone into hiding using his spatial powers, Han Li mused. That's most likely the case, Ming replied. So what is your main concern and why have you invited me here? Han Li asked. Surely you already know the answer to those questions, Brother Han. That man has appeared on both the Blood Sky continent and the Thunder continent, so it wouldn't be strange for him to come to our Tianyuan continent next. As one of the most powerful beings in this entire spirit realm, aren't you planning to get involved in this? Aren't you concerned that this disaster could befall your human race someday? Even the Jiaoqi race has been significantly debilitated by that man. If he sets his sights on the smaller races on our Tianyuan continent, then those races will truly be in danger of being wiped out, Ming replied with a smile. There are so many races on the Tianyuan continent. Why would that man just so happen to target a weak race like our human race? I think the larger races will attract his attention far more so than our human race, Han Li chuckled in response. Through our analysis of the blood sacrifices that man has performed, we've discovered that he doesn't seem to have any clear targets, and any region with a large concentration of living beings could fall prey to him. Your human race isn't all that renowned, but that's only because it had been lacking a top-tier Grand Ascension stage being in the past. In terms of absolute population and population density, your human race ranks quite high on the Tianyuan continent. Are you sure that Madman won't set his sights there? Ming asked. Han Li's smile completely faded upon hearing this. Are you threatening me? Absolutely not, I'm merely telling you the truth. Come to think of it, that man does seem to have some ties with you, so the probability that he'll target the human race isn't as low as you think, Ming said. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? Do you recognize the 2 people on these portraits, fellow Daoist Han? Ming flipped a hand over as he spoke, producing a jade slip that released a burst of light at his behest. Within the light was a pair of portraits depicting a man and a woman. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this. Ming was completely unsurprised by Han Li's reaction and he said, "Looks like you really do recognize these 2 people. Would you be able to tell me who they are? I only recognize one of them. That woman is an ice phoenix and she's not a human, but she does share some ties with me. How has she gotten involved in this matter and who is that man?" Han Li asked as he appraised the pair of portraits. I'm not sure who that man is either. All I know is that he's most likely from the Tianyuan continent. Furthermore, according to our trade guild's investigation, his true form is a 6-winged Frost Centipede. And even among Grand Ascension stage beings he can be considered to be quite powerful. He and the Ice Phoenix seem to have irked that madman somehow, and they've been pursued all the way from the Blood Sky continent to the Thunder continent. I suspect the 2 of them may have even played a role in that man's decision to target the Jiaoqi race, Ming replied with a serious expression. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. He's a 6-winged Frost Centipede? And he's being pursued by that man? Have you recalled who this man could be, fellow Daoist? Ming asked. If I'm not mistaken, this man seems to also be an acquaintance of mine, but I didn't think that he would become like this, Han Li replied in a contemplative manner. So these 2 are both acquaintances of yours. In that case, your human race really is in grave peril. Once that madman learns about their ties with you, he'll most likely pay your human race a visit, Ming said. That's a slight exaggeration, but it does seem that I won't be able to remain uninvolved in this any longer. Where are the two of them right now? Are they still on the Thunder Continent? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. According to our trade guild's investigation, they seem to have disappeared not long after that pursuer vanished. You're familiar with the two of them. Where do you think they could go? Ming Zun asked. That's hard to say. They are acquaintances of mine, but I haven't met them in many years, Han Li replied with a shake of his head. Could they possibly return to the Tianyuan continent to find you? Ming Zun asked. That is a possibility and one that would be quite troublesome if it were to eventuate. By the way, how likely do you think it is that their pursuer is a true immortal? Han Li suddenly asked. I think it's virtually set in stone that he's a true immortal, Ming Zun replied after a brief moment of contemplation. How are you so sure? Han Li asked as he stroked his own chin. It's simple. That man has unleashed several types of secret techniques and abilities from the true immortal realm. That is something that I can vouch of, as my ancestors were direct lineal descendants to true immortals. Some of the cultivation arts and secret techniques of the true immortal realm have been passed down to our realm, and there are some very detailed descriptions recorded, Ming Zun replied with a wry smile. I see. In that case, that man must be a true immortal. That's certainly not a piece of good news. Surely you're not expecting me to face a true immortal on my own, Han Li said. Of course not, fellow Daoist Han. I only want to unite everyone for the sake of our Tianyuan continent. Our spirit realm has already been out of contact with the true immortal realm for countless years, and we don't know what objective this true immortal has. If he's going to continue this killing spree, then we have to join forces and force him to leave or completely seal him away. Otherwise we'll be picked off one by one eventually, Ming Zun said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. The Blood Dao sects of the Blood Sky continent have already tried to join forces, but they were all vanquished anyway, Han Li said. That's because they underestimated their opponent. Among the 14 Grand Ascension stage beings they gathered, only a few of them can truly be considered to be quite formidable, so their defeat was inevitable. In contrast, I'm recruiting all of the most powerful beings on our Tianyuan continent for this cause, and our trade guild will even summon some powerful true spirits to assist us, so our victory will be assured. Regardless of how powerful that true immortal is, there's no way he can contend with all of us with most of his power sealed away, Ming Zun replied. Will you really be able to assemble such a formidable lineup? Who else has agreed to join this cause? Han Li asked. Aside from yourself, most of the fellow Daoists we've contacted have agreed to participate in this cause if that true immortal sets foot on our Tianyun continent. As for the rest of them, I'm sure they'll eventually also agree after weighing up their options. After all, no one wants to see a true immortal doing as he pleases on this continent, Ming Zun replied. In that case, I'll agree to your offer for now. However, if you can't find sufficient powerful beings to join this cause, then I'll immediately turn you down, Han Li said after mulling over the proposal. Ming Zun was ecstatic to hear this and he replied, Rest assured, Brother Han. If I couldn't gather enough people, I wouldn't be willing to risk my own life either. Take this transmission talisman. I'll inform you if I receive any news about that true immortal. He raised a hand as he spoke, releasing a silver talisman out of his sleeve, which was drawn into Han Li's grasp before being stowed away. After that, a few more subjects were discussed before Han Li finally departed. Moments later, a giant black arc flew away into the distance above the stone hall, and Han Li was standing at the front of the arc, looking into the distance with a contemplative expression. The sound of footsteps rang out behind him, and Nangongwan made his way over to him before asking in a gentle voice, Did fellow Daoist Ming have something important to discuss with you? That's a long story. Let's go back to the cabin and I'll tell you about it there, Han Li replied as he turned around with a wry smile. Several months later, in a certain mysterious space, there were 3 giant beasts, each of which was biting tightly onto a purplish-golden chain with uneasy looks on their faces. The other ends of the 3 chains were bound around a black-robed young man, and even though he seemed to have been immobilized by the chains, there was no fear in his eyes at all. Instead, he was appraising the 3 beasts around him with a mocking expression. After a long while, the black-robed young man said in a completely emotionless voice, If the 3 of you subject to me now, my offer still stands. I'll spare your lives and take you as my spirit servants, then bring you to the true immortal realm with me once I finish what I came here to do. Otherwise, once the chains of laws unleash their backlash, the three of you will all perish. That's impossible. The backlash from these chains of laws should only target a true immortal like you. Why would we be impacted as well? Even if we're going to be affected, you'll still be the one who suffers the brunt of the backlash, and the three of us will be able to survive without any issues. A deer-bear hybrid beast roared in an enraged voice. Hee, which idiot gave you this method to activate the chains of laws? You clearly don't know what you're doing, yet you dare to use this on me. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough and dragged you with me into this spatial treasure, we would have been sitting ducks. Now we can only wait for the backlash from the power of laws. Mere true spirits like you can't even begin to comprehend how fearsome this power is. Even a small portion of it will be enough to instantly reduce the three of you to nothingness. You're already beginning to sense your true essence being slowly devoured by the chains of laws, right? My immortal body is far more powerful than yours, and I have several immortal treasures to protect me, so I'll be able to easily survive and recover from this, Ma Liang said with a derisive smile. Nonsense. This method was bestowed upon us by the Golden Dragon King. How could it be incorrect? Don't think that you can sow dissension among us so easily. If what you're saying really is the truth, then you would just wait in silence. Why would you tell us all of this? The deer-bear hybrid beast retorted. If it weren't for the fact that I have something that I need to do, I wouldn't be wasting any time with the three of you. So be it, I'll up the stakes. If you're willing to subject to me, not only will I take you to the true immortal realm, I'll grant you a true soul pill so you can attain the soul of a true immortal. However, this offer only stands for half a day. You won't be getting anything out of me once that time limit expires, Ma Liang said as a hint of impatience appeared in his eyes. A true soul pill? The other two beasts' hearts jolted upon hearing this, and a hint of greed surfaced in their eyes. It was clear that this pill was extremely tempting to them. You'll either perish here or be granted a true soul pill and be taken to the true immortal realm. The choice is yours. As for your contract with the Jiaoqi race and all of your other ties with this realm, I can help you sever them. I'm not going to say anything else from now on, Ma Liang said with a cold smile before closing his eyes, seemingly to meditate. The three giant beasts exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and none of them said anything. As time passed, the rate at which their true essence was being devoured by the chains of laws was steadily accelerating. They had already unleashed countless types of abilities and secret techniques to try and stop this process, but that only made the situation worse, and they were truly beginning to panic now. Once the backlash from the chains of laws truly arrived, their powers would have been whittled down significantly, and there was no chance that they could survive. The expressions of the giant sparrow and the cow-headed beast were gradually becoming more and more hesitant. The deer-headed beast could see the changes in the expressions of its companions, and it tugged violently on the chain in its mouth as it snarled. You two aren't actually tempted by his offer, are you? Of course not. True soul pills are indeed extremely precious, but there's no way I'd become anyone's servant. Having said that, the backlash from these chains of laws really isn't something to be ignored. After all, our lives on the line here, the cow-headed beast said in a hesitant manner. That's right. We forged an ancient contract with the Jiaoqi race using the power of a profound heavenly treasure, but we have no obligation to give our lives here, so we have to think carefully about this, the giant sparrow chimed in. I understand this is indeed something that we need to discuss carefully. However, before that, I have a suggestion that will be greatly beneficial to all of us. The deer-headed beast sighed in a resigned manner, then suddenly began to transmit its voice toward its two companions while slowly drifting toward the giant sparrow. Stop. You can tell us what you want to say from over there. There's no need to come closer, the giant sparrow yelled as a cautious look appeared in its eyes. The deer-headed beast's expression immediately darkened slightly upon hearing this. Do you not trust me, fellow Daoist? Of course I do, but at a time like this I think it's best for us to maintain some distance. What do you think, Brother Hoof Dragon? The sparrow chuckled as it turned toward the cow-headed beast. Well, we've known one another for a very long time, there's no need to. The cow-headed beast was making an attempt to mediate the situation, but its voice was abruptly cut off as a burst of enormous power surged out of the chain in its mouth, severely injuring its mouth in the process. The cow-headed beast let loose an agonized howl, thereby releasing the purplish golden chain, and when it hurriedly tried to bite onto the chain again, a mountainous crimson seal suddenly appeared above its head without any warning, then descended from above with countless golden and silver runes surging around it. The cow-headed beast was extremely alarmed by this, and it was too late for it to evade, so it could only let loose a thunderous roar as its body swelled to several times its original size, following which it thrust its inky black front hooves toward the giant crimson seal. In the instant its hooves came into contact with the massive seal, they immediately exploded amid an earth-shattering boom, and its body and soul were all destroyed amid a flash of bright crimson light. Right at this moment, Ma Liang appeared above the giant seal with a cold smile on his face amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. At the same time, the black-robed young man that was being bound by the purplish-golden chains abruptly vanished. Impossible! How did you break free from the chains of laws? The giant sparrow screeched in a horrified manner upon seeing this, then hurriedly released the chain caught between its beak before flying back in retreat as a streak of gray light, only to be struck by the giant black-furred palm amid a dull thump. The giant sparrow was caught completely off guard and was sent somersaulting through the air over 10 times before finally just barely managing to steady itself. Meanwhile, the deer-headed beast was slowly withdrawing its palm with a sinister look on its face. The giant sparrow shook its own head vigorously to shake off the dizziness from the unexpected blow before yelling, "Young deer, have you gone insane? Wait, I get it now. You already surrendered to him and tampered with the chains of laws. It's too late for you to make this realization now," the deer-headed beast said with a cold smile. The giant sparrow's heart immediately sank upon seeing this, and it slowly retreated in a panicked manner as it said in a frantic voice, "I'm willing to subject to you and become your spirit servant as long as you spare my life." "It's too late. I only have one true soul pill and I can only take one person back to the true immortal realm with me. Young deer, seeing as you've subjected yourself to me, your first order will be to kill this companion of yours. If you fail to do so and are killed instead, then I'll have to give the true immortal pill to the victor. Don't worry about me changing my mind. I just so happen to be in need of a servant to run my errands for me, and only the most powerful one among the three of you deserves to become my servant." Ma Liang chuckled coldly. Young deer's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, while a flash of hope appeared in the giant sparrow's despairing eyes, and it turned toward its former companion with a bloodthirsty expression. After appraising one another for a short while, both of them let loose fierce roars, and young deer swelled to over 100 times its original size, while a suit of earthy yellow armor that was riddled with sharp spikes appeared all over its body. Meanwhile, the giant sparrow flapped its wings, and the gray spirit flames burning all over its body surged toward young deer as a storm of fire. Thus, a violent clash ensued, and Ma Liang looked on with a cold smile before vanishing into thin air along with the giant crimson seal beneath him. In the next instant, Ma Liang appeared at a certain area of the Thunder Continent, and he was inspecting his surroundings while holding a trembling dark green vial in his hand. The entire surrounding area was completely deserted, and after ascertaining this, a cold smile appeared on Ma Liang's face as he flew away as a streak of golden light. Close to a day later, he descended onto an ordinary-looking mountain before tossing the small green vial in his hand forward. The vial immediately tipped itself over to release a burst of light, from within which an imposing figure emerged. This figure was none other than young deer, but his body was riddled with wounds, and his suit of armor was also severely damaged. "As expected, you were the one who survived," Ma Liang said in an indifferent manner. "Young deer pays his respects to his master." The deer-headed beast immediately knelt down on one knee. "You're very courageous and you know what's good for you. If you hadn't assisted me back there, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to escape from that predicament. Rest assured you did everything I asked, so I'll compensate you as promised. I'll give you a true soul pill and take you to the true immortal realm. However, prior to that, you have to offer me part of your soul and sign a spirit servant contract first. I'll also take advantage of this opportunity to sever all of your ties with this realm," Ma Liang said in an expressionless manner. "Yes, master." Young deer only hesitated for a brief moment before opening its mouth to release a ball of green light, within which was a tiny deer-headed beast. "How fortunate for you. Once you sign the contract on this immortal spirit slip, you'll no longer be affected by the power of this realm, and you'll be able to ascend to the true immortal realm without any issues. In contrast, it'll take me countless years to refine this treasure again," Ma Liang said before opening his mouth to release a radiant golden scroll. Open up your soul and don't resist. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety, Ma Liang said as he made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the golden scroll. In the next instant, countless golden seal text runes emerged from the scroll amid a burst of golden light, then surged into the ball of light and began to revolve around the miniature deer-headed beast. Yang Deer let loose an involuntary low roar as it threw its hands onto its head with a pained expression. It was as if there were countless things burrowing their way into its soul, and it immediately understood the purpose of the golden scroll, as well as the content of the spirit servant contract. Yang Deer carefully inspected the contract while enduring the agony, and it was quite pleased with the terms of the contract. As a spirit servant, he would naturally be required to do Ma Liang's bidding, but in the face of some orders that would pose a threat to its life, it could refuse to follow the order at a certain cost. Furthermore, the contract wasn't permanent, and there were some enclosed conditions that could allow it to discharge the contract. All of those conditions were very rigorous, but they didn't seem to be impossible to fulfill. Thus, after discovering that the terms of the contract were far more favorable than it had imagined, Yang Deer immediately opened up its own soul without any hesitation. At the same time, the miniature beast within the ball of light ceased its resistance, allowing the golden seal text runes to surge into its body. After that, Yang Deer shuddered before falling onto the ground in an unconscious state. Ma Liang swept a sleeve through the air in an unhurried manner to withdraw the golden scroll, and the ball of light containing the tiny beast flew back into Yang Deer's body. After a long while, Yang Deer rose to its feet again in a shaky manner. Its soul didn't appear to be any different from before, but it could sense an indescribable restrictive force intermingled within it. That was the contractual power of the golden scroll. After heaving an internal sigh, Yang Deer knelt down and kowtowed to Ma Liang, who remained still on the spot as if he hadn't moved this entire time. All right, seeing as the contract has been signed, it's time for me to fulfill my end of the agreement. As soon as his voice trailed off, a shimmering golden egg-sized bead appeared in front of Yang Deer amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The bead was radiating bright golden light, and there were wisps of white qi revolving around it. Furthermore, it was releasing a sandalwood-like aroma, and just inhaling this scent immediately struck Yang Deer's soul with a sense of indescribable comfort, as if it were drifting into the heavens, and Yang Deer's eyes instantly lit up. This is the true soul pill. You can take it now or take it after we return to the true immortal realm. If I were you, I would choose the latter option. This pill will significantly enhance your soul, but it'll also make you rejected by the power of laws in this realm, thereby significantly restricting your powers, Ma Liang said. Yang Deer hesitated momentarily before replying in a respectful manner. In that case, I'll save it for later. That way I'll be able to better assist you here, master. Immediately thereafter, it opened its mouth to release a reddish-purple wooden box, which it carefully stowed the golden pill into. Ma Liang nodded with a pleased expression upon seeing this, then instructed, I'm going to be resting in a treasure for now. Keep a lookout until I come out of seclusion. Yang Deer faltered slightly upon hearing this before immediately giving an affirmative response. Thus, Ma Liang rose up into the air as a ball of light before disappearing into the small green vial up above in a flash. A burst of light swept over the surface of the small vial, and it suddenly plummeted from the heavens as if it had become impossibly heavy, plunging all the way down deep into the belly of the mountain before finally drawing to a halt. Yang Deer immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and yellow light flashed over its body, upon which it also disappeared into the ground below. Upon arriving beside the green vial, it quickly inspected its surroundings before taking a seat with its legs crossed. The space inside the small vial was slightly ravaged from the battle that had just taken place within it, and Ma Liang's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. He swept a sleeve through the air, and all of the traces of battle were instantly erased as if they had been nothing more than mere illusions. Immediately thereafter, he raised a hand and a rainbow cloud instantly came descending from above. The cloud transformed into a shimmering futon that stopped near Ma Liang, and he sat down onto the futon before closing his eyes to inspect his own internal condition. This is definitely not ideal. I was injured by the treasures detonated by those Jiaoqi beings, and those injuries were further exacerbated by the power of laws. It looks like I won't be able to recover without at least a few years of recuperation. It's a good thing that aside from that talisman, Master also bestowed that replica treasure upon me. The replica is nowhere near as effective as the actual treasure, but it'll be able to shorten the required recovery time to less than a tenth of what it otherwise would be, Ma Liang murmured to himself as he slowly reopened his eyes. After that he made a hand seal before chanting an incantation, and the entire space shuddered slightly as a burst of green light appeared all around him, forming countless projections of spirit flowers and exotic plants that took up virtually every single inch of this entire space. All of a sudden the entire area was filled with thriving spiritual qi as if it had sprung to life. At this moment Ma Liang's hand seals and chanting ceased, and he made a grabbing motion, upon which a small green vial projection appeared in his grasp before being tossed upward. "Let there be rain," Ma Liang yelled as he pointed a finger upward while golden light flashed around his body. Dark clouds quickly converged up above, and the vial projection immediately swelled to a diameter of over 1,000 feet before tipping itself over. Green liquid surged out of the massive opening of the vial, then descended from above as a bout of rain. As soon as this rain fell upon the flowers and plants in this space, they began to rapidly grow at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, massive flowers and plants had filled the entire space. Furthermore, these plants had all become far more substantial, and they were giving off a strong medicinal aroma, as if they were actual medicinal plants rather than mere projections. Ma Liang was completely unsurprised to see this, and he switched to a different hand seal, upon which wisps of azure qi that were infused with medicinal aroma surged out of the surrounding plants and toward his body. He inhaled the rich medicinal aroma, then slowly closed his eyes again with azure qi all around him. Only then did the giant vial projection up above fade into nothingness. Half a year later, the inky spirit Holy Ark arrived at Deep Heaven City, and the humans and demons in the city immediately erupted into a frenzy. Not only did all of the elders in the city rush out to greet Han Li, they immediately notified Emo Jianli, who just so happened to be cultivating in seclusion near the city. After greeting the elders and allowing the human cultivators on the Ark to choose to stay or leave, he remained on the Ark alongside the cultivators of the small spirit sky who had chosen to stay, awaiting Emo Jianli's arrival. A day later, Han Li was chatting with Nangong in the cabin of the Ark when he suddenly rose to his feet with a smile and said, "Brother Emo is here. Come and meet him with me, Waner." Nangong had already heard of Emo Jianli from Han Li, and she smiled as she replied, "I'd be happy to meet fellow Daoist Emo Jianli." Thus Han Li released a burst of azure light out of sleeve to sweep up both himself and Nangong, then shot out of Ark's cabin as a ball of azure light. Moments later, Han Li and Nangong appeared on the deck before casting their eyes toward the distance, where a streak of white light was approaching them at an incredible speed. After just a few flashes, the streak of light arrived above the Ark, then faded to reveal Emo Jianli, who looked down at Han Li with a smile as he said, "It's been a while since we last met, Brother Han. How have you been?" "Thank you for keeping me on your mind, Brother Emo." "Thankfully, I was able to complete the objective of my trip and was reunited with my Dao companion from the human world." "Waner, come and greet Brother Emo," Han Li replied with a smile. "Oh, is this your Dao companion, Brother Han?" Emo Jianli asked with a smile. Nangong pays her respects to Senior Emo Jianli. "I was trapped in the small spirit sky until recently, but I've heard many things about you from my Dao companion. I truly admire the work you've done as the supporting pillar of the human race," Nangong said as she extended a respectful curtsy. "You're far too kind, Fairy Nangong. Please, there's no need for formalities. Fellow Daoist Han and I are very close friends, so you can refer to me as an equal from now on. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Emo," Emo Jianli said with a wide smile. Nangong was aware that Emo Jianli and Han Li did indeed share a close bond, so she complied with this request to refer to him as Brother Emo. Emo Jianli's smile widened even further upon hearing this, and he pulled out a silver jade box before offering it to Nangong. "This is our first meeting, so I can't just let you go away empty-handed. I just so happen to have a set of 118 maiden needles in my possession. They're quite a rare top-grade treasure and they'll be a perfect gift for you." Nangong could tell that these maiden needles were indeed a very precious treasure, and she immediately offered her gratitude, then accepted the silver box before opening the lid to reveal 108 thin black needles, each of which was several inches in length. The needles were very thin and frail in appearance, but they were releasing wisps of glacial qi, and one would immediately be struck by a bone-chilling sensation upon appraising the needles with their spiritual sense. Nangongwan instantly realized that this set of treasures was far more precious than she had anticipated, and she offered Imo Jianli her gratitude again before carefully stowing the jade box away. Meanwhile, Hanli looked on with a smile and didn't ask Nangongwan to refuse Imo Jianli's present. "Brother Imo, let's talk in the cabin of the Ark. During this trip I went to the Blood Sky continent and learned many things. On top of that, I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad to tell you," Hanli said as a serious look appeared on his face. Imo Jianli's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this and he nodded in response. Thus Hanli made an inviting hand gesture, and the trio made their way into the Ark's cabin. As soon as the three of them took a seat, Imo Jianli asked, "Can you disclose the two pieces of news you have for me now, Brother Han?" "Of course. Which one would you like to listen to first?" Hanli asked with a smile. "I'll go with the good news first so my mood isn't soured right away. No matter how terrible the bad news is, at least I can be happy about the good news before hearing the bad news," Imo Jianli replied with a wry smile. "All right, the good news is that aside from rescuing Waner from the small spirit sky, the other objective of my trip was to save a human fellow Daoist who had been trapped on the Blood Sky continent for many years. Not only has she been freed, she had also become a Grand Ascension stage being," Hanli said with a smile. Imo Jianli immediately rose to his feet with an ecstatic expression upon hearing this. "What? So that means our human race has another Grand Ascension cultivator? You're not playing a joke on me, are you?" "Hee, I wouldn't lie to you about something like this, Brother Imo. However, due to some reasons including a need to consolidate her cultivation base, she'll be staying on the Blood Sky continent for a few more years before returning to our human race," Hanli replied. "Haha, our human race can certainly afford to wait a few more years for another Grand Ascension stage being. May I ask the name of this fellow Daoist? Is it someone I'm familiar with?" Imo Jianli asked. "Back when this fellow Daoist left our human race, she was already at the body integration stage. Her name is Ice Soul. I'm sure you would have heard of her," Hanli replied. "Ah, Fairy Ice Soul, I do indeed have some recollection of her. I recall that she's also an ascended cultivator, and fellow Daoist Ao and I once discussed her back when she reached the body integration stage. I didn't think that she would have also progressed to the Grand Ascension stage," Imo Jianli said as a reminiscent look flashed through his eyes. "Fellow Daoist Ice Soul shares some ties with me, and I was also quite surprised that she had reached the Grand Ascension stage. In any case, this is fantastic news for our human race," Hanli said with a smile. "Indeed, our human race has never had more than 2 Grand Ascension cultivators among its ranks at once. On top of that, you're one of the most powerful Grand Ascension stage beings in existence, and you can easily take on several other Grand Ascension cultivators on your own. It looks like it's about time our human race expanded its territory," Imo Jianli said with an elated expression. "I'm afraid this isn't a good time for territorial expansion," Hanli said as a grim look appeared on his face. Imo Jianli's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "Oh. Why is that? With our current power, the nearby foreign races are no match for us. What concerns do you have, Brother Han?" "This ties in with the piece of bad news I have," Hanli replied. Imo Jianli's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this. "Ah, I was too happy about the good news and forgot about the bad news. Is it something very serious?" "Serious is an understatement. This is something that could easily result in our entire human race being erased," Hanli replied with a wry smile. Imo Jianli's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "What? Is that severe? What's going on?" "I didn't witness this myself, but I was informed of everything by the Helian Trade Guild, and back when I was leaving the Blood Sky continent, the entire continent had been in a state of panic and chaos over this matter. Recently, what appears to be a true immortal arrived in our realm." Due to the severity of this matter, Hanli made no effort to conceal any details and gave Imo Jianli a comprehensive recount. After a while, Hanli finally concluded his story. "For now, I agreed to Ming Zun's proposal to form an alliance. If there really is a chance that we can defeat that true immortal, then I'll most likely have to get involved. Otherwise, if he seeks out our human race, our entire race will be in grave peril. Do you have any other ideas about this situation, Brother Imo?" Imo Jianli was already rooted to his seat, and only after a brief stunned silence did he reply, "It's incredible to think that a true immortal has appeared in our spirit realm. This is an extremely serious matter, So please afford me some time to think before I give you a response, Brother Han. Of course, take your time, Brother Imo Wanner. Get someone to brew some spirit tea for us, Han Li said. I'll brew some special tea from our small spirit sky myself for Brother Imo, Nan Gongwan replied in a gentle voice as she rose to her feet. Han Li nodded in response, and thus, Nan Gongwan extended a slight curtsy toward Imo Jianli before departing in an elegant manner. Shortly thereafter, a flagon of elixir-like spirit tea was carried into the hall on a pristine white jade platter. Nan Gongwan poured a cup of tea each for Han Li and Imo Jianli, then returned to her seat with a smile. At this moment, a thought finally seemed to have occurred to Imo Jianli and he said, Brother Han, I've identified an area of ambiguity, and I was wondering if the Helian Trade Guild mentioned this to you. What is it, Brother Imo? Han Li prompted. Do we know why this true immortal has descended into our spirit realm? Our realm has been out of contact with the true immortal realm since ancient times. A true immortal would have to expend an unimaginable price to descend into our realm, and they'll have to be restricted by the power of laws of our realm. As such, there has to be a reason for his arrival, Imo Jianli analyzed. I'm not too sure about that, and I never received any information on this subject from the Helian Trade Guild. All of the beings of our realm who have come into contact with this true immortal have perished, so there's no way to investigate his objective, Han Li replied with a shake of his head. If I were the one in charge of the Trade Guild, then I would find out this piece of information at all costs, Imo Jianli said. You're right, Brother Imo. I'll pass on this suggestion to fellow Daoist Ming Zun right away to see if there's any way that this can be accomplished. However, I'm not too optimistic, Han Li replied with a nod. No matter how slim the chances are, we have to try. If we can find out that true immortal's objective, we'll be able to have far more leverage both in battle or in negotiation, regardless of which option we chose to pursue, Imo Jianli said. Do you have any suggestions other than that, Brother Imo? Han Li asked. Judging from what you just told me, you have two acquaintances who irked this true immortal and were pursued all the way to the Thunder Continent before disappearing, is that true? Imo Jianli asked. Fellow Daoist Ming Zun informed me of this in person, so it should be reliable information. Neither of these acquaintances of mine are human, but one of them is a good friend of mine, while for the other, it's hard to say whether he's friend or foe, Han Li replied. In that case, I'd advise you to try and get into contact with these two. I don't know how they managed to irk this true immortal, but if we can track them down, we'll be able to see some initiative, Imo Jianli said. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. You're suggesting we use them as bait? If that true immortal really pursues them onto the Tianyuan continent, there's nowhere they'll be able to hide. As such, even if it's to save their own lives, they'll have no choice but to act as bait. Fellow Daoist Ming Zun of the Helian Trade Guild most likely has the same plan in mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told you about this, Imo Jianli said. They were already used as bait once on the Blood Sky continent, so I'm not sure if they'll be willing to comply again. However, if they really do come to our human race to seek protection from me, then they should be willing to cooperate with me. Having said that, it won't be a simple task to get into contact with them. I'll get my disciples to try and arrange that, Han Li replied with a nod after a brief moment of contemplation. It would naturally be best if those two fellow Daoists were willing to cooperate. As for whether that true immortal will fall for the same trap twice, I don't think there's any need to worry. This is a man who's brazen enough to sacrifice hundreds of millions of living beings, so he clearly thinks no one in our spirit realm can pose a threat to him. Even if he knows that it's a trap, he'll step into it without any inhibitions. Though I still hope that true immortal can complete his objective without having to step onto our Tianyuan continent. Otherwise, even if you can defeat him, he would still most likely bring a major disaster upon our continent, Imo Jianli said with a wry smile. Considering how unfathomable his powers are, things like plots and traps will most likely be useless anyway. Hopefully we won't have to actually face him in battle, Han Li sighed in response. You made the right decision to join the alliance gathered by the Trade Guild, Brother Han. Otherwise, no individual race on the Tianyuan continent would be able to face that true immortal. It's a pity that my powers are quite ordinary among Grand Ascension stage beings, so I can't assist you much. I'll disperse the human residents of major cities with high population densities as soon as possible. In that case, even if that true immortal targets our human race, our losses will be kept to a minimum. On top of that, I'll prepare some powerful restrictions within the city as a precautionary measure, Imo Jianli said with a serious expression. That sounds like a good plan, Brother Imo. Now that I've informed you of the situation, I'll be returning to the Azure Origin Palace tomorrow, Hanli replied with a nod. Thus, the two of them chatted with one another for close to 2 more hours before Imo Jianli finally took his leave. Hanli and Nan Gongwan accompanied him out of the hall before watching as he flew away as a streak of white light. Are you going into seclusion again once we get back? Nan Gongwan asked after the streak of white light disappeared into the distance. That's what I plan to do. I obtained several profound secret techniques during my trip. It won't be possible to completely master them in a short time, but even an elementary level of mastery could assist me greatly, Hanli replied as he stroked his own chin in a contemplative manner. You're right, I just didn't expect our human race to face such a severe tribulation as soon as we returned. The path of cultivation is truly an arduous one, Nan Gongwan sighed with a forlorn expression. You're overthinking things, Waner. Cultivation in itself is an act that defies the heavens, so hardships are only to be expected. Where's the fun in competing with other people? The true fun lies in contending with the heavens, Hanli chuckled before returning to the Ark's cabin. Nan Gongwan faltered slightly upon seeing this before a faint smile appeared on her face, and she also followed along behind Hanli. The next day the Ink Spirit Holy Ark departed from Deep Heaven City. 2 months later, the Ark returned to the Azure Origin Palace on the Origin Integration Island of the Boundless Sea. Tens of thousands of human and demonic cultivators were gathered on the massive plaza in the palace, kowtowing to welcome the return of their patriarch. Hanli and Nan Gongwan emerged from the Ark, followed by Zhu Guer and the others. Welcome back, esteemed patriarch. The welcoming words of tens of thousands of people rang out across the entire plaza. Hanli merely gave them a nod of acknowledgement before making his way toward the gate of the Azure Origin Palace. In contrast, Nan Gongwan was astonished. She had heard from Hanli that he had established his own forces in the human race, but never did she think that it would be on such a grand scale. After all, he had only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage, so she had thought that it would take some more time for him to garner such widespread support. Hai Yuetian was standing in a respectful manner in front of the Azure Origin Palace, and he immediately made his way over to Hanli before extending a deep bow. Hai Yuetian pays his respects to his master. This is my Dao companion Nan Gongwan. Come and greet her as well, Hanli said as he pointed at Nan Gongwan. Hai Yuetian was rather taken aback to hear this before extending a respectful bow toward Nan Gongwan in an ecstatic manner. Hai Yuetian pays his respects to Mistress Nan Gongwan. Master has finally been reunited with you. I've heard much about you from your master Hai Yuetian. You're certainly very handsome, Nan Gongwan said with a smile. Thank you for your kind praise, mistress. Hai Yuetian was even more elated upon hearing this. However, a stern look suddenly appeared on Hanli's face as he interjected, looking pretty is all that he's good for. If he worked even a third as hard as Xianxia in his cultivation base wouldn't be so pitiful. Hai Yuetian's smile immediately faded upon hearing this, and he mumbled in a barely audible voice, I'm already doing my best. How can I possibly compete with a cultivation freak like senior martial brother Xianxia? An amused smile appeared on Nan Gongwan's face upon hearing this, while Hanli aimed a stern glare at Hai Yuetian before making his way into the Azure Origin Palace. At this point, all of the disciples on the plaza were also departing in an orderly fashion, and Nan Gongwan naturally became a hot topic of conversation among them. Hanli sat down on the main seat in the hall of the Azure Origin Palace, then instructed some people to organize lodging for the cultivators from the small spirit sky before turning to Hai Yuetian. Where is Fairy Silvermoon? Not long after your departure, Senior Silvermoon went into seclusion, and she's most likely at a critical juncture of her cultivation, which is why she hasn't come out to see you, Hai Yuetian said as he stole a wary glance at Nan Gongwan. That's a real shame. I wanted to have a good chat with Sister Silvermoon, but there's always time for that in the future. Yuan, make sure to inform me right away as soon as Sister Silvermoon emerges from seclusion, Nan Gongwan instructed with a faint smile. Yes, mistress. Hai Yuetian was quite taken aback to hear this, and despite the fact that he was maintaining a serious expression, the look in his eyes clearly betrayed his thoughts. Hanli was both amused and exasperated to see this, and he rolled his eyes as he dismissed Hai Yueten. After that, Han Li led Nan Gongwan on a tour of the entire Azure Origin Palace, then got her to select a side palace to her liking for her to live and cultivate in. After witnessing all of the secret techniques and tomes in the tome library, as well as the countless treasures, pills and materials in the treasure vault, Nan Gongwan was struggling to pick her jaw up from the ground. Han Li had encountered several miraculous opportunities during his cultivation journey, and he had slain many Grand Ascension stage beings, so he was most likely wealthier than almost anyone in the entire spirit realm. Having been trapped in the small spirit sky for so long, never did Nan Gongwan think that she would see so many treasures in one place. Han Li urged Nan Gongwan to select a few protective treasures and some pills, then gave her 2 restriction badges that would allow her to access these 2 places at any time she pleased. Nan Gongwan was naturally ecstatic and she accepted everything with glee. After that, Han Li met with the people running the Azure Origin Palace and took care of some urgent business, then sent out some people to track down the Ice Phoenix before taking Nan Gongwan on a tour of the entire Origin Integration Island and most of the Boundless Sea. During the span of around a month, the two of them were like an affectionate mortal couple and thoroughly enjoyed their time in one another's company. However, once they returned to the Azure Origin Palace, both of them went into seclusion, leaving the palace to Hai Yuetian to manage. Currently, Han Li was seated in a secret chamber that was enshrouded within many layers of restrictions, and there were 3 glowing treasures hovering before him. The trio of treasures was comprised of a golden page and 2 jade slips, 1 silver and 1 red. These items contained the Organ Refinement Origin Arts, Origin Astral Barrier, and that Lightning Refinement secret technique, all of which he had obtained during his trip. Han Li took a brief glance at the 3 treasures before pointing a finger at the golden page, which flew up his sleeve as a ball of golden light. The Organ Refinement Origin Arts contained within the golden page could enhance his powers drastically, but it required such an astonishingly long time to cultivate that he had no choice but to leave it for the future. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li stowed away the silver jade slip as well. The Origin Astral Barrier secret technique was recorded in golden seal text, so its contents were extremely difficult to understand. Just deciphering the secret technique would take a huge amount of time, let alone cultivating it, so it wasn't worth pursuing in the short term either. Thus, that only left the Lightning Refinement secret technique. On the way back, he had already understood most of the secret technique, and full mastery should be attainable given another month or so. He also possessed Divine Devilbane Lightning, so the refinement process wouldn't require a very long time either. Once combined with the Lightning Wield technique, this secret technique would be incredibly powerful and would be sure to give his future opponents a massive surprise. With that in mind, Han Li waved a hand toward the jade slip, drawing it into his grasp before pressing it against his own forehead. After that, Han Li closed his eyes and fell as still as a statue. 2 months later, the jade slip on Han Li's forehead had disappeared, and there were bolts of bright golden lightning flashing all around him. The lightning then quickly converged to form a ball of lightning that rapidly swelled to the size of a wash basin. Immediately thereafter, Han Li opened his mouth to release a burst of silver spirit flames, which transformed into a sea of flames to envelop the entire ball of lightning. The ball of lightning rumbled incessantly while revolving rapidly within the sea of flames, and the golden runes on its surface began to flash erratically, seemingly reflecting some type of mysterious change that was taking place. Meanwhile, Yang Deer was still meditating in the belly of that small mountain on the Thunder Continent with the small green vial beside it, and it seemed that it hadn't moved at all in the past few months. All of a sudden, the small green vial shuddered slightly before releasing a burst of green light alongside some faint spatial fluctuations. Yang Deer immediately opened its eyes before rising to its feet and extending a respectful bow toward the small vial. "Welcome back, Master." As soon as its voice trailed off, golden light flashed from the opening of the vial, and Ma Liang emerged into the open. "You did well. I've completely recovered from my injuries, so we can leave this place now," Ma Liang said. "Yes, Master." Yang Deer naturally didn't dare to raise any objections. Ma Liang nodded in response before stowing the small green vial away up his sleeve, then opened his mouth to release a black and white formation plate. The formation plate was octagonal in shape, and it was riddled with black and white runes. Ma Liang tossed the formation plate forward, and it immediately transformed into a burst of black and white chi before shape-shifting incessantly into a mirror, then a scroll, then into some other type of treasure. Ma Liang pointed a finger at the treasure, and in the instant his finger came into contact with the black and white qi, the latter transformed into a fist-sized translucent ball. Immediately thereafter, Ma Liang began to chant an incantation before flicking several red incantation seals through the air, all of which quickly vanished into the translucent ball. A ghostly crimson face appeared on the surface of the ball amid a flash of crimson light, then turned toward a certain direction before letting loose a low roar. In the next instant, the ghostly face self-detonated and disintegrated on the spot. Looks like those two have left this continent. That direction is where the Tianyuan continent is situated, right? Ma Liang asked as he turned toward Yang Deer. The Tianyuan continent does indeed lie in that direction, Master, Yang Deer immediately replied. Alright, I've completed all of the blood sacrifices I need, so it's about time I focus on the task assigned to me. My secret technique failed to register anything on the Blood Sky continent and Thunder continent, so it looks like that traitor is situated on the Tianyuan continent, Ma Liang murmured to himself. After that he opened his mouth to swallow the translucent ball again, then instructed, "Take me to the nearest intercontinental teleportation formation. I want to go to the Tianyuan continent." "Yes, Master, please come with me," Yang Deer immediately replied with a respectful bow. Thus, the two of them flew out of the belly of the mountain as two streaks of light, then sped toward a certain direction. In the air above a secluded valley on the Tianyuan continent, the six-winged Frost Centipede was appraising the four Grand Ascension stage elderly men before him with a grim expression, while the Ice Phoenix had a surprised look on her face. After the two of them arrived back on the Tianyuan continent, they had planned to find a secretive place to go into seclusion in order to facilitate recovery, but only less than a year had passed before these unfamiliar Grand Ascension stage beings had tracked them down. Even though there were only 4 Grand Ascension stage beings present, the six-winged Frost Centipede could sense that there were all types of restriction fluctuations in the area, so there was no way that he would be able to escape even with his profound movement techniques. "Who are you? Are you here for me?" The six-winged Frost Centipede asked with a cold expression. There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Daoist. We bear no ill will toward you. We would simply like to invite you to come with us as we have something to discuss with you, a round-faced elderly man said with a smile. "I'm not going anywhere," the six-winged Frost Centipede retorted. "I'm afraid that's not up to you," the elderly man said in an unhurried manner. "Haha, do you really think the 4 of you in this formation will be enough to take me down? It'll be a simple task for me to kill you all and break out of this formation," the six-winged Frost Centipede chuckled coldly. "Oh, then what about if I get involved as well?" Another elderly voice rang out up above. "Who's there?" The six-winged Frost Centipede immediately cast his gaze upward in an alarmed manner. A red-haired elderly man had appeared over 1,000 feet above him, and was appraising him with a hint of a smile on his face. The man was giving off no aura whatsoever, and the six-winged Frost Centipede's pupils immediately contracted slightly upon sweeping his spiritual sense toward the elderly man. "I am Ming Zun and I would like to invite you to visit our trade guild," Ming Zun said with a smile. "Ming Zun? Ming Zun of the Helian Trade Guild?" the six-winged Frost Centipede exclaimed. Given the resounding reputation of the Helian Trade Guild, he had naturally heard of it in the past. I didn't think that you would know of me, fellow Daoist. Rest assured, we're extending this invitation to you so that we can vanquish the true immortal that's wreaking havoc in our spirit realm. We bear no ill will toward you," Ming Zun said with a smile. The six-winged Frost Centipede's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "Has he already arrived on the Tianyuan continent?" "We have no information indicating that yet, but I think it's only a matter of time. You must also be of the same opinion given your reaction," Ming Zun replied in an unhurried manner. Seeing as even you've gotten involved, it looks like I have no choice but to comply. I'll come with you, but I'm currently at a critical juncture where I need to recover my energy." The six-winged Frost Centipede finally decided to compromise, but at the same time he took advantage of the situation to state a condition. "That's not an issue. If you come with us, our trade guild will cover all of the pills required for your recovery. By the way, this is fellow Daoist Ice Phoenix, right?" Ming Zun asked as he turned toward the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix faltered slightly upon hearing this, then extended a respectful curtsy toward Ming Zun as she replied, "I am. How do you know about me, senior?" There's no need for formalities, fellow Daoist Ice Phoenix. I recently met with fellow Daoist Han of the human race, and he asked me to look after you if I ever encountered you, Ming replied in a benevolent manner. A hint of elation appeared on the Ice Phoenix's face upon hearing this, and she said in a respectful manner, I understand, I'm also willing to accompany you to your trade guild, senior. In contrast, the six-winged Frost Centipede's expression darkened slightly at the mention of Han Li. Thank you for your cooperation, fellow Daoists. There are some things that I wanted to discuss with you along the way, Ming said with a smile, then made a hand seal, and an azure boat that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged up above amid a burst of violent spatial fluctuations. At this point, the six-winged Frost Centipede and the Ice Phoenix naturally weren't going to change their minds, and thus they flew onto the giant boat, which then sped away as a ball of azure light. A month later, Han Li was refining his divine Devilbane lightning in the secret chamber of the Azure Origin Palace when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he released an azure talisman out of his sleeve. The talisman transformed into several lines of azure text that hovered in midair, and Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon reading the message. So those two have already been tracked down. The Helian Trade Guild really is efficient. It looks like a collaboration will be possible, but I can't go to meet them right away, so I'll have to send someone in my stead to ask some questions, Han Li murmured to himself before making a hand seal, then made a voice transmission. At the same time, his voice rang out in the ears of Patriarch Hua Shi, who was cultivating in another secret chamber in the Azure Origin Palace. His eyes immediately sprang open, and after listening to Han Li's instructions, he departed from the secret chamber. Half a day later, Patriarch Hua Shi left the Origin Integration Island. 3 months later. The Armored Boar race was one of the top 10 most powerful races on the Tianyuan continent. In a restricted area of that race, over 100 burly pig-headed armored boar guards were standing outside a massive hall. All of a sudden, faint buzzing rang out within the hall, accompanied by a burst of spatial fluctuations. Several of the most powerful beings among the guards exchanged a bewildered glance upon detecting this, then immediately made their way into the hall. After passing through a few corridors, they arrived at a huge hall that was enshrouded under a white light barrier. Within the light barrier was a giant formation that was around an acre in size, and it seemed to be in the process of being activated. What's going on? Why is there someone teleporting here from another continent? General Fei, did you receive any orders in advance? One of the guards asked in a cold voice. Our teleportation hall hasn't received any orders. Could it be that a senior of our race is teleporting here urgently and hasn't had a chance to inform us in advance? A guard with a claymore strapped to his back replied with a shake of his head. That's a possibility. In any case, we'll know who it is soon, the first guard said as his brows furrowed slightly, and he made a hand gesture indicating for everyone to be on their guard. All of the guards immediately interpreted this hand gesture and fanned out to block the exit. Almost as soon as these measures were taken, a burst of light erupted from the center of the formation, and a pair of humanoid figures emerged. The first guard's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he yelled, "You two aren't members of our race. Who granted you access to the intercontinental teleportation formation on the other end?" Hee, why would I need permission when I could just kill the people on the other end? One of the humanoid figures chuckled coldly in response. These two were none other than Ma Liang and Yang Deer, and the latter was appraising the armored boar guards outside the light barrier with a bloodthirsty expression. These are enemies. Raise the alarm right away. The guard with the claymore on his back immediately yelled while hurriedly drawing his claymore. The other guards instantly sprang into action, and one of them raised a hand to release a red talisman, which shot out of the roof of the hall in a flash. In the next instant, a crimson fireball appeared above the hall before exploding amid a resounding boom. The nearby guards were quite alarmed to see this, and most of them rushed into the hall, while the rest of them hurriedly retreated before pulling out a series of formation treasures, which were hurled up into the air. Wisps of 5-colored light surged out of these formation treasures, forming 36 giant copper pillars that plummeted out of the heavens to surround the entire hall. Each pillar was over 1,000 feet in length and was crimson in color with countless silver spirit runes etched on their surfaces. The retreating armored boar guards' expressions eased slightly upon seeing this, and they cast their eyes out of the hall. All of a sudden, the entire hall exploded like a volcanic eruption amid a resounding boom, sending countless pieces of rubble flying in all directions. However, all of the rubble was stopped in their tracks by a fiery barrier that appeared between the copper pillars, then incinerated into nothingness. At this point, the guards who had rushed into the hall earlier were nowhere to be seen. The remaining armored boar guards were naturally extremely alarmed to see this, and right at this moment Ma Liang and Yang Deer flew out of the wreckage. Yang Deer was holding a round object in its hand which it was chomping on like a snack. "General Fei," one of the guards exclaimed as he identified the round object to be the head of their general. "Attack." At this point, it was clear that all of the guards who had rushed into the hall had been killed, and all of the guards immediately activated their formation treasures. 5-colored light flashed once again, and each of the 36 crimson pillars released a pillar of red light directly toward Yang Deer. "Hee hee, you think such a pitiful restriction can harm me?" Yang Deer chortled as its body expanded drastically like a balloon, and at the same time, it donned a suit of yellow armor. The pillars of red light struck the suit of armor one after another, only to instantly fizzle out, while Yang Deer remained completely unscathed. "It would be rude not to return the favor," Yang Deer chuckled coldly as a giant black axe appeared in its grasp before being swung viciously through the air. A round black blade projection erupted forth in all directions, and the 36 crimson pillars were sliced in half at once, while the red light barrier also faded. Just as Yang Deer was about to slay the rest of the armored boar guards, an impatient look appeared on Ma Liang's face and he said, "Let's go. What's the point in killing these small fry? We have important matters to attend to." "Yes, master," Yang Deer hurriedly replied in a respectful manner, and the black axe in its hand disappeared before it instantly reverted back to its original size. After that, the two of them departed as two streaks of light, completely disregarding the remaining guards. In no more than an hour, the two of them had traveled a distance of millions of kilometers. Just as they were about to emerge from a grassland onto a giant mountain range, Ma Liang's expression suddenly changed slightly as he stopped in his tracks. Yang Deer immediately followed suit before asking, "What is it, master?"